everyone. This is Dr. Meenakshi, and today we're going to have a session on retention and cross selling analysis. Two analyses which enjoy great popularity within the customer relationship management policy are retention and cross selling analysis. What do we mean by retention? Retention means holding on to customers, retaining the customers, increasing the customer lifetime. Retention in marketing sense means holding on to customers. If a company becomes aware in time of those customers who demonstrate an increased likelihood of ending the relationship, then it may take action to prevent this. Does someone become a departing customer at the moment he or she no longer buys a certain product? A consumer, for example, does not buy fresh meat anymore at a particular supermarket but keeps on shopping for all sorts of packaged foods. What do we call this? Retention or cross selling? In order to determine the importance of retention analysis, several exploratory economic analyses may be performed to gain insight into the flows of money that are leaving the organization. In certain markets, the external destination for departing the customers is known, allowing the creation of an origin and destination matrix. You know when the customer entered, when he made the first purchase, and you know when the customer left your organization or departed. What are the variables which should be included in the retention model? Not only is the data's availability of crucial importance, their quality also plays a role. Feeding all of the available data into the models without sufficient preparation offers little hope of obtaining a stable model with good predictive power. Up till now, the companies have focused solely on the ways in which the level of investment may be measured and all sorts of other variables which influence the customer retention have fallen by the wayside. These variables include investment behavior, means how often does an investor modify his or her portfolio? Then the number of the products that the customer purchases, the financial climate, the earned rate of return, customer satisfaction, the customer's investment objectives, and the communication behavior. If we look at this figure, which talks about the information gain chart, it's talking about the importance of the various attributes. If we look at this figure, on the x-axis, we have the attributes, whereas on the y-axis, we have the information gain. This is the information gain chart for somewhere around 220 variables. If you see here, there are 220 variables. The score on the y-axis indicates to what degree the attribute, the variable, correlates with the departure. So what is the degree in which the attribute correlates the departure, right? Let's talk about customer acquisition. We all know that acquiring the customer is much, much costlier than retaining the customer. Acquisition is a vital stage in building the customer relationship. For the purpose of customer acquisition, an organization is likely to focus its attention on various types of customers that a firm comes across in its marketing arena and treat the same as its major sources for providing input for acquisition. These include the suspects, which represent the segment of the market and have the potential to become the prospective customers. The inquiries are the causal wanderers, and proper responses to the inquiries are likely to result in customer acquisition. The lapsed customer specific need and has then stopped buying from an organization becomes a lapsed customer, and he should be encouraged to become a customer again by making the organization's new offerings to fulfill the customer's emerging new needs. Then the company's former customers and competitors, the lapsed customers also can be acquired with precise marketing CRM programs. Referrals play a very significant role and provide a strong base for new acquisition. It is likely that the fresh customers will rely heavily on the referrals rather than the organization's own promotional efforts. And the existing buyers, therefore, may also be targeted for acquisition in the event of the organization expanding its product. If we talk about the customer acquisition, the organization operating in the market condition consisting of the potential customers who can be categorized from the organization's service or product point of view are the knowers, referrers, indifferent people, and rejectors. Now, who are the knowers? Knowers are the set of people who just know the existence of the product or service without any specific preference for those products. They just have the knowledge of the product. So these customers can be acquired. Then who are the preferers? Preferers are the set of people who have the product or the service but have not acted on their preference. Who are the indifferent? These are the set of people who are if indifferent towards organizations, products, and services. Rejectors are the set of people who mentally reject the organization's offerings and are far from the acquisition process. The organization should have a detailed database containing the above classification of the market and the related details, which would help to make the approach of the acquisition effective. It is necessary to develop and provide a win-win platform applicable to both the prospective customers and to the organization concerned. This would induce easy customer acquisition because of the benefits the customers might anticipate. The communication plays a very important role in the acquisition process. Communication has to be open and interactive in nature. This would enable the prospective customers to come closer to the organization. The organization should also ensure that integrated communication, ensuring the integrity and dependence every time the customer communicates. This would bring confidence in the minds of the customers and would enable them over towards acquisition. The organization must effectively plan to minimize the FUD. FUD stands for fear, uncertainty, and doubts that might occur in the minds of the customers during the course of acquisition. As far as an individual customer is concerned, prior to becoming a customer, he would be in the buy stage of EPS. EPS stands for extended problem solving, in which the fear, uncertainty, and the doubts, their influence would be at the maximum level. In the subsequent stages, namely the LPS, that is limited problem solving, and the RRB, which stands for the routine responsive behavior, the fear, uncertainty, and doubts aspects will gradually minimize, and the customer tends to become more and more loyal. If the customer in an organization is in the buy stages, corresponding to the extended problem solving, the limited problem solving, and the routine response behavior, the new task or experimental buying would be successful. The critical success factor leading to customer acquisition is the benefits that the organization provides to the customers. Customers do not buy the products or the services. They are interested in the core or the augmented benefits the product or the service might generate. If the benefits promised by the organization correspond to their expectation, then the customers get easily satisfied and they can be very easily acquired. Customers assume different roles in various contexts relating to their purchase and consumption environment. These roles include the initiator who initiates, the influencer, the decider who makes the decision, the buyer from whose pocket the money comes. Buyer is also called as the purchaser, and the user, who's the end user who uses a product. For example, if I'm purchasing a microwave, so my kid initiated it, the grandfather influenced, mother was the decision maker, father was the buyer, and everybody were the users. The efforts towards acquisition are to be directed in tune with the specific role the prospective customer plays in the given context. The organization should gather those details in relation to who is influencing, who decides, who's the buyer, who's the user. This gives a very clear understanding that whom to convince and how can I acquire the customer depending upon the roles they are playing. At times, the same individual would be playing all the roles, and on different occasions, different individuals in the family play different roles. The organization attempting to acquire the customers should have a total knowledge of these actors, and then the organization should set their approaches accordingly. The organization, for the purpose of acquisition, must focus attention on the purchase decision process and influence on the process. The decision process starts with inquiry, which is called as the need identification. Then is the search for information, evaluation of information, decision making, implementation, and post purchase action. Each of these stages are influenced by several internal and external factors. The internal factors in the decision making include the learning motives of the customers, the perception, self image, attitude, personality, whereas the external factors include the culture, the society, the religion, the family lifestyle, income, and some other factors. The product adoption by different customers differs depending on several connected factors. Generally, a very less percentage of the total number of customers would initially join in the adoption process at the introduction stage of the products. Such initial adopters are called the innovators, who are followed subsequently by early adopters, early majority, late majority, and finally the laggards. So accordingly, depending on the number of customers who are adopting your product, the product moves in its life cycle from the stage of introduction, leading to growth, maturity, and then decline. The nature of the adoption and the rate of acquisition, they are related to each other. The organization should evolve its customer acquisition policy after considering the adoption process. The options for the prospective customers in terms of the various components of the marketing mix and other related aspects deserve serious attention. The organization should devote attention to find out the options available to customers in terms of product attributes, package, price, channel of distribution, and the promotional measures. The publicity and the public relation aspects should have a special focus. Both the publicity and the public relations, they help to boost the organization's image in the society, which in turn helps to gain more customers within the organization's fold. And for this reason, many organizations commit themselves to meet the social needs. Existing customers will no doubt help a lot in acquiring the new customers. The existing customers are valuable spokespeople whose views would be rated very high. Like these days, we have the reviews wherein we talk about the e-commerce. So they are rated very high by the prospective customers. And for this purpose, the organization should evolve appropriate rewarding and incentive schemes for your existing customers. Now let's talk on the process of acquisition. Any company embarking on a program to acquire the customer should know the stages of the consumer product acquisition process. And these stages are inquiry, interaction, exchange, coordination, and adoption, in which the prospective buyer undertakes a detailed inquiry with regard to several aspects pertaining to the organization, product, nature of transaction, and all other related aspects. Having stored the information, the customer interacts with the organization and obtains additional information, clarifies the information, and ensures information which is collected already. The terms of exchange, mode of delivery, and other things related to the exchange are settled at the exchange stage. Further, a coordinated effort on either side would lead the customers moving to the next stage, that is adoption of the product or the service concerned, and that completes the acquisition process. The application of the acquisition process can be influenced by the type of point, type of product, type of customers, economic environment, and contextual operations. In the type of buying, there are two different types of buying. One is the rational and the other is the emotional buying. The rational buying is more systematic and more practical buying, influenced by logic and reasoning. You consider money a lot. and the utility of the product. On the other hand, the emotional buying. Usually we do the impulse buying due to emotional buying. This is influenced by the emotions of the buyer. It is likely that a customer involved in the rational buying would move from one stage to the another systematically, whereas the emotional buying he may not do. He may not move systematically. Second, the type of product also influences the customer acquisition. Whether it is convenient shopping of a specialty product or any other, significance of each stage of the acquisition process varies from product to product. Then yes, type of customers also has a influence. The significance depends on the type of the customer in the acquisition, whether the customer is an individual or the customer is a organization, that is B2B. In contrast to the individual buyer, an organization may have its own procedure to adopt the product, and the process of the acquisition might vary depending on the organization's policy, culture, and other related aspects. Also, the acquisition depends on whether the acquisition is the first time or it's a repeated one. The next factor which has a high influence is the economic environment. The economic and environmental forces focus attention on the market conditions. The operations of the competing forces, supply and demand conditions, purchasing power, etc., have a great influence. The acquisition process is likely to differ under the conditions of limited availability of the product, limited brand choice, and limited purchasing power as compared to unlimited availability of brands and the purchase power. So economic environment has a great role to play. Then is the contextual operations. The context of operation refers to the prospective buyer's intention to buy, urgency to buy, his or her previous experience, what are the specific benefits they are expecting, and the lifestyle of the buyer. The acquisition process is likely to differ as per the context of the operation concern. I mean, why are they buying? What is the objective? What is the context? The other aspects explained have an impact on the acquisition process. As such, the organization has to pay attention to these aspects by suitably managing its operations, which in turn leads to acquisition of more and more customers. So all these aspects, that is type of buying, type of product, type of customers, economic environment, all have to be considered before acquisition. Now, let's talk about the nature and the significance of customer retention. The customers are not acquired and retained overnight. It needs meticulous planning and, and a marketing strategy. More importantly, the management should develop the intent to acquire and retain the customer. The management should not feel it is a course of business activity. It has been observed by the organization that the organization acquires the customers either by chance. By chance. It was a by chance that I purchased a product. I never wanted to, but by chance I visited the website and I liked the product and purchased. So that's a by chance acquisition. Then Acquisition by occasion. I mean, I wanted to purchase that product online from Amazon, but I wanted to purchase at the time of Diwali or my birthday. So I was waiting for the moment, and then when that occasion came, I purchased that product. Then acquisition by choice. Here, the customer, does a proper decision making, looks for information, evaluates, and because the person likes the product, and by choice, the person picks that product. These are the best category of customers who are acquired. Then acquisition by repetition. I purchased that product just because I use that product every month. So each time I don't have to do a homework, go to different websites, do a comparison. So I purchased as a product once from Amazon and I liked it, and now repeatedly I purchase. So this way you are acquiring the customers by repetition. Then is by loyalty. You have a certain customers, you acquire them out of loyalty because they have always been satisfied, and you built a good relationship, and there is a kind of an emotional bonding. Now they don't want to purchase from anywhere else. In the customer retention approach, the organization makes every effort to convert a customer by chance into a customer by loyalty. No organization wants that the customer should be acquired by chance, because the by chancers are the very frequent switchers also. They are not your loyal customers. Every organization wants that the acquisition should happen by loyalty, because if the acquisition will happen by loyalty, then those customers will be your retained customers and your valuable customers who are going to give you business for a long time. A retained customer who turns out to be loyal will shift his focus of relationship with the organization from just a transactional relationship to a relationship tied up with emotion and commitment, which will benefit the organization a long way. Those customers, by retention, may prove to offer a benefit to the organization as an asset, as an ambassador who gives suggestions, who represents you in front of others, as an experience shaper, as a winning edge, as a knowledge provider, as a spokesperson, driving force, as a caretaker, as a resource provider, and as a partner. The customer retention would enable the organization to minimize the expenses in terms of acquisition of new customers. Customer retention cost for an organization is expected to be far less than that of the acquisition cost. The customer retention enables a long term relationship of mutual benefit both to the organization and to the customer concerned. Thank you so much and have a good day. Hi all, this is Dr. Minakshi, and today we're going to take a session on retention and cross-sell analysis. In part A, we discussed customer acquisition and customer retention. Today's session, we'll be talking more on customer retention, cross-selling, and upselling. In the customer retention approach, the organization makes every effort to convert a customer by chance into a customer by loyalty. Every organization wants that. A retained customer who turns out to be a loyal will shift his focus of relationship with the organization from just a transaction relationship to customer focus relationship, a relationship tied with emotions and commitment which will benefit the organization a long way. Those customers may prove to offer a benefit to the organization as an asset, an ambassador, the one who gives suggestion, the one who represents, experience shaper, winning edge, knowledge provider, spokesperson, caretaker, resource provider, and partner. Customer retention would enable the organization to minimize expenses in terms of acquisition of new customers. Customer retention's cost for an organization is expected to be far less than that of acquisition cost. Customer retention enables long-term relationship with the organization. There appears to be a close interaction between customer retention and customer loyalty. Loyalty is usually measured in terms of the longevity of the customers. Loyalty arises out of retention. A reluctant customer may also appear to be a loyal customer, which is a type of an artificial loyalty forced by various factors such as situation, limited brand choice, limited income, limited supply, and maybe others. The customers who are not trained may even opt for shared loyalty, which is risky because the chances of brand switching are likely to take place more frequently. As such, these loyalty statuses are not dependable, as these would be eroded very easily. Moreover, part of these customers would be engaging themselves in the attrition process at the same time being engaged in the loyalty process. So they'll switch very soon. On this line, loyalty based on retention is the best one. Customer retention would further enable customers to spend more and more on the organizational products. Customers' share of business will increase. Accordingly, the cost of serving the retained customers would be less compared to serving the fresh customers every time. The retained customers would help us spread a positive image of the organization by word of mouth, which in turn helps to acquire new customers through the customer inventory. Now let's talk about the stages in the retention cycle. The position of retention in the overall life cycle of the customer generally covers the following stages: exploring, evaluating, establishing the strategies, and examining the feedback. Acquisition is a stage in which the customers are acquired for an organization's business. Customers so acquired would reach a state of either satisfaction or dissatisfaction. While satisfaction leads to retention and dissatisfaction leads to attrition. A satisfied customer who joins the retention stage might either proceed towards the loyalty stage or, in the event of being dissatisfied, will join the attrition stage. The customer who joins the attrition stage will proceed to the stage of defection unless he is satisfied. If he is satisfied, he would possibly join the retention process. Those customers in the defection stage may be reacquired by means of appropriate marketing programs designed and implemented for the purpose of reacquisition. The details about this are presented under the recovery of lapsed customers. An organization focusing attention on retention has the following sequence of actions. Exploring. This step focuses attention on exploring the type of customers to be attracted for retention. The choice is based on value of customers' volume of business as they bring in regularity of purchase, profit margin, etc. Next sequence is evaluating. It is a detailed analysis of the profile of those customers explored for the purpose of retention. This can be done in terms of customers' purchase history. Third is establishing the strategies. At this point, appropriate strategies are evolved, which are customer specific and they lead to retention. Fourth sequence is examining the feedback. The result of strategies implemented is to be examined on regular basis to their suitability towards achieving the goal of retention. There are certain gaps, usually because of perception, so they are called as the perceptual gaps. The gaps between the product or the service providers and the users must be identified and bridged, which in turn would lead to a high degree of customer retention. The gaps are likely to take place in perceptions, promotions, procedures, and positions. These gaps can be detailed as gap between what the business thinks a customer wants and what the customer actually wants. Then the gap between what the business thinks a customer has bought and what the customer has perceived that he has received. Then the gap between what the business provides and what the customer actually received. Then the gap between expected service and the delivered service. Then the gap between marketing promises and actual delivery. The gap between what the organizations perceive as a suitable method of distribution and what actually the customers receive. Then the gap between what the organization receives in its positional strategy and what is reached to the customers. Then the gap between what is communicated by the organization and what is understood by the customers. Wider the gaps between the organization providing the service of product and the user, lesser is the rate of retention. So the organizations should work on reducing the gaps. The organizations are expected to audit their marketing related issues on regular basis and initiate corrective measures to bridge the gap with regard to understanding the customer needs and meeting those needs effectively. Let's talk something on customer satisfaction and retention. What is satisfaction? Satisfaction is a state of mind that occurs when the customer feels that his expected requirement is fulfilled by what is offered by the organization. That means the expected is equal to the actual which has been received. The ultimate satisfaction comes when the customer exactly receives what he is desired for. And the satisfaction a customer aims for has four major components. And these components are: it covers the tangible core benefits provided by the product. It is related to the basic minimum function expected to be performed by the product. It is in addition to the core benefit. It adds value to the core benefits expected. It is a blend of tangible and intangible factors which the customer experiences in the purchase and consumption process. The tangible aspects of ambience satisfaction include the appearances of the sales point. How does the place look like? The services which are available, the competitive pricing, whereas the intangible aspects include the courtesy extended by the salesperson, the behavior, the rapport generated by the salesperson, etc. Each one of the above components of satisfaction contributes towards total satisfaction, which has direct linkage to the customer retention. Therefore, it is essential that the organization has to carefully monitor the level of satisfaction and their customers enjoying the product as well as the level of satisfaction. If we talk about the level of the satisfaction a customer normally expects, they fall under three categories, that is expected satisfaction, desired satisfaction, and exciting satisfaction. Expected satisfaction is the must-be condition the customer expects from a product performance. Those attributes contributing to expected satisfaction must be present. And if they're not present, the customer will be dissatisfied. The desired satisfaction is a preferred condition the customer expects. It is the preferred condition. However, the presence or absence of the attributes contribute to preferred satisfaction would have no effect on the level of satisfaction. Third, the exciting satisfaction. It indicates a condition in which the presence of certain attributes leads to a surprisingly attractive performance. The presence of these attributes will further add to the level of satisfaction. The fact to be noted is that the customer whom an organization can retain by rendering the expected satisfaction cannot continue to be retained when the customer changes his level of satisfaction from expected to desired level and further from desired level to exciting level. Therefore, the organizations must keep on building up their ability to continuously satisfy their target customers so as to have customer retention. A suitably designed customer satisfaction audit would serve this purpose. Along with this, a well-structured customer care program will definitely go a long way in making the customer satisfaction in tune with their expectations. The customer care given, which exceeds the customer expectation, will lead to a higher rate of retention. In the absence of due customer care, it is likely that the customers will be dissatisfied and will be left with three options: either rejection or postponement or substitution. Now, next we move to the cross-selling. Let's understand what is cross-selling. Cross-selling happens when salespeople have more than one type of product or service for consumers that may be of use to them. Cross-selling is more successful in fields such as banking and financial services. Customers visit a bank for checking the account, and there are various investment vehicles sold, such as bonds and CDs for a retirement plan. Is investment firms also start with clients for a particular investment product and later identify various additional needs of the clients that can be offered by their company. Cross selling is the action or practice of selling an additional product or service to an existing customer. In practice, businesses define cross selling in many different ways. Elements that might influence the definition might include the size of the business, the industry sector it operates with, and the financial motivations of those required to define them. The objective of cross selling could be either to increase the income derived from the client or to protect the relationship with the client or, or many clients. Unlike acquiring the new business, cross selling involves an element of risk that existing relationships with the client could be disrupted. And for this reason, it is important to ensure that additional product or service being sold to the client enhances the value the client or clients get from the organization. So cross selling though is good towards retention, but there is a risk that if the customer is not satisfied with the additional product, he may switch. If done effectively, cross selling can mean significant profits for stockbrokers, insurance agents, and financial planners. The income tax preparers who are licensed can offer insurance and investment products to their tax clients, and this is among the easiest of all sales to make. Effective cross selling is not only a good business practice but is also effective for financial planning. Now, what is upselling? Upselling is different from cross selling as the salesperson does not pay much attention in selling the additional related products. Rather, the salesperson is concerned about selling an upper end version of the original product demanded by the customer. The automobile salesperson gets involved in upselling by demonstrating different versions of the same product to the customer. Upselling, to better understand, is the practice of encouraging the customers to purchase a comparable high end product than the one in question, while cross selling invites customers to buy related or complementary items. Though often used interchangeably, both offer distinct benefits and can be effective to each other. Upselling and cross selling are mutually beneficial when done properly, providing maximum value to the customers and increasing the revenue without the recurring cost of many marketing channels. If we talk about the forms of upselling, then we have the premium versions offering premium versions of products such as flower arrangements that are sold at several levels of quality. Options means optional features such as a catalog of options for a car. Customization means personalization. Services, additional services, risk, financing, complementary items, and popular items. Cross-selling and upselling are similar but are different as well. Cross-selling and upselling are similar in that they both focus on providing additional value to the customers instead of limiting them to already encountered products. In both cases, the business objective is to increase the order value by informing the customers about the additional product options they may not already know about. The key to success in both is to truly understand what the customers value and then respond with the products and corresponding features that truly meet those needs. Upselling and cross selling can be keys to profit generation for sales representatives and small business owners. Cross selling and upselling are often confused with each other and used synonymously when in fact there are differences between the two. And of course, the types of selling are also different. Both benefit the small business owner who can generate greater profits by offering multiple products related to the main product or multiple versions of the same product, each with varying degrees of profitability. The cross selling generally occurs when the sales representative has more than one type of product to offer the consumers that might be beneficial to them. Some fields in which cross selling is most evident include those of banking and financial service industries. The banking customers may go into the bank and sign up for checking the account and later be sold various investment vehicles such as the bonds or the CDs as part of a retirement plan. Cross selling is prevalent in every type of commerce, including banks, insurance agencies. Credit cards are sold to people registering a savings account, while life insurance is commonly suggested to customers who are buying a car coverage. In e commerce, cross selling is often utilized on product pages during the checkout process and in life cycle campaigns. It is a highly effective tactic for generating repeat purchases, demonstrating the breadth of a catalog to the customers. Cross selling can alert the users to products they didn't previously know about, further earning their confidence as the best retailer to satisfy a particular need. Now, if we talk about upselling, upselling differs from cross selling uh, somewhat in that the salesperson is not so much concerned with selling an additional product to generate additional commissions, but rather with selling a higher end version of the product the customer originally came to buy. Upselling often employs comparison charts to make higher end products to customers, showing visitors that other versions or the models may better fulfill their needs can increase the value and help the users, you know, get more satisfaction with their purchase. The companies that excel at upselling are effective at helping the customers visualize the value they will get by ordering a high period item. One of the main difference between upselling and cross-selling is that the salesperson is engaged differently in both. When cross-selling, the salesperson identifies a definite need that the customer has and fulfills that need by recommending an additional product. Upselling is somewhat less need-based in its orientation and typically involves the salesperson building value in the product being offered. In other words, let's say an example, a car customer may not need the top of the line SUV with leather seating and a full entertainment center, but the upselling salesperson can help that customer see the value in having it by painting a picture of how much more comfortable the family vacation will be with these additional features. These two have certain similarities as well. Cross-selling and upselling are similar in that they each offer customer additional value than what they would have otherwise received if they would have only purchased the product they were looking for. Some salespeople make the mistake of cataloging the features of the additional products rather than building value or showing customers how they will benefit from these additional or higher quality products. A successful cross-selling and upselling salesperson will be able to paint a picture of the value that the customer will receive so that the customer will be able to visualize the benefits of making the purchase. Cross-selling and upselling are similar in that they both focus on what they offer as an additional value. And some salespeople, they make a lot of efforts in cross-selling and upselling both. Let's talk a bit on the benefits of cross-selling. Customers can benefit from cross-selling as a part of satisfaction, of course. They get an additional product and service, and they get trust in the organization. Working with an established provider can save the customer's time and the potential money if the products or the services are bundled together for the cross-selling purpose. Cross-selling can happen during the sales process, or also it can happen when you do a follow-up or a maintenance call. To effectively cross-sell, the experts advise the organizations to follow up with the customers after the initial sale and be aware of the relevant pairings with the goods and the services already provided. While you are pairing, that is bundling the products and the offerings, the package at a slightly reduced rate should be fixed. Organizations typically avoid requiring that a customer purchase a second item in order to get the first due to the federal antitrust laws. So therefore, bundling is a very good technique. Thank you so much and have a good day.
CRM is very, very important, and its importance also lies in the competitive era that we are living in. And also, CRM is not just a relationship with the customer. CRM is more than the relationship that we as a company look forward for, because CRM is not only going to give me the relationship, but the answers to the problems that the customer is facing with the company and also strengthening the relationship for a long term, long duration of time, and making the company more futuristic and customer centered. Retaining a customer is cost 5 times less than uh, bringing on board a new customer. So automatically CRM, that what we are going to talk into the sessions, that it's not a revenue center, but it's a cost center for the company, right? So being the cost center for the company, we need to reduce the cost. We need to optimize the cost from somewhere. And this is how we can be able to optimize the cost by retaining the customer. And we can showcase the value of CRM towards our enterprise or a corporation, right? So I'm just going to I'm going to start my session by showing you a small video on CRM, and I hope you are going to appreciate this uh, for an introduction and to set the stage on, right? Just have a look onto this video.
These are some common problems of Sri Lankan top executives. Measure the performance. Measure the marketing campaign results. Convert leads to sales. Quickly find the customer history. So many problems and confusions, If there are problems, there must be solutions too, right? Let's see what our strategist is going to do to solve these issues. Rakshan is going to explain how we can increase the sales, how we can measure the overall productivity, how the customer service can be better managed, how marketing campaign results can be managed. Oh wait, before Rakshan takes over, let's give a quick intro about our company, Momento Technologies. We identify ourselves as a CRM and MIS solution company. We define strategy. We implement it. We give user trainings. We maintain or administrate CRM. And for all the above, we trust the Salesforce. Okay, let's come to the point. Point 1. Let's see how we can increase the sales. Before that, I'll tell you what a CRM is. Customer Relationship Management, CRM, is all about managing the relationships you have with your customers. CRM combines business processes, people, and technology to achieve this single goal, getting and keeping customers. It's an overall strategy to help you learn more about their behavior, so you can develop stronger, lasting relationships that will benefit both of you. Simply, in one line, it's a tool to understand the customer better, so you can give better service, promote suitable products, identify selling opportunities, understand the complaints more deeply, etc. How can a Sri Lankan company get benefit from CRM? A proper CRM strategy can make remarkable increase in sales by 33%. Wow! That's news for you, right? Let's see how it's possible. First, set targets and closely monitor the progress and achievements. Analyze the time and effort they spent to meet the target. Using Salesforce track the number of visits they made, the number of emails they sent, and the number of calls they made. Finally, analyze the total effort. Identify the best performance and reward them. The marketing manager can view his subordinates' activities. 1. Here Bandara is trying to close a deal. 2. Nisha is working on a proposal. 3. Mark is replying to the inquiry. 4. And Callum is waiting to meet a customer. It will create more transparency in the organization. Are you worried that you couldn't identify what went wrong in the campaign? Track the activities. How many calls were made or received? How many customer visits? How many emails were sent or received? Efficient workflow systems increase the productivity by 40%. Point 2. How marketing campaign results can be managed. Marketing automation. Tracking ROI of marketing programs by automating, tracking, and analyzing every marketing campaign. Analyze how many inquiries were got, calls and emails received, and then analyze how many turned as a customer, and how many are dropped and the reason for the drop. See the clear picture of the campaign. Better collaboration inside the marketing team. Everybody in the team knows who is working on which customer, company, or deal. When a marketing person leaves the company, many data will get lost with him. The newly appointed person can easily take over the customer account and continue the operation from the place where the earlier person left off. Do you know the strongest part of CRM? Yes, it is. Customer service. Point 3. We'll see how the customer service can be managed. Surprise your customer when they call by telling their names before they even mention it. View their purchase history, past communication history, complaints, and product inquiries at one glance. When complaints and inquiries are responded to, the customer will get an instant alert. Easily identify the person who attended the customer. What were the steps taken? How long it took to respond back to the customer, etc. Every customer complaint will be treated as a case, and complaints will be allocated to a person or a department. Easily blast email campaigns and measure the results. How many are opened and read? Voila! 86% success rate. Efficient task management, so you don't forget to reply to a mail inquiry. Send a birthday cake to your best customer. Payment dues are made on time. All these will help to win loyal customers. All inquiries or complaints will be strategically analyzed and escalated to different departments or individuals systematically. Complaints about the fixed deposit are directed to the fixed deposit departments. Complaints about the loans to the loan department. And customer inquiry to the customer service department. Better customer care service will help to retain the customer base by 32%. Custom reports and dashboards will be created and made available to view on any devices. Increase the sales. Measure the overall productivity. Measure the marketing campaign results. Manage the customer service. We have only one solution. Yes, it is. Salesforce from Momento.
Right. This video speaks a lot about the CRM. So we are on to now CRM, and I hope that what we wanted to talk about or discuss into this particular sessions of CRM, you're very clear about it. This video has given us a roadmap that what we are going to achieve. And this has also talked about that CRM is not just the customer relationship management. The CRM is far ahead of the customer relationship, because it also talks about the Salesforce management, productivity management, and other things, scheduling and other things as well. So CRM, what some people think about that this is a cost center, as I begin with, but we can make it as a revenue center as well to contribute to our company, to our organization. So we'll be talking about the customer relationship as our first module, and let's move ahead into it. So CRM building blocks. What are these CRM building blocks? The CRM building blocks that we talk about is vision of the company, strategy, customer experience, right? So anything to begin with, a company's top management has to have a vision. Now that particular vision has to trickle down into the strategy part. So while we talk about the CRM, the company management should have the vision of CRM vision for enterprise. The vision should be used as a guide to the creation of CRM strategy, right? So everything, as I said, flow from the vision. It's a mission, and then it's a strategy part. So when we talk about the strategy, the CRM strategy is all about how to build, develop, and develop a valuable asset. Now, this valuable asset is all about that how you are going to maintain the customers, how you are going to keep the relationship with the customer, right? So that you need to look into as a part of the strategy. And also once it is done, how it need to be implemented, whether in one go or whether in a phased manner, how as a company that you are going to implement to facilitate your customers to have the service of the customers. And then overall it is going to acquire the customer experience, because again this is something very, very important, is because at the end of the day it is the customer experience which make him buy or like or dislike the particular CRM package, CRM, right? So customer experience is must, and we need to capture this customer experience in terms of customer feedback. Then we need to look into the organizational collaboration. Okay, and this collaboration, when I talk about this collaboration, it's a change to organizational structure, because when we are going to implement the CRM, it is also going to impact the infrastructure or overall structure of the organization. So structural changes are expected when you talk about the CRM, like we have in HR matrix, where we talk about the escalation of the things or reporting matrices. We have in Salesforce as well. We have a first line manager, and then second line manager, vice president, and so on and so forth, people working in an organization. Similarly, it is also going to lead to the incentives, nurturing the skills of the people, people who are contributing towards the enterprise or who can contribute towards the enterprise. So culture must be made to deliver the required external customer experience. Ongoing change management will be the key. So the change management is the key, because we are going to change the entire organization in terms of the various factors, and one of the factors is the processes, the information flow, and implementation of the technology, with the implementation of technology, and that's what we talk about as a CRM technology. So we need to look into the process. So we need to re-engineer the process, the existing process, which can comply with the implementation of the CRM once it is done in an organization. We also need to look into the flow of information. So successful CRM demands the creation of customer information, blood supply that flow around the organization, because now it's a good example to quote over here is that recent past couple of days back, we are still talking about the WhatsApp sharing the data of the people with Facebook. All the more, the WhatsApp and the Facebook are owned by the same company, right? So still there is a hue and cry. And why this is a hue and cry? Because of the information, because of the data, because that data is very important. Somebody who is rich in data, who has collected the data from the external sources, he is very lucky, and he is the richest person, right? So information is very important. As rightly said, it's a blood supply that flows around the organization, as well as a tight integration between the operations and analytical system, right? And then we talk about the technology. CRM technology forms a fundamental part of any enterprise application, but applications, portfolio, and architecture. CRM application needs should be considered as the provision of integrated functionality, right? And what we talk about as an integrated functionality, as just we saw in the video, that Even if you are doing a Salesforce automation through CRM, it is not only the Salesforce that is going to comply with the technology, but at the back end also, we can do lot many things. We can nurture the data, we can curate the data, and we can be able to use that particular data in multiple forms, right? So that's what we are talking about. It's a portfolio and the architecture of that particular portfolio. And CRM application should be considered as a provision of integrated functionality that support seamless customer-centric process. This is something important to note and underline. Seamless customer-centric processes across all areas of the enterprise and its partners. In case if one goes wrong, then sustainability of our business will be compromised. Matrices we talked about, right? So matrices are enterprise must set measurable CRM objectives and monitors all level of CRM indicators to turn customer into assets. Customers are assets. They should be treated as an asset because, say for example, a human is buying a house. He is investing a lot of money, hard-earned money. But that hard-earned money, what a man is investing in buying a house, will you think that he is going to sell in a very short duration, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year? No, because it's an asset for him, right? So he is building an asset. The customer is an asset, and any organization is building an asset with the passage of the time. So without performance management, a CRM implementation will fail. So management performance is again important. Else the overall vision of the company will fail and the individual will not be able to meet the statistics, right, that the company wanted to achieve. Now let us come to introduction. Historically, most companies were located in close proximity to their customer. They wanted to, but then there are companies which are far located, because with e-commerce, with internet, with technologies like 4G and the 5G coming in, the globe is shrinking down. There are no boundaries, right? Your customer can be across the globe. They can demand anything that what they like, right? But then this CRM technology can bring the customer closer to the company, because through the CRM implementation of the CRM, you know your customer best. You should. And once you know the customer, once you know your customer, it is going to become asset, right? Ample opportunity to interact frequently with and understand the need of the customer. As we must have talked in marketing as well, need is important because need drives everything, and need company converts the need into a product. And once you convert this need into a product, the acceptability of that particular product is going to be very, very high, because you can tell the customer that this is what you needed and this is what we are offering as per your requirement, as per your need. So acceptability of that particular product is going to be more. Intimacy is generated. Intimacy generated customer knowledge. So when you are very close to your customer, you are supposed to know your customer very well. You should know how he purchase, from where he purchase, what he purchase, what is the frequency that of purchase he has got, what is the mode of purchase, whether he is using credit card, cash, or a debit card. So all are these answers that one need to find out or one need to collect, and CRM platform is the one where you can capture all these datas, all these information about your customer, and can slice it and dice it for the benefit sake of your own organization. The companies and the competitor grew, they become more remote from their customers. Okay, it's a myth that when the companies grow up, they become more distant from the customer, but it is not so. The CRM has to bring closer to you its company, right? So that is what the CRM has to play an important role. This cost the company not fully understand the market they served. Okay, so there might be a cause that the company is not fully aware about the aware of the market they surveyed. Geographic, cultural, and owner separations from the customer interface drives the company of intuitive knowledge, understanding of their customer, right? So intuitive knowledge is all about prediction, what you predict about the customer, whether the customer is going to buy your product or buy the competitor's product. In case if you are going to give the customer incentives, if you are able to incentivize the customer, it come more closer. Henceforth, all these activities that what we talked about, this give rise to the demand for the customer related data, a cornerstone for better CRM. Okay, so customer relationship management refers to the methodologies and tools that help business manage customer relationship in an organized way. So this is what we are talking about as a sample gist of the CRM, right? So to sum up this discussion on introduction of the CRM, customer relationship management is a broadly recognized, widely implemented strategy for managing a company's interaction with the customers, client, and sales perspective. If we want ourselves to survive, we have to know our customer very well. And if we wanted to know our customer very well, now these are three forms of CRM. One is strategic CRM, second is operational CRM, and third is analytical CRM. Now a fourth form of CRM is there as well, right? And what we call as a collaborative CRM. Now what is this collaborative CRM is that if you look above three forms of CRM, whether it's in strategic, operational, or analytical, they are independent. They themselves are the pillars for an organization, business. But in case if any of the pillar, if you shaken up, the entire business will fall. Henceforth, what we require now is the collaborative CRM. So all the aspects of the business has to be linked with each other, right? And that is where the beginning of collaborative CRM took place. Okay. Now, any questions, any queries, clarification or discussion that you require till now?
No, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. Nilantika, I'm not able to hear your voice. So in case if you have got any queries, questions, please write on the chat box so that I could be able to answer you. Okay. So beginning with the strategic CRM. Strategic CRM is a core customer-centric business strategy that aims at winning and keeping the profitable customer. If you recall, I have taught you in marketing the strategic planning process. So in that strategic planning process, we have talked in depth about the strategies from the corporate level to a strategic business unit level. And we discussed that all the strategies flow from top to the bottom. All the resources flow from top to the bottom. But when it comes down to the revenue sharing, it goes from bottom to top, right? And we also talked about there that for a strategic planning process, we need to have mission and the vision. Our company has to be focused at what they should be achieving in next 10 years or 20 years.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And that is what again we are on to over here in terms of strategic CRM, which is a core customer-centered business strategy. Right. So the entire focus is on to the customer. Customers' happiness, customers' delight, and customers' repeat purchase. Wherein we talk about the strategic CRM, operational CRM also plays a very, very important role. Now, operational CRM focuses on the automation of customers facing processes such as selling, marketing, and customer service. Right. So, to retain the customer, your processes need to be robust. Right. So, if the McDonald's says pizza has to be delivered within 30 minutes, and if it is not, they are going to give it free of cost. Do you really think it is easy to do it? Think of a Delhi, right? Delhi, if you are operating in Delhi as a pizza Domino's, and if you are committing this, that in case if it is not delivered within 30 minutes, they are going to give you free, right? So Delhi is a feasible place, feasible market for them, and strategy remains same for all the locations, right? So, and one of the constraint in Delhi is a traffic. Looking at the traffic also, if the company is committing that they can deliver the pizza within 30 minutes, else it is going to be free, then I think they have a very, very strong operational CRM and the processes lined up first. Right. Otherwise, they would have end up distributing the pizza free of cost every day. Right. So the model they adopted is entirely different, but the process flow, the communication flow was centralized. So when you are calling Domino's, the phone is picked up at a centralized number and diverted to the nearest center of the Domino's so that you can get the pizza within 30 minutes. Right. And then we have a third, analytical CRM, which is a process through which organization transform customer related data into actionable insight for either strategic or tactical purposes, right? So we run the dashboards, we run the data, we dissect the data, we understand from that particular data what is the feasibility, how we are going to sustain the business, and how we are going to maintain our customers' demand in the marketplace. And that is where the role of analytical CRM comes into picture. And then we have a collaborative CRM, is a way the company interacts with the departments, divisions, and the channels by which channels by using collaborative services, right? So collaborative services that we have. And we always talk about the integration. We always talk about that the every functionality of an organization is interdependent. At one point in time, we were saying that marketing is the bread and butter for the company. Marketing is the most important department for the company. Yes, of course, it's a bread and butter. It's important as well. But at the same time, finance department is also important. HR department is also important. Operations department is also important. In case if any one of the department fails to function, then what will happen? The other department will get hit, right? The other department will not be able to perform, and henceforth the collaborative CRM is required. Now, customer relationship management is one of the basic and the most crucial element in marketing philosophy. CRM puts in the focus the customer and the satisfaction in such a way that all the customers, all the company's activities are pointed towards the customers. So whenever we are thinking new for the CRM, we need to focus onto the customer first, that how my customer is going to be retained. Henceforth, the main discussion of the CRM is to get to know the customer as well as possible, which can help a company deliver better and more appropriate and higher added value to the customer. Okay. So CRM is all about collaborating with each customer, being able to create the classic win-win situation. You add value to each customer, daily life. Okay. So you need to do a small thing and you can create a value and you can delight the customer in the everyday's life. You need not to do very big. Okay. In case, if you remember, I have showed you one video of Mahindra and Mahindra, right? How Mahindra and Mahindra has changed its perspective from a rural class vehicle to an urban class luxury. In that particular video, it is also shown, it was also talked about how to build a customer relationship. And one of the aspects to build a customer relationship is to wish him the first anniversary for owning his car. Right. So this is what we are talking about, customers' daily routine life. Right. Rather keep on waiting for a longer duration and then all of a sudden we woke up and say, hi, hello. No. Can't we build a process where we can say almost every day a customer, hi. Okay. So the primary goal of CRM are build a long-term and profitable relationship with the chosen customer. Number two, get closer to those customers at every point of contact. Whenever we meet our customer, right, our objective has to be to know that customer more, to explore that customer more, so that our customer comes more closer to the company. And from a level of satisfaction, we can take our customer to the level of delight. Right. Third objective is maximize the company's share of customers' wallet. And that's what is relationship building is. It is not the money wallet that we are talking about. We are talking about the customer wallet. And when I talk about the customer wallet, it means present potential customer who are buying my product and the future potential customer who possibly will buy my product in future. They might not be a prospective customer today, but they can be in future. For that particular purpose, the company has to design a strategy in such a fashion that at least customers should know the brand, recall the brand. The brand should remain as the top of the mind recall. That is the value. That is the customer wallet. Right?
Yes.
So simply stated, CRM is about finding, getting, and retaining customers. So it is possible to conclude that the CRM is a business strategy and therefore more than a functional strategy all alone. It affects the organization as a whole. And when I talk about the organization as a whole, it's all the departments that I am talking about, say marketing, information technology, services, logistics, finance, production, and development, HR and management, right? So from this standpoint, CRM is the strategic process of selecting the customers a firm can most profitably serve and of shaping the interaction between a company and these customers. The goal is to optimize the current and the future value of the customers for the company. Regardless the size of an organization, businesses are still motivated to adopt CRM to create and manage the relationship with the customers more effectively. Let us define CRM now. There are two definitions that we are going to talk about. CRM is an IT-enabled business strategy, the outcomes of which optimize profitably revenue, customer satisfaction by organizing around the customer segment, fostering the customer satisfaction, behavior, and implementing customer-centric processes. Second definition is CRM is the core business strategy that integrates internal processes and functions with external network to create and deliver value to the targeted customer at a profit. Underline it. This is the important aspect, because until unless profits are there, how we are going to sustain our business? So profits are important. It is grounded on high quality customer relationship, customer related data, and enabled IT. So CRM is a core business strategy that aims to deliver value to the targeted customer. Clearly denotes that the CRM is not all about IT alone. So it is not all about the softwares or the hardwares. This is all about the cultural change that we talked about in the slide number 1. This is all about the customer focused, customer centricity. This is all about retaining the customer. This is all about managing the customer's need, identifying the customer's need, getting it processed, and come back to the customer having delivered it. Right? So CRM integrates internal processes and functions. That is, it allows the department within a business to break walls that separate them. It also gives access to the customer related data. So data that we talked about regarding when, why, and how a customer is buying, selling, or purchasing a particular product. Right? We cannot be able to strategize. We cannot be able to deliver value to the customer profitably, I must say, because if I know that at the fag end that, okay, this is what I need to do, I will not be able to assign the resources. I will not be able to put the resources together to delight the customer. But if I am able to predict my customer well before, then I could be able to give him a better service, better deal, and I can close the business. Right?
Yes.
So it is all about back office functions. We have already talked about. Customer related data enables the external network of suppliers, vendors, value added resellers, and agents to align with all their efforts with the this is not the focal company, the company which is under focus, where the CRM is implemented. So underpinning this core business strategy in the majority of the cases is the IT software application and the hardware. Okay, they are the one, they create the dashboards. They are the one that bring together all the processes. They are the one that bring together the data that we talked about. We are talking about millions of data which flows in the veins of the business. They bring it together and they slice and dice that particular data and bring a snapshot on our dashboards to strategize, to focus on our business operations. So CRM is a technology enabled approach to the management of the customer interface. CRM initiative expect to have a cost to serve and revenue stream from the customers. The use of technology also changes the customer's experience of transacting and communicating with the suppliers. Okay, so as you grow up, as a customer grow up, like for example, if we look into the mobile phones, the way the change in technology is taking place, the basic functionality of the mobile will remain same. You wanted to talk, you need to have a freedom, mobility. You wanted to chat, you wanted to send some SMS, right? But what has changed in the mobile phones drastically is the camera functionality, where the mobile have actually redundanted the cameras as they did it earlier in terms of Walkmans, right? I hope you know the Walkman, a device that play the music,
You know.
right?
Yes.
So with the mobile phone coming in, smartphone coming in, so those kind of a device become redundant, useless, right? So the use of technology also changes the customer's experience. So the customer's experience has been changed with the use of technology. Now customer want to have more better camera, better zoom, more functionality for the use of camera. Like now we have the Samsung S21. If you just check the specs, it's marvelous, it's amazing. 100x zoom, 8K video recording, high definition screen, OLED screen, right? And that is what has changed, and that is what the company asked for, the price, which is costing say about 1,06,000, right? So can somebody be able to imagine that a person will be buying a mobile phone worth rupees more than 1 lakh, where at one point in time people used to buy the Nokia phones, right, which was costing them say $1,000 or $1,500, right? So the time has changed, the value has changed. With the value, passage of the value, the price that the companies are charging has drastically gone up. So the customer perspective of CRM is therefore important, very, very important. So CRM influences the customer experience, and that is of fundamental strategic influence. So we were talking about CRM as a business strategy, because until unless we make a CRM a part of our business strategy, it cannot be implemented. It has to go hand in hand, right? It has to be a part of our business strategy. So a strategic CRM is a core customer-centric business strategy that aims at winning and keeping profitable customers. And in marketing, we have already discussed about the profitable customer. Profitable customer is that particular customer, household or a business that repeatedly buy your product, right? And it exceeds the revenue stream than a cost stream of the company. Such customers are known as profitable customers, right? So it's a business strategy, and therefore more than a functional strategy alone. It affects the organization as a whole, marketing, logistics, IT, finance, production, and HR. The CRM strategy must provide direction to each department or employee that has touch points with the customer. Right. So it is not all about that the marketing people should only be closer to the customer, and so they are only the responsible people. No. Right. It is everybody is going to get impacted. Right. Because each department of the company is interwoven. They are dependent on one each other. Success or the failure will depend on one each other, how you work, how you operate. Right. So the CRM strategy must provide direction to each department, and that is where the integration is must. That is where the cultural change that we talked about in slide number 1 is important. So CRM is not only for marketing people or the sales people. CRM has to be omnipresent in the veins of an organization. Every person has to follow. Every department has to be the part of the CRM. In case if we want our business to be sustained and successful. The employee and the manager's customer-oriented approach will need to constantly improve. Important, very important. The focus has to be to improve ourselves, and that is what is a culture that has to be a culture of an organization. If we are not able to do so, we'll be a failure, we'll be outdated, we'll be out of the market. So individual must build flexible infrastructure. It is a strategy, it is a strategy and not a technology that is determining the factor during the design of the CRM program. So strategic CRM is focused on development of customer-centric business culture dedicated to win and keeping profitable customer by creating and delivering better value than the competitors. The culture is reflected in the leadership behavior. Yes, that's what we talk about. When we talk about the culture, it is again, it flows from top to the bottom. The kind of the leadership that you have, the kind of the vision that you have will get reflected into the culture of an organization. The culture is reflected in the leadership behavior and design of formal systems of the company and the myth and the stories that are created within the firms. Okay. Resources need to be committed where they would enhance the customer value. We are not only talking about the human resources and their commitment out here. We are talking about all such resources that caters to the need of the customer, servicing the customer, delivering the value to the customer, and achieving the level of delight, taking the customer to the level of delight, ensuring that the customer is not going to move to the competitors. So in the benefit of the company, the customer information should be collected, shared, applied across the business. The heroes of customer-centric business deliver exceptional and outstanding value of the service to the customer. Henceforth, it is evident that we understand that the strategy should be a long-term business corporate strategy whose goal is to develop a long-term mutually profitable customer supplier relationship with the customer, centrally placed. The customer has to be in the focus. Customer has to be into the center of the entire process, entire business activities. Understand who the customer is. In case if we are placing a wrong customer in focus, then our objectives will not be achieved. Right? So to achieve the objectives of a company, we need to have a right customer at the right place at the right time. Right? Understand what he wants. We need to align his demand. Focus on his need. Provide solution and not product. Nowadays, customer requires solutions. He is looking for the solutions. He is not looking, he is not buying a product. He is buying a peace of mind. He is buying a solution. And if I am able to do that as an organization, as a company, I can make my customer delighted, happy, retain for long. Plan for the development and delivery of the solution, how we are able to deliver him. And having provided the above, both parties are capable of having a long-term success in a competitive environment. Now we talk about the key elements of CRM. What are the key elements of CRM? Let us have a quick look on those key elements. The customer service functions in a company represent the form of its functions that interact with the customer. These are the business processes that allows the company to sell the product, service to the customer, offer services to the customer, communicate within them, and deal with their after-sales service requirements. So it is not only the selling of the product. We should not leave the customer all alone. Once the product is sold, it is not that we leave the customer. The relationship starts from there in itself. We need to handhold the customer. We need to provide the service, after-sales service. So whenever we are talking to the customer, it has to be recorded. And that gives us a history of the customer. That gives us a know-how of the customer behavior, consumer behavior. That is also going to give us the direction to move, build, and retain the relationship with the customer. So CRM can be broken down into a number of different components basically. For the most part, there are 4 areas which are the core to the successful customer relationship management. One is the customer knowledge. We need to know everything about the customer. Relationship strategy. Knowing the customer, we need to build a relationship strategy, how to be very close to the customer. We need to communicate. Very important aspect. Until and unless we are able to communicate with the customer will never be able to open up. We will never be able to understand what is the requirement of the customer, what he feels about ourselves, what is his perception. There might be a gap between a seller and the customer. We think what we are delivering is the best to the customer, but there might be a difference in perspective of the customer. That's what we talk about, the dyadic model. So when we capture the satisfaction, we also need to look into what actually the customer feels, whether he feels what the company is communicating to him, or he feels differently. Is there a gap between the perception? So as a company, as a manager, as an entrepreneur, as a marketing person, we need to know that particular gap. Because if that gap gets widen up, we will lose the customer. So the customer has to have a solution on a day one, right? And then individual value proposition, because every customer is individual. There cannot be a one fit solution for everyone. We need not to think about that as well. So overall, if we talk about, the customer need to be profiled to learn what has customer purchased, when did he last make a purchase, how often does he purchase, and how does the customer prefer to communicate. Not every customer wants that you give him a phone call, you keep him a reminder that you bought an insurance, the premium is due. Some customers take a cognizance when you give a reminder call during office hours, right? Some people want that you should communicate them over email only, right? So there are different kind of a customer. They have their different priorities to communicate, and that is how your communication strategy should be different for different customers. So we'll meet in the next session.
Customer retention is the process of keeping the customers in the customer inventory for an unending period by meeting the needs and exceeding the expectations of those customers. It is the approach of converting a casual customer into a committed, loyal customer. And this is what CRMs are doing, because there's so much of competition. So the organizations are not focusing on the quality of the products. They are focusing on, retaining the customers, investing on the existing customers, because they say that the existing customers, once retained, can easily be converted into loyal customers, and the existing and the loyal customers are more profitable to the organization than acquiring the new customers. Acquisition is a vital stage in building the customer relationship management. Now, as far as the customer acquisition is concerned, there are some requisites which are essential for an organization to be effective in its acquisition efforts. And these requisitions are, there should be a focused approach. They should be focused on consumer decision making process. They should be focused on consumer adoption process, focus on prospective customers, focus on public relations, and focus on existing customers. So one by one we will be taking up all these points. So first is a focused approach. The organization operating in a market condition consisting of potential consumers who can be categorized from the organization's service or product point of view, uh, could be the knower set of the people who just know the existence of the product of this service without any specific preference for those products. Then there are the referrers, who are the set of people preferring to have the product or service but have not acted on their preference. And there are set of people who are called as the indifferent people, who are indifferent towards the organization's offerings. And there are a set of people who are called as the rejectors. They mentally reject the organization's offerings and are far away from the acquisition process. It is necessary to develop and provide a win-win platform which is applicable to both the prospective customers and to the organization concerned. The communication plays a very vital role in the acquisition process. Communication has to be open and interactive in nature. The organization should also ensure integrated communication, ensuring integrity and dependence every time the customer communicates. This brings confidence in the minds of the customers and enable them towards acquisition. Then the organization must effectively plan to minimize the fear. uh, then there is a critical success factor which is leading to customer acquisition, and this critical success factor is the benefits which the organization provides to the customers. Yes, customers do not buy the products or the services, they are interested in the benefits. If the benefits promised by the organization correspond to their expectation, then the customers are satisfied and they can be easily acquired. Customers assume differing roles in various contexts relating to their purchases and consumption environment. These roles could be they act as initiators, influencers, deciders, buyers, and users, and sometimes disposers of those products. The efforts towards acquisition are to be directed in tune with the specific role the prospective customer plays in a given context. The organization should gather those details in relation to who influences, decides, buy, uses, and so on. So this was something that there should be a focused approach, focused towards the customer while acquiring the customers. The second is there should be a focus on the consumer decision making process also. For the purpose of acquisition, the organizations must focus attention on the purchase decision process and the influences on that process. The decision process starts with identifying the needs of the customers. So, customers identifying his needs, search for information, then evaluation of the collected information, and then finally to choose the best, that is called as decision making. Then implementation, that means act of purchase, and then post purchase behavior, which is called as post purchase action. Now, each of these stages is influenced by several internal and external factors. The internal factors including the learning motives, the perception of the individual customers, the self-image, attitude, personality, whereas the external factors include the culture, the society, the religion, the family life cycle, the income, and many more. So all these factors are to be studied, and an attempt of acquisition should be suitably tuned. So we should focus on what are the factors which are important, and what are the what is the entire consumer decision making process while acquiring the customers. Then there has to be a focus on the consumer adoption process as well. The product adoption by different customers differ depending on various connected factors. Generally, a very less percentage of the total number of customers would initially join in the adoption process at the introduction stage of the products. Such initial adopters are called innovators, who are followed subsequently by the early adopters, early majority. This I'll be taking up in the next slide, which should be coming. But to just to have an understanding, they are the innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and finally the laggards. So, accordingly, depending on the number of the customers adopting the product moves in its life cycle from the stage of introduction to growth, and then finally maturity, and then decline. The nature of the adoption and the rate of acquisitions share an intimate relationship. Then there has to be a focus on prospective customers. The options of prospective customers in terms of various components of marketing mix and other related aspects deserve serious attention. The organization should devote attention to find out the options available to customers in terms of product attributes, package, price, channel of distribution, promotion measures, and so on. There should be regular research on these lines, and based on the findings, the offerings of the organizations are to be tailored so as to match the specific options of the prospective customers. This would help to enhance the acquisition rate. Then there has to be focus on public relations. Publicity and public relation aspects deserve special focus. Both publicity and public relations help to boost the organization's image in the society, which in turn help to gain more customers within the organizations. For this reason, many organizations commit themselves to meet the social needs. Then there has to be a focus on existing customers also. Existing customers, no doubt, help a lot in acquiring new customers. Existing customers are valuable spokespersons whose views would be rated very high by the prospective customers. For this purpose, the organization should evolve appropriate rewarding and incentive schemes. Many organizations which are practicing this method find it very fruitful in their process of customer acquisition. So this was something about the requisites. Now let us also understand the post-purchase behavior of the consumer. See, whenever any consumer is purchasing a product, so either the consumer uses the product or the consumer will not use the product. There are two reasons the consumer may not use the product. Either he has not purchased it for himself, or there arised a post-purchase dissonance. That means the customer, after he had made the purchase, he realized that he's not done a right choice. He's done a wrong choice, so he will not use the product. Sometimes after the post-purchase dissonance also, the consumer, since they have purchased the product, they use it, right? Now, after the usage, what happens? There are two things. Either the customer, he likes the product, he evaluates the product, or the customer disposes the product. Usually when there is post purchase dissonance, the consumers, they dispose the product. Either they'll directly dispose or they'll evaluate, and sometimes after the product disposal also they evaluate the product. Right now, while evaluating the product, either they will be satisfied with the product or there will be a complaint behavior. Then the complaint is resolved and further again they are satisfied. When the level of satisfaction is attained, that means the customer has evaluated that whatever he was expecting, he is receiving. The performance of the product is what was the expectations. Now, talking about the satisfaction, we will find various kinds of behaviors of the customers. If the customer is satisfied, he may become a committed customer. A committed customer further leads to a loyal customer. Then he will never go somewhere else, he'll always purchase your product. Then there is a stage behavior which is called as the repeat purchase behavior. That means the customer, once is satisfied, will once again purchase your product to test it once again. Then or sometimes a behavior is observed where the increase of the product use is found if a consumer is satisfied. For example, you are purchasing a product, let us say 10 kg. After satisfaction, you find that you should consume it more, so you start consuming it more, so that your use increases. Sometimes brand switching behavior is also found, where after satisfaction the customer wants to test other brands also. And sometimes discontinued behavior is also fine, where the customer, while being satisfied, also his needs changes just because of the dynamic nature, and the customer may discontinue. So these are the various kinds of behaviors found after the customer is satisfied. Now, as we were talking about the focusing on the consumer adoption process, so we should also understand that what exactly is the process of adoption. In the process of adoption, first an awareness is created among the customers. Whenever a new product is launched in the market, a lot of advertisements are there where the customer gets aware of the product, its features, its benefits, its uses. If either the consumer will be interested or not interested. If the need is there, there will be some interest shown. When there is a stage of interest being observed, then what happens is the consumers, they start evaluating the products, and they also start comparing it with the substitute products, the competitors products. After evaluating, if they find the product good enough, then the consumers, they would like to try the products. They'll do a test trial, first time purchase, right? And if the product gets a success, that means if the customer is satisfied with the use of the product, then finally the customer adopts the product. Now, adopts means he'll purchase, he'll repeat purchase. That means the organization, they acquire the new customers. So this is something about the adoption process Then, when we talk about the adoption, we find that every customer does not adopt. Whenever a new product is launched, there are categories of adoptions and there are stages of adoption. And various kinds of adopters have been categorized into innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggard. Early innovators are the first ones to test a product, but their percentage is only 2.5%. Early adopters are the one who adopt after the innovators. Their percentage is 13.5%. Early majorities are the ones who wait for a feedback from the early adopters, but they want to be the early ones. Their percentage is 34% among the entire customer market. Then late majorities are the one who are acquired at a very later stage. They adopt the product when the product has finally been successful in the market, but there again their percentage is 34% of the total population. Laggards are the ones who usually do not adopt the new purchases. They're satisfied with the old ones for years, but their percentage is 16% among the total population. So here, when we look at this graph, the organizations are majorly interested and focusing on early majority and late majority, because their percentage is a total of 68% among the total. That means almost 70%, which is a major part of the population. So all the advertising and the marketing programs are being, designed for this category of adopters. Yes, the organizations do focus on early adopters because they are the reference groups for the early majority. The organizations do not focus much on the innovators and the laggards because their percentage is very less, and the organizations do not focus much on these customers. They do not want, they know that they will not be acquired. Now, since we have talked about the acquisition, the various approaches, then we should also understand that, what is the process of acquisition, right? Then we talk about the process of the acquisition. Uh, the first stage, is, first stage is inquiry, right, in which the prospective buyer undertakes a detailed inquiry with regard to the several aspects pertaining to the organization, the product, the nature of the transaction, and all other related aspects. Having stored the information, that then the customer, what does he do? The customer interacts with the organization and the customer obtains the additional information, clarifies and ensures already collected information. Then what happens? Terms of exchange happens, a purchase happens, then mode of delivery is being and other things are also discussed, and all these things are settled at the exchange stage only. Further, what happens is there's a coordinated effort on either side which would lead the customers moving towards adoption of the product or the service, and this completes the acquisition process. So, any doubt up till here? If you have any doubt up till here, kindly let me know. Otherwise, then I'll move to the nature of acquisition. Then then we move to the nature and significance of the retention. The customers are not acquired and retained overnight. It needs a lot of planning coupled with well planned marketing strategies and efforts. More importantly, the management should develop the intent to acquire and retain the customers. The management should not feel it is a course of a business activity. Now, the organization acquires the customers by various methods. The organization acquires the customers by chance, That means, the customer by chance, it happens that the customer purchases the product. The product is being purchased on special occasions. Acquisition is done. There are certain people who will purchase the gold or diamond only at the time of Diwali only. So that acquisition is on the basis of occasions. Then there are very few, and these this is the method or the category of the customers whom the organizations would like to focus more on. That is the customers who are purchasing the products who are being acquired by choice. That means if I have to purchase a product, I collect the information, I evaluate, I compare, and then finally I choose the product after taking a lot of efforts. I make a decision, that is acquiring by choice. Then there has also been cases where the acquisition is done by repetition. That means you've purchased a product, and then just because you have no other option, you cannot go to the market, so you repeat the purchase again because there is no other choice. So that is acquisition by repetition. Then there is acquisition by loyalty. There are certain set of customers who get so satisfied that they become the committed customers. So if they become the committed customers, they will not get anywhere. So the customers by choice and the customers are by loyalty is the best acquisition, which is being welcomed by the organization. So the customer retention, would enable the organization to minimize the expenses in terms of acquisition of new customers. So customer retention cost for an organization is expected to be far less than that of the acquisition cost. The customer retention also enables a long-term relationship of mutual benefit, both to the organization and to the customer concerned. Uh, there appears to be a close interaction between customer retention and the customer loyalty. Loyalty is usually measured in terms of longevity of the customers with the organization. Loyalty arises out of the retention. Uh, A reluctant customer may also appear to be a loyal customer, which is a type of a spurious loyalty or an artificial loyalty. Customers who are not trained may even opt for a shared loyalty, which is risky because the chances of brand switching are likely to take place more frequently. Moreover, part of the customers who are engaging themselves in the attrition process, at the same time being engaged in the loyalty process, uh, are also observed. Uh, so, based on all these points, loyalty, which is based on retention, is more welcomed by the organizations. The retained customers would help to spread a positive image of the organization by word of mouth, which in turn helps to acquire new customers into the customer inventory. Now, let us talk something about the customer retention process. Uh, when we talk about the customer retention process, there are three things which we understand more. First is that what are the various approaches to the retention process. Then next is what are the different stages of the retention in the customer life cycle. Then third is the sequences in the retention process. So first we'll speak about the approaches to the retention process. There are various approaches to the retention. The approach of the organization at the retention process is expected to be different from the approach adopted at the acquisition process. The difference could be that during acquisition, the focus is on acquiring the relationships, while at the retention, it is on nurturing the relationships, right? Secondly, at the acquisition stage, the focus is on demographic profile of the customers, psychographic profile of the customers, whereas at the retention processes, the focus is more on past and present transactional profiles in addition to demographic psychographic profiles. While at the acquisition process, the customer is mainly driven by offer and incentives. At the retention process, the customer is driven by the type and extent of relationship maintained by the organization for furthering the relationship. The organizations are expected to focus their approach on the above lines to have effective customer retention. So this is one aspect. Then other is stages of retention in the customer life cycle. So the various stages are acquisition, retention, attrition, defection, and reacquisition. So first stage is acquisition, in which the customers are acquired for an organization's business. The customers so acquired would reach a stage of either satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Satisfaction will lead to retention, and dissatisfaction leads to the stage of attrition. A satisfied customer who joins the retention stage might either proceed towards the loyalty stage, or in the event of being dissatisfied will join the attrition stage. The customer who joins the attrition stage will proceed to the stage of defection unless he is satisfied. If he is satisfied, he would possibly join the retention process. Those customers in the defection stage may be reacquired by means of appropriate marketing programs designed and implemented for the purpose of reacquisition. Right? So the first stage is acquisition, where we acquire the customers. When after the acquisition, if the customer is satisfied, he leads to the retention stage. Not satisfied, he moves towards attrition. If after the attrition further he is not satisfied, then it leads to defection. That means he'll quit. And if he is satisfied after attrition, then it is the stage of reacquisition. Now if you have any doubt over here, kindly ask me. Otherwise, then I'll be moving to the next part of the session, which is the sequences in the retention process. Okay, any organization focusing attention on retention may adopt the sequence of actions, and the sequence of actions start with first one, that is exploring. This step focuses attention on exploring the type of customers to be attracted. The choice is based on the value of the customer's volume of business as they bring in regularity of purchase, profit margin, and the like. Then the second stage is evaluating. It is a detailed analysis of the profile of those customers explored for the purpose of retention. This can be done in terms of customers' purchase history. Then the next stage is establishing these strategies. At this point, appropriate strategies are evolved, which are customer specific and that lead to retention. Then the fourth stage is examining the feedback. The result of the strategies implemented is to be examined on a regular basis to their suitability towards achieving the goal of retention. The next part of the session where we will be talking about the complaint handling. The companies attract and keep customers when they follow customer service standards and policies that prevent the problems from arising and are honest, fair, and responsive when things go wrong. The customer complaint management encompasses techniques, processes, and systems which lessen the chance of customers having problems and allow businesses to respond fairly, efficiently, and effectively when the complaints arise. The successful businesses, they work hard to keep their customers satisfied. Although prevention is better than cure, it is almost inevitable that at some stage you will receive a customer complaint. Don't presume a customer complaint is a negative experience, because if handled well, it can be a valuable learning tool. An effective complaint handling system is essential to your business. Your business can be benefited in various ways. First, by improved product quality and service delivery. There are fewer mistakes and less time is being taken to fix the problems. By a good complaint handling system, there is a better understanding of the customer's needs. Then there is a greater customer loyalty attained. Then it is observed that the more customers through positive word of mouth are advertising your product, then less time and money spent attracting the customers. There is improved business reputation and there is a healthier bottom line. Remember, you could be pushing profits out of the door if you do not have an effective complaints handling system. Handle the complaints effectively by having a policy of welcoming the customer complaints, setting up a system to handle complaints effectively, training your staff to handle the complaints well, dealing with the complaints you receive immediately, and ensuring the process for making the complaints is easy for your customers. Regularly reviewing your complaints records. An effective complaint handling system needs someone in a company to drive it and take ultimate responsibility. This is a person who has the best interest of both the customer and the company at heart, and the interpersonal and the managerial skills to uh, ensure the system is performing well. Now, this complaint officer needs to ensure that there is adequate information available to the public about how to address any complaints within your business, especially at the point of sale. And the frontline staff should be aware of the complaint handling policy, their authority to settle the complaints, and when and to whom they need to refer the complaints. Now, there is a process to handle the more difficult and the complicated cases also. Then the complaints are reviewed regularly to identify an ongoing issues, and then finally the reports are being made by the management. So this was something about the complaint handling system. Now let us also discuss sometimes so the different types of the complaints which usually arise. Customer complaints come in all shapes and sizes. Complaints can be generated by everything from product malfunctioning to improperly trained or uncaring employees. So understanding the various types of customer complaints is one of the important aspect of the complaint handling system. So various types of complaints could be product specific, waiting times, misunderstanding, delivery error, and personnel. Now, one by one, I'll be discussing product specific complaints. Are the types of complaints which are received by the customers regarding the products or the services which do not operate correctly. This is a very common type of a complaint, and this can be handled by fixing the product or replacing it with a new one. Customer service training expert handles the service related complaints. Then another type of complaints could be of the waiting times. Long waiting times are usually frustrating to many customers, whether on the phone or in a store. Lengthy queue times will generate customer complaints simply because time is a very precious these days for the customers. Then misunderstandings, that means the miscommunication by the customer or by the company or both can trigger complaints. Minimizing the misunderstanding requires knowledgeable associates and accurate marketing materials. Then another kind of complaint could be delivery. With online shopping on the rise, delivery errors are increasing day by day. Upset customers may complain to the company, but the company may use an independent shipper complicated complaint resolution. Then another could be the related to the personnel, that is usually the employees. Customers may feel slighted by employees who are rude or uncaring. Golden warns that the customer service representatives and other employees must remain caring and polite even when dealing with the angry customers. This was something about the type of complaints. Now we will learn something about the types of complainers, the categories of customer complainers. At least 5 types of complainers have been identified, and each type is motivated by different beliefs, attitudes, and needs. So, how one might respond to these different types of complainers? We should first understand that what they are, and is there any danger in handling them. So talking about the types of complainers, first is the meek customers. Meek customers are the ones who generally do not complain. Then we have the aggressive customers, which are just opposite of the meek customers. They readily complain, and whenever they complain often loudly and at length. Then We have the high roller customers. They expect the absolute best and they are willing to pay for it. Likely to complain they in a reasonable manner, and they, unless a hybrid of the aggressive customer. Then another is the rip off customers. Now the goal of the rip off customers is not to get the complaint satisfied, but rather to win by getting something the customer is not entitled to receive. So a constant and a repetitive, not good enough response to efforts to satisfy this customer is a sure indicator of a rip-off type. Then the last is the chronic complainer. This category is never satisfied and there is always something wrong. Yet he is your customer, and as frustrating as this customer can be, he cannot be dismissed. So in such kind of customers, an extraordinary patience is required. One must listen carefully and completely and never let one's anger get aroused. A sympathetic ear, a sincere apology, and an honest effort to correct the situation are likely to be the most productive. Unlike the rip-off customer, most of the chronic complainers will accept and appreciate your efforts to make the things right. This customer wants an apology and appreciates it when you listen. Tends to be a good customer and will tell others about your positive response to his complaints. Now, a complaint is any measure of dissatisfaction with your product or service, even if it's unfair, untrue, or painful to hear. Complaints could be about the service, the delivery or quality, the response time, the personnel, the documentation, requests, some billing problem, communication, something regarding the follow-ups, whatever is in there. To increase the visibility of the complaints, you should resolve the complaints. That means you should listen to the customer. Complaints don't always identify themselves. Someone who is requesting the same information for the fifth time isn't asking for information anymore. It's just a complaint. So you should listen to the customer, then you should solicit the complaints. That means you should collect and report the complaints. Then one should record the complaints. That means create complaint categories that make sense for your organization. Then one should focus on the customer. If you can't immediately solve the problem, respond to the customer and identify a person who will be responsible for the final resolution. Complete the communication loop with the customer. If you've referred the complaint to the others, then make sure that a closure has been done. Then one should also focus on the complaint. Collect all the complaints from all external customers and categorize them in a way that allows you to analyze data to see the trends, patterns, concentrations, and tendencies. Then one should focus on the process improvement also. Use the database of complaints to define the processes that are important from the customer's perspective and to improve the most critical ones. Based on the analysis of the database, make appropriate investments to prevent issues that result in customer complaints. Look for permanent improvements to response time, cycle time, internal processes related to the complaints and complaint frequency. Then advantages of the online complaint handling systems. The key advantages of the online complaint handling system, firstly, is the enhanced effectiveness and save time and money. The use of the technology in the complaint handling processes can be an important tool to assist complainants, as more often than not they have no insight into their legal rights when they come into conflict with a supplier or with governmental institutions. Second is streamlined back office functions and automated routine tasks. Online complaint handling technology facilitates taking the time and money that are not spent on routine tasks and applying it to primary tasks or cases where the specialty of complaint handling services representatives is needed more. Then, third is increased participation through a setting that is perceived as safe and neutral. Technology facilitates more structured communications and provides a secure, neutral environment for claimants to engage and tell their side of the story, stimulating constructive dialogue rather than argument and fostering a problem solving attitude. Then next is a comfortable and safe environment. Many claimants feel more at ease with the privacy offered by the internet or with textual and delayed means of communication, avoiding stress and destructive communications that occur in emotional live communications. Then uninterrupted access with 24 cross 7 availability, suiting today's business lives with the at your own pace flexibility and convenience of online collaboration, expediting resolution and enhancing the transparency. Then last advantage is increased focus on conflict prevention. At an early stage, stakeholders are given the opportunity to assess the legitimacy of the claim or case, explore underlying interests, and evaluate both the preferred as well as the second best outcomes. So these are some of the advantages of the complaint handling systems. Then customer relation policies on a regular basis and the advices that complaint handling processes must make it easy for the customers to complain and empower the employees to deal with the complaints promptly. The following are the procedures which are essential for a good complaint handling procedure, which includes first is screening and logging. The date the problem occurred, a description of the problem, and any other pertinent information should first be recorded, which comes under screening and logging. Then second step is investigating. That means along with the information from the customer, gather more facts by researching in-house records, requesting the receipts, and inspecting the product. After that, next stage is acknowledging. That means you have to let the customer know that the matter is receiving attention and provide a realistic estimate for how long it will take to resolve the issue. Then you have to formulate a solution. Important criteria to consider include the warranty obligations, the customer expectations, the cost versus benefit of the alternative solutions, fairness of your decision, and your ability to carry out the solution. The next stage is responding. Any response made to the customer should be clear, it should be appropriate and specific to the customer's complaint. Avoid form letters and technical jargon. Explaining a decision can preserve a customer's goodwill even if a different result was desired. Then the last stage is following up. Contact the customer following your response to verify whether or not the matter has been resolved satisfactorily. If the customer is unhappy, you can refer the matter for third party dispute resolution. When we talk about customer relationship management, it is divided into four parts, that is, acquire the customers and the prospective customers, retain the valuable customers. When you retain the valuable customers, then you have to understand their needs and you have to differentiate the customers based on their individual needs, characteristics, and behaviors. After differentiated, then you have to develop the product, services, and the channels to meet these differentiated customers, and then you have to customize by the customer segment. After you have customized, you've divided, segregated, then you have to interact with these customers as well as the prospective customers, and in the last we have to deliver the increased value to the customers. This is the entire crux of a CRM. So in CRM, initially we used to have the traditional CRM where we used to interact and build the relationship with the customers one to one. But now, since when we talk about the global market, the data is big, the data is large, so we need the technology support. So now we talk about the CRM softwares, which is called as the eCRM. So let us understand what this eCRM is. First of all, let us understand the CRM. CRM is a fundamental facet of an organization encompassing the philosophy and mission of the organized business that is engaged with a well knit customer focused knowledge base and pervasive communications. eCRM can contribute incontrovertibly to an organizational transformation into a real time enterprise for customers while harnessing the power of technology in a rapidly changing competitive landscape. Uh, eCRM is the process of maximizing the sales to the existing customer, encouraging continuous relationships through the use of digital communications technologies such as operational databases, personalized web messages, customer service, email, and social media marketing. Uh, some of the core benefits of eCRM are extended customer relationships, competitive services delivering high value, improved product and service delivery processes, better customer knowledge and insight, and smooth, efficient customer service. Now, next is the difference between CRM and eCRM. Uh, eCRM is operational by integrating sales, marketing, and customer service functions, allowing an internal collaboration on valuable customer knowledge and empowering to connect to the customers and partners through any process, functional system, and communication medium that could be telephone, fax, email, internet, and mobile phone. Uh, Talking about the difference between the CRM and the eCRM, eCRM is different from the traditional concept of customer service. CRM uses phone, fax, and retail store for contacting the customers, while eCRM uses wireless, PDA technology, internet, and email. The design of CRM is related to job products and functions, while the design of eCRM system is related to customer needs. The maintenance of CRM is very expensive, while the maintenance of ECRM is less expensive and requires only less time. Now, why there should be ECRM? Firstly, due to introduction of new technology, uh, then due to globalization, that is, the market is big, large, uh, the attitudes and the expectations of the customers are changing, the needs of the customers are changing, so we need a system where we could customize easily. Of course, using ECRM, you have a competitive edge. Then, to measure, create, and increase the income for the business is also one of the objective of using the ECRM, and obviously it reduces the costs. Now, what is the outcome of the CRM? We can gather and combine the customer information into a unified picture. Firstly, ECRM responses faster and accurately, and we can build the customer loyalty. Uh, then we should also understand that what are the challenges in the ECRM. Talking about the challenges, first is the security. A sense of security needs to be established, and the customers must be able to select a mode of payment, and the software must verify their ability to pay. Firstly, this may involve credit cards, electronic cash, or purchase orders. Then second is a digital certification. The method, which is a method used to establish, identify, uh, which is based on an object called digital certificate. A digital certificate simply ties together a public key and with, say, the name and the address of the customer or the merchant. The trick is that these certificates are signed by a trusted third party in much the same way that the passport is signed by the government that issues it. Then third challenge is the future trends in the ECRM. The forces that determine the web's winners and losers are just taking shape, and technological advances could add uncertainty. So these are some of the what you call the challenges with the ECRM. Now we should also understand that what are the different levels of ECRM. Talking about the levels, first is the foundational services, which includes the minimum necessary services such as website effectiveness and responsiveness, as well as the order fulfillment. Then second is the customer centric services. These services include order tracking, product configuration and customization, as well as security trust. Then we have the value added services. These are the extra services such as online auctions and online training and education. Uh, Now, this was something about the, what you call the different levels of ECRM. Then next we move to the steps to the ECRM success. Many factors play a part in ensuring that the implementation of any level of ECRM is successful. One obvious way it could be measured is by the ability for the system to add value to the existing business. Now, there are 4 suggested implementation steps that affect the viability of a project like this. And these are developing the customer centric strategies, then redesigning workflow management systems, then re-engineering the work processes, and then last one is the supporting with the right technologies. So uh, so talking about what should be included in the ECRM, first is the knowledge management. That means acquiring as much information as is possible about the customer. Until unless you have the full information about the customer, you will not be able to understand the customer individually. Second, what actions to take as a result of this knowledge. That means how this information has to be used now, how the database management system has to be implemented, how the different information has to be categorized and further used when required. This is important. Then after knowledge management, the database consolidation. That means re-engineering the business processes around the customer only, right? So what is the customer's requirement? At what time the customer wants? At what place the customer wants? What is individual behavior? What kind of a delivery is required? That way. Then all the interactions with the customers should be recorded in one place. That is important. That means if we are making interactions at different times, maybe different time periods, different time slots, different months, so all the interactions at different times related to different complaints, related to different products should be recorded in one place, so that we are handling one type of a customer in one way. That is important. Then integration of the channels, which is very important, and that is why we use ECRM, just to integrate the different channels, because the customer may communicate by mail, the customer may communicate by phone, by text, by WhatsApp, by social media, by Facebook. So all the channels have to be integrated so that you have all the information collected. Then respond to the customers through their channel of choice, which is very important, whether it's an email or a phone or a chat line, whatever is the choice of the customer. Try to understand the channel behavior of the customer and then respond accordingly. Then technology and infrastructure. That means the organization and the scalability of the technology must be able to handle the increased volume of customers. And that is why we take the support of the ECRM, because the data is large, it's becoming large day by day. And the last aspect which should be included in ECRM is change management. More than a change in technology is required, so there should be a change management system. A change in attitude and philosophy is the key. What is the attitude of the customer, right? Philosophy of the customer, and there should be a customer centric focus. Then only the CRM would be successful. So this was something about implementation of the ECRM. Now talking about the ECRM as a software, there are 5 engines of ECRM. That is the customer centric information store, where the information is stored customer centric. Then second is the analysis and the segmentation engine, where all the data is segregated and segmented. Then there is the personalized engine, where customization is done. All the information is collected at one place. Then there is the broadcast engine, where communication is done, integration of the channels is done. And then is the transaction engine, where the relationship building is done. So one by one, we'll be covering it in detail. First is the customer centric information store, Now this engine, it consolidates the information about millions of customers together with preferences, permissions, and information that may be useful to them. So what does it do? It consolidates the information about millions of customers together with preferences, permissions, and information that may be useful to them. Then second is the analysis and segmentation engine, which helps in leveraging this customer information to build a business campaign strategy and evaluate its success, right? Then third is the personalization engine, which helps in personalizing the entire customer experience, configuring unique sets of messages and offers to each customer. It helps in personalizing the entire customer experience, configuring unique sets of messages and offers to each customer. So what does the analysis and the segmentation engine do? It helps in leveraging this customer information to build a business campaign strategy and evaluate its success. The personalization engine helps in customizing the entire customer experience, configuring the unique set of messages and offers to each customer, segregating. Then next is the broadcast engine, which helps to proactively deliver the information and offers to every customer via the media of his or her choice, right? It delivers the information to every customer by the media of the choice of the customer. That means if you want a mail, so you will be responded through mail. If your choice is a chat line, so you will be responded through that. If your choice is a text message, so it will be done like that. If you want through social media, then information would be provided through this. So this engine handles the integration of the channels. Then the last is the transaction engine, which helps to facilitate the interactions between the customer and the company. It facilitates the interactions between the customer and the company, either exchanging the information or driving the transactions. So handling the relationships, communicating, that is done by the transaction engine. Then this was something about the 5 engines of ECRM. So equipped with such infrastructure, companies can continuously create significant customer value at internet speed, automating the who, what, when, where, and how of sales and marketing. So now this was something about the ECRM. Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Meenakshi, and today we're going to have a session on operational CRM. What is operational CRM? Operational CRM provides support to the front office, all the front office business processes, which include sales, marketing, and service. Each interaction with a customer is generally added to a customer's contact history, and the staff can retrieve information on the customers from the database whenever it is necessary. You have the hands-on data with you. With the help of operations CRM, we can contact with the customers, we can communicate with the customers using the different channels. We can address the complaints of the customers. We can contact at any point of time. We can also do the promotion and advertising with the help of operational CRM. Examples include campaign management, e-marketing, management of the accounts and contacts, telemarketing, selling through the telephone, e-selling, that is the online purchase and selling, that is the e-commerce, and the field sales. Look at this figure. This figure talks about the contact cycle which happens in the operational CR. The contact cycle is initiated with the target group. You have a target group. New customers are welcomed in. Initial contacts are followed up, and the dialogue between the customer and the supplier is expanded upon. The communication takes place via different channels and at different times and locations. The relationship strategy, which has been designed, is implemented through a learning dialogue in which both parties learn from one another continuously and they make use of whatever knowledge they have gained. The problems are spotted and solved, and the customers who threaten to leave the organization are won back. You can see this particular box wherein we are talking about we welcome, then we get to know the customers, then customer development is done. We spot the problems, we manage the problems, solve the problems, and the customers who threaten to leave the organization, we win back those customers. Winning back can be done if it is possible and desirable. The operational CRM forms a substantial part of the CRM system. We can very well understand through this contact cycle. Although this model is not an academic model, yet it is cited in most of the CRM books. In the center of the figure, the contact cycle is shown in the block as customer management activity. The contacts form a process in themselves, the communication process, and will have to fit in closely with other processes in the organization so that the goods or services purchased may be managed, produced, purchased, supplied, and serviced. An accurate definition of these processes is determinative for the reliability of the CRM system. But the quality of the people is crucial enough, and the manner in which they organize themselves in order to carry out the activities is also very important. The organizations are dependent on the underlying IT infrastructure for their success. During the contact process between the customer and the supplier, the right proposition will have to be made to the right customers. By conducting a dialogue, companies will have to determine what customers would like in a certain form at a certain time so that the right experience may be created and a competitive advantage may be realized. Then you have to measure the effect. The continuous measurement of the contacts is desirable in order to learn from the effectiveness and efficiency of one's own behavior and the customer preferences. A contact center, also known as the customer interaction center is the central point of any organization from which all the customer contacts are managed. Through contact centers, valuable information about a company are routed to appropriate people, contacts to be tracked, and data to be gathered. It is generally a part of a company's customer relationship management. Today, the customers contact the companies by calling, by emailing, by chatting online, visiting the websites, communicating through the fax, and even instant messaging. And these days, social media is very common. The customers, they contact the companies through the social medias. Omni-channel is very much into practice. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Hi all, this is Dr. Meenakshi, and today I'm going to take a session on operational CRM. In part A, we discussed in detail the contact cycle and contact cycle management. In part B of operational CRM, we'll be learning about what a call center is and call center management. What is a call center? A call center is a place where a large number of people handle the incoming as well as the outgoing telephonic conversations of varied nature with their customers and prospects. The centers are supported in these efforts by a switchboard equipped with a call center functionalities such as ACD, which is the automatic call distribution, and the call queuing facilities. They can also input the caller's details into the system and may receive support in their dialogue. Depending on the functionality of the call center, the IT will play either a small or a very large role in the daily operations. What is call center management? Call center is a centralized office used for the purpose of receiving and transmitting a large volume of requests by the telephone. A call center is operated by a company to administer incoming product support or information inquiries from the consumers. The outgoing calls for telemarketing, clientele, product services, and debt collection are also made through the call center. Let us understand some call center terms. A call center is a collective term for a telephone interchange. A customer care center is an in-house call center whose objective is to supply the specific customer group of a company with information, advice, and service. Often the customer care center uses the free numbers or the service numbers are used. What is a contact center? These are the large customer care departments which handle a combination of incoming and outgoing telephone calls, email, and fax traffic. They produce correspondence in which information and service are provided and commercial options are utilized. What is an e-center? An e-center is a collective term for centers specialized in the processing of email, from where the emailing is done. The call centers these days are undergoing major development. Not only has there been a considerable increase in the number of calls, but the demands placed on the call centers are increasingly high. Companies are becoming customer oriented instead of product oriented and are investing in CR. They are interested in developing their relationship with their customers in terms of telephone contact as well. Not only do they want to sell and provide product information, but they would also like to be able to actually identify, get to know, and be of service to customers. Furthermore, people working at the call centers are aware of the fact that the telephone is not only the customer entrance to the business, but there are other channels too. There are alternatives such as email, voice over IP, and faxes, which have been integrated within the call center and have led to the existence of new customers. A call center comprises of 4 elements called as the elements of a call center. These elements are number 1, manpower, number 2, telecommunication, number 3, information technology, and number 4, process management. The manpower or the human resources includes the recruitment and selection, hiring, and training of the personnel. Manpower perhaps represents the most important element in a call center. After all, it is the people who are responsible for the quality. Reduction in staff turnover and absence due to illness are important challenges for many call center managers. The second element is telecommunication. The telecommunication module comprises the telephone switchboard, the systems used for routing the calls to the proper persons, and voice response systems. The organization of rescue and relief operations during emergencies is also considered to be part of this element of the call center. This involves the organization of temporary solutions for emergency situations in which the switchboard is out of operation due to computer failures, fire, and other things. The choice may be made to have the calls handled by an external call center or to relocate this operation to another location where a substitute call center may be set up within a short period of time, or the company may choose to answer the telephone and assist the callers as much as possible. It may manually register the data and, in many cases, to call back at later time. The third component, that is the information technology, must make it possible to identify the callers. With the help of information technology, we can identify the callers, We can register the customer contacts and payments in the database. We can gain access to information within the right time period and at the right workplace. We can organize the fulfillment, the automatic electronic generation and issue of documents like order confirmations, appointment confirmations, etc. We can manage the workflow, manage the processes, and issue the status. For example, what is the status of the processing of an order right the moment? We can generate management information on the productivity of the personnel, the number of calls completed, the realized turnover, etc. We can record the quality measurements and distribute them. We can provide the back office with information on the processing of orders and the like. We can give electronic training programs and we can support the control activities involving the information system. The fourth component is process management. Process management focuses on the management of the contact cycle. Important points of attention include capacity planning and quality management. The first must ensure that a call center can handle the volume of calls. The subject of the second is the quality of the contact. The ultimate quality of a call center relies to a large extent on the quality of the workforce. It is not the technology, but the people that work with it that make the difference. Call centers face several challenging human resource issues. Many are known for rather high illness and labor turnover rates. It seems to be hard to bind people to the organization and the work in a call center for more than 1 to 3 years. In circumstances in which the scripts are detailed, there is a continuously high workload and the receivers are not always pleased with the conversation. The work in a call center will become dreadful in due course and drive the agents away. The consequence is that a lot of effort has to be put into the hiring and training of the people. Investments are made that have to be earned back in a short time frame. The management has to invest in the proper training and education, enabling the technology and the workplace as it contributes to the agent's satisfaction and productivity. Further, call center managers should give priority to building an appealing team spirit, allowing for personal initiatives and the development of agents. It is known that the agents that can use their knowledge of the customers and the products in the conversation build more pride in their work. They feel and perceive their contribution to the success of the organization and the satisfaction of the customers. Together, they can form a strong team of individuals that is allowed to learn and to share their best practices. Several companies also have positive experience with involving the agents in developing the performance measurement system. In this way, They are actively involved in the process of evaluating and improving their work. What determines the quality of the contact? It is the availability and the quality. Availability includes the average response time, the policy on lost calls, and attention to be given to the callers who are getting busy signal. The quality of the contact is to a great extent dependent on the organization's availability by telephone. It seems to be a simple concept, but upon further examination, it has more facets which one may think about at first glance. It is more than simply the percentage of telephone calls that are answered within seconds. First, making a distinction between the customer groups can be desirable, for which different levels of services are created. Then attention is prescribed for the callers who get a busy signal and cannot reach the call center at all, and for those callers who decide not to wait and break the connection prematurely, which is called as call abandon. Calls falling into this category, that is call abandonment, are referred to as lost calls. In general, the callers decide right after the establishment of the technical connection whether they will wait or not. The critical points involved in determining and measuring of the level of quality are the customer wishes being interpreted correctly? Are the details being noted correctly? Are the customers not being angered? Is the customer prevented from having to call back? Are the opportunities just being missed? And is valuable feedback being picked up or not? Has the transaction been completed or the complaint being resolved? All these come under quality. An insufficient level of quality has consequences for productivity. Agents have to cope with customer irritation and lose time, energy, and the motivation to do their job. Furthermore, the staff turnover and absenteeism grow as a result. The impact of different aspects of the telephone conversation on customer satisfaction has a great role to play. We've been talking about high quality telephonic conversation. What is this high quality telephone conversation? A high quality telephone conversation is when the caller is satisfied, when the data have been input correctly, if the conversation was necessary, if the agent gave the right answers, if the caller received the correct information, if the agent received all of the necessary and useful information, if the caller is not put through countless number of times, if the caller is not rushed, if the caller has the feeling that the conversation was effective, if the call center has completed its task, when the unsolicited information from the customer has been noticed and recorded, when the caller does not feel it is necessary to inquire, check, or call back, when the other employees can correctly process the customer's order, when the agent is proud of his or her work when the caller did not get a busy signal, when the caller did not have to wait in the queue too long. Thank you so much and have a great day.
In CRM, what is very important, that is in customer relationship marketing. What is very important is to keep in mind is of relationship marketing. Now, especially since we are talking about B2B. Now, B2B, because B2B here you're dealing with companies, and it's very important that we maintain good relations with the companies, and we maintain good relations with the organization, and we build a relationship. We don't really build a business transaction. We build a relationship, and therefore I like to highlight more in detail in the next slide about how it is different. It is of course the facet of CRM, relationship marketing, but there are some aspects of relationship marketing which need attention, which probably need a different approach altogether to build a strong uh, customer relationship management practice or a strategy has to be kept in mind. So there are two types of relationship marketing uh, where the strategies are there which you need to follow, and they are followed by companies. First is you focus on transactional marketing, and that is you focus on a one-time sale with a company, and you forget about the customer. You have a B2B customer, you do a one-time sale, and you move out. Second is, in the case of relationship marketing, the focus is purely on customer retention. That's the aspect we look. So I think the aspect we are discussing here is basically on the B2B part. Don't forget that B2B customers are very demanding. B2B customers also are contribute very large quantity of business, and but they also keep in mind they ensure high level of commitment. They ensure high level of let's say trust, because in B2B customers who are there, who are probably buying products, who are buying your raw material from a company, they are dependent on larger set of people. Therefore, it's very important to keep in mind that when you're dealing with a B2B customer or a B2B client, let's put it that way, to be honest, one has to be very important, and one has to be very careful to not play around with, and one has to be very clear that the focus has to be on customer retention. You don't lose, because if the B2B customer is lost to a supplier of a B2B company, the loss can be substantial. So the focus has to be on customer retention. The orientation has to be, again, the key aspect to be kept in, uh, has to be on the let's say, and it's not the same, because it has to be on the product benefits. What are the product benefits to a B2B customer? That's very important. And business to business and business to consumer are not the same. B2B, business to business, works on marketing effort for relationship building. Some people think, and if you see today, a lot of times, a lot of organizations make the mistake of not looking at of not looking at B2B business as the same as B2C, and sometimes they confuse B2B and B2C. Now, in today's time, I would say, my view will be that in today's time, a B2B business is not very different than a B2C business, because of the fact that today the customer is more or less the same in both B2C and B2B. So what we just to go back to the aspect of relationship marketing, what we are talking here is that here the focus is more on customer retention, orientation on product benefits, long time scales. The focus is long term. It's not a short term focus. There's high emphasis in relationship marketing on customer service. There's no, when you look at long term, obviously you don't look at a short term. You look at the fact that today you want the customer to be happy, the customer to be buying your product or service for a longer duration, and the customer to also, uh, you know, uh, be your. If you go back to your pyramid, the relationship cycle that the entire pyramid which we had looked at is in the pyramid. The customer becomes from prospect to a client to your supporter and then to a partner. So in B2B business is very important to become a partner of your client. Is very as a customer. You could be a customer as a supplier, but you could be same. Same is the case as we talk about in the case of B2C. In the B2C, uh, the company or the organization or the company wants to ensure that the customer is loyal. The customer is always with the customer, with the loyalty is very much with the company. They don't switch brands. They are retained, and therefore to retain them, the as the practice is done in the B2C. Now, in B2B, in business to business, a lot of marketing efforts are to be done. Now, what are the marketing efforts? Marketing efforts are efforts which are made to make the company understand what are the benefits of the products or the services the organization, let's say the client, will be giving to the customer. If the client is offering a certain service in the case of telecom, or offering a raw material in the case of a certain finished product, then what kind of marketing efforts are being done with the by the company to ensure that relationship is built stronger? Some people think marketing is marketing whether you are marketing to consumer or marketing to business. You are still just marketing to people. See what it means basically here. Let's not forget, business. You're not marketing to machine. You are ultimately marketing to a customer. That that person who is deciding or taking a decision to buy your particular raw material from you is ultimately a customer, and therefore you have to feel the customer. You have to communicate to the customer as a person, as an individual. You can't communicate to the customer differently, because that is where the mistake happens. We sometimes assume that the communication or the marketing efforts to the B2B customers, we try to make it different. Now, don't forget, he's also a consumer for a certain set of products. So you have to target them more or less the same way as you target the B2C customer. B2B business depends on relationship building through marketing efforts. Using consumer focused strategies to focus your B2B will at best just cost you money, right? Moreover, in some cases, it may cost you customers. So, what may happen here if you only do follow the customer focused strategy? What I'm trying to tell you here is you have to treat them differently. They are not only they are customer, but they are not B2C customer. See, the point I'm trying to tell you here is it is not the same. They could be similar, but you have to reach them differently. Because what may happen if you treat them, because see, don't forget, in B2B, the volumes are larger. In B2B, stakes are more. In B2B, the requirement is very huge. And even the requirement of the customer to the consumer at large is also is also more more critical. And therefore, when the stakes are higher, is very important to keep in mind. One aspect is that that you must, I would say, distinguish from a B2B business. If you distinguish from a B2B business, then probably a B2C will be obvious, because in B2C the consumer is individual. In B2B it's an organization. There's a big difference there. Although he's a person, but he's an organization. So I think this distinction is very important to keep, and this will help in understanding the aspect better. And let's keep one thing in mind, that when you are targeting a B2B customer, uh, it's very important to keep in mind one aspect which I'll like to again highlight here, because we are talking about relationship marketing towards a B2B customers here. Is that uh, one aspect you have to keep in mind here is that it may it may cost you more money in unnecessarily in the case of for B2B, if you are going to use the same B2B strategy, B2C strategy, and it may just cost you the customer, because what would happen here is a B2B customer may not be able to understand your communication which you are doing to B2C. See, please understand, but I'd like to throw some more light in this in my next, which will give you. We're going to talk about business to business, because what we find normally is that there's a lot of confusion between understanding B2B and B2C. Normally, a lot of professionals, they confuse and they follow a similar strategy which is being followed for B2B and for B2C it's for B2B. So please pay attention and understand what exactly is how exactly it is different, and what is the way one can create a strong relationship marketing in a B2B business. It's important because majority of businesses in large volumes are done through B2B, and almost every company have two parts of business. One is B2B and one is B2C. It is basically focused on relationship. It improves the relationship value. It target market small and focused. Larger sales cycle, many steps in buying process, brand identity built on personal relationship, educational and awareness developing efforts, rational buying decision based on business value. What is important to understand in terms of focus relationship is that the relationship is focused to one or few people. It's not something where the attention is on a large mass of customers, which is the case in B2C. So when you build a relationship here, it is not a thousand customers or lakh customers or million customers. Here it's about individual, maybe, and a team maximum. So the relationship is very focused, and it's not easy. What is important to keep in mind here is that when it's focused, it is also difficult, because you are continually dealing with one person, and there could be a lot of expectations. If your rapport doesn't build well, and if you're not able to develop a good relationship, it may be difficult. The person can get upset. Person can change the partner. So focused relationship is an advantage, and it depends on how you are able to nurture the relationship to make it better in the days to come. It also improves relationship well. What happens here in B2B? It is basically when you are selling to a business, the stakes are different. When you're talking to an individual, the stakes are low. When I buy a product, just a product from a company, I don't buy more than a few numbers. Whereas when you buy for an organization, your stakes are much higher. So therefore, relationship plays a very very big role, because a lot of important factor is going to be the trust factor. I remember, I mean, in my own experience, which I was to deal with B2B customers, I always focused on building one-to-one relationship. That means that I didn't look at business in the initial part. I looked at the individual. How can the relationship with the individual be strong? Obviously, that means that you have to take that extra effort on your part to make the person look forward to meeting you. Because if the person is not looking forward to meeting you, and you are pushing your product or a service too regularly on the person, it can put off a person. So giving a certain amount of distance, but at the same time making it appear to the person you're important for me, that you are the person who can create a difference to the company by buying my services. So this is the most important part you must keep in mind. Get a lot of background information on the individual, on the company. That person feels that you've made a lot of efforts, you have made a lot of serious research in finding out about the organization and about the individual. It also improves the relationship value. There's a value part in the relationship. Today if you see, there are small things which we keep. We tend to forget. How do we improve relationship value? You improve relationship value by making the relationship count. Now, suppose you are able to wish an individual on a birthday, and in today's life, wishing somebody on a birthday is a very rare kind of occasion, because what happens is that everybody is busy and nobody is having the time to find out whose birthday is when and when should you wish an individual. Now, if you're able to do that, then of course your relationship value is going up. Secondly, if the person is having some other issue not related to your business and you are able to help, like for his individual, I remember I sent the person certain solutions to recover from the backache problem. Now, think today that if you're able to go and offer something which is not related to your business, you're not looking at the business, you are looking at something else totally. Now, what happens here? The focus is on relationship. You are going and doing it because you are doing for the person, not for the interest of the business. Now, that improves the relationship value. When the person tomorrow gets back to you and says, "Oh, this guy is the person. Yeah, he's from that company." I remember this happened to me so many times, especially in the government organizations where the businesses are very huge and large, and they don't get into a relationship with people easily. It's tough, not easy. But I found it very easy because I was able to focus on these areas, and therefore I'm telling you this very clearly. And I remember during the most difficult times, they were the ones who helped me to generate maximum. So just keep that in mind very clearly and focus on that. The target market, again, as I said, is small and focused. You don't have to look at many people. You have to look at a few people who are the decision makers, who are the influencers in the company, who can help you to go ahead in terms of moving ahead with your whatever proposal you have for the company. It may be in the interest, but the target market has to appreciate and push it forward. Another very important thing is that it's got a larger sales cycle in the sense that today you have to go through certain hierarchies. It's not something where one person decides and the decision is taken. There are some purchase committees, there are some various cycles are there, and the buying process is there where different levels, different departments get involved. But the patience is very important here. What is important to keep in mind here is patience. One shouldn't get too impatient and start pushing things rushing it through. And what will happen in the process? You'll burn the bridges. You should not do that. So that's very, very critical. You must keep in mind. Be patient, and because the whole system is involved like that. I mean, you and me cannot change it. I mean, because as I mentioned earlier, the stakes are very high. When the stakes are very high, obviously people have to be very careful. Different people will get involved to look at the same proposal with a different angle altogether. Because it involves the image of the company, it involves a lot of other departments get involved into the whole thing here. There's finance, there is purchase, there is quality control. There are so many departments, depending on what product you are trying to sell or promote. The next one is brand identity built on personal. Now, a lot of brands are promoted, built, they are created. Let's take the case of Apple, or for that matter, Airtel, or for that matter, Reliance Jio. Now, all these brands have been built with certain features, certain promises. As an individual, if I am a person who has to decide for a B2B business, I am not really get influenced by that aspect. I get influenced by the individual. The person with whom I have developed a relationship, how effective is that person? So ultimately, it becomes your personal relationship is your brand. Entire organizations focus on brand identity is through you. So you become Reliance Jio, you become Airtel, you become Apple, you become, whatever, Oracle, you become Infosys, you become Genpact, whatever the company you represent. Therefore, that personal relationship and rapport makes a big difference. When you develop a relationship, you take the focus. The brand is you. You are the brand. You are the company. You are the person who gives the confidence to the B2B person. And that is how you build your relationship deeper and deeper and deeper. You need to also educate your B2B customer through various ways. I mean, could be articles on various achievements the company has done, the product category has achieved, so that there is a lot of credibility built around your personal effort also. Because people want to hear from others also. And if you're able to show that share that information and educate that information to the individual, besides what you say, it is also important to keep in mind what exactly others are saying about you. So let the person know, let the person be aware that the world is talking like this about you. Now, this is where it becomes very different to the other businesses of B2C. So finally, it's about rational buying decision based on business value. Even if you have built a good relationship with a person or with a professional, please keep one thing in mind: the decision buying will be based on business value. Basically, because for the individual who places an order or places any business proposition, is looking at an organization and what is the business value for the organization. What is the value the organization gets from that? There has to be a rational. So the rational has to be kept in mind. Since you are going to develop a relationship, you will be aware of this, and you will not mind it to be based on relationship buying. I hope you are very clear. This is how it is different than B2C, and we'll discuss more in detail about it in our next slide. In B2B, these are the four important things which are very, very important to keep in mind because you're dealing with a business here, you're not dealing with an individual. There's something called buyer persona. Okay, what is the buyer persona? You keep one thing in mind, there is a certain amount of respect involved here. You got to respect that particular business or that individual, and that respect has to be genuine. The respect which should show that there is a value relationship. You respect the judgment of the person. You respect the thinking of the person. You respect the entire approach of the person, and you are able to give the person an impression that whatever you are saying is gospel truth, and you know a lot about the business. So respect is very important. And if you remember, if I gave you an example about care, that you care for the person. You're not here to just get the business, and you don't look at only business. You also care for the welfare of the person. You also care for that the person doesn't make a wrong decision. And the element of care, as I said, it could be personal also, and you could be personally advising him or giving him a suggestion how he could improve some things on a personal level. Sometimes in a relationship, if we are able to reach at a level which gives you that confidence, or the person feels that yeah, you can say something like that, because it's not easy. What I feel today, it's not easy to reach that level of care unless you're able to nurture the relationship. All the things you do otherwise, your ads, your promotions, it'll fall flat. If you don't do all this, the effect of your all your other promotions, education will fall flat. It's not an individual consumer here; it's a business, and the individual is looking at a business in a very large volume of operation. So you have to handle this very, very smartly and differently. Unlike B2C, needs are different here, interests are different here, challenges are different here, and it is for the organization. It is very, very important that compared to B2B, B2C, where individual customers don't have the risk is so limited that one doesn't feel too affected by any if a mistake is also made. Give the person a comfort feeling. That's another important aspect you have to keep in mind. The person needs to feel comfortable. A lot of times we feel that we forget at times, that we just go and do the regular handshake and we think the business will happen. But the person has to feel comfortable in dealing with you. You have to make the person feel comfortable also. Finally, you should also inspire the person. The person should feel inspired, very highly inspired by your presence and by your ideas and how exactly is B2B and B2C are different. In the case of B2B, I'll just give you an example. The customer is focused more on ROI, efficiency, and expertise. Customers are driven by logic and financial incentive. The customers in B2B want to be educated, which is where B2B content marketing comes in. You need to educate, you need to give information as much as possible. Customer wants to deal with one person, two person at a time, not many people. Got to create a personal rapport and personal relationship. It is also a chain process. Why all this we are talking about? Because it is for the long term solution. In B2B, when an organization deals with a supplier or with a vendor, they don't deal with short term objective in mind. They deal with a long term objective in mind. So these are all businesses which are long term, the long term relationship. Even if tomorrow the volume may be lower, but the relationship will last longer for some reason or the other. But that's the point. That is the area your one has to look at very, very strongly. It may be sometimes trying, it may be very demanding, it may be time consuming, but B2B businesses therefore it requires a different approach altogether. And not many people find it easy to manage a B2B business. I hope you're clear so far on exactly what I'm trying to say and how B2B relationships need to be nurtured, need to be developed, and need to be taken forward in a different manner than B2C. So, what is the marketing process in B2B relationship? The marketing process involves cleansing, purchasing data. It also requires plug the data in social CRM application. Effective use of the data basically. Today we are in the age of digital marketing, and digital marketing business analytics are very, very useful today for a company if they want to develop the business and become relevant. Most important is become relevant. If companies who are not looking at digital or technology for the businesses will obviously become obsolete. There's no question about it. I mean, we've seen today a pandemic has happened and organizations which had started focus on digital pre-pandemic are today doing very well. The very simple example is the e-commerce companies. Biggest business today, which is growing and growing very fast, is B2B business. So it's very important to keep focus on the data part and plug your data in social CRM application. The entire data has to be plugged. So I just want to tell you here, the focus has to be on digital marketing here in B2B. The relationship marketing process, one has to look at the digital marketing aspect. You have to look at marketing aspect here. I mean, marketing means defining your target audience. Strong B2B digital marketing starts with defining your target. Who is your buyer? This demographic and psychographic information will inform almost every other marketing activity and ensuring that your content and digital material is absorbed by the right customer, the right eyes and ears. These resources are not going waste. And then you have to analyze this data. You must create your website. You are able to again pick up data from people who visit your website, who are asking questions, who are interacting. And that data needs to be properly updated. Data needs to be again plugged with the CRM application so that there's a feedback to the customer. How will you develop your customer profile? You will only develop your customer profile when people come to your website, they ask questions. They have to ask questions. And when they ask questions, you build your data, you make contact with the customer. That's very, very important. You have to optimize your digital presence. Digital presence optimizing is a very, very important tool today. You have to look at a search engine optimization. And search engine optimization will give you a lot of traction in this area. You have to also create a lot of pay-per-click campaigns so that people click and they come to your website. Key element of B2B business will be research. You must research the business you are targeting today. Do a lot of groundwork. Companies face a lot of difficulty when they don't do proper research. You can't just go ahead and start proposing your business. You start talking without understanding what the company needs. I mean, you need to understand what is the need of the organization. Sometimes Mistakes are made. You start selling your company before knowing what the customer needs. You may have to customize it for the customer requirement. And if the volumes are large, it justifies your customization for the huge customer. Because ultimately the volumes are very big and you need to look at that aspect very, very clearly. Value based approach. It has to create value to the organization. It has to create a lot of image building to the exercise. But one important thing which I want to mention here is that B2B, a lot of content marketing needs to be focused. We can't afford to look at content in an isolation. Content has to be looked at from an angle of from the area that whatever, suppose it's a website today. Now, in the website, the content has to be such that there's a lot of stickiness with the customer. They spend a lot of time in the website because a lot of organizations they don't create a lot of good content. And when you don't create a good content, what happens is that person is not able to spend much enough time. Now, if you don't spend enough time, then it is not really going to help you in creating that value for the company. So, if you are sharing very important information to the company, then the company needs to spend time and understand that particular. So, when you do a research very clearly, when you find out about the company, you know exactly what the company may require. And if you go with that surprise element that this I know this is what you require, you have done research on the business, it'll have a very major impact on the other side. A frequent mistake B2B organization make is educating the buyer on their own company. You don't have to educate them on their own company, but you need to tell them on what they are just beginning to understand. You have to understand, go with the solution. Question is not that what the company products are. You should know that. Because you know the company well, you are aware of what exactly they may require or they may need. 80% of business decision makers, they also look at when you're educating or when you're doing a lot of marketing and PR on across various websites, you are putting blogs. What you'll keep in mind here is that key important part is people do that. And I'll just give you small data. 80% of business decision makers prefer to get information from an article. See, PR is very, very effective, and you need to look at public relations, content marketing in a very, very strategic manner. In an ad, everybody says I'm the best. But if somebody else talks about the company and says why the company is good and why the product should be bought of the company, makes a world of difference. So the B2B business is different from B2C, which has a shorter sales cycle, which you mentioned earlier, and fewer decision makers involved. The content you create for your B2B content marketing may vary more than the content you have seen as a consumer. I'll give you a small example, give you a fair amount of idea. It should have a checklist, it should have white papers, it should have industry report, and you should also do in today's age of digital now and post pandemic, it is the most popular thing which is being done by most organizations is doing webinars. You are inviting your customer to attend webinars. You're also sharing some case studies about your experience with the customer, and well, that again creates an impact. Of course, we discuss about the ROI, calculators, and of course, testimonials. These are all tools in the journey of on content. In today's age, if you're not looking at content marketing, you're losing out on the aspect of creating stickiness. So they are all touch points of the customer. You need to create a blog and write about your product, your services. There has to be a lot of social media marketing as far as B2B is concerned. The B2B companies don't do well on social media marketing. So it can be harder to use and business to the customers. So you will have to see to it that they are driven to social media. One of the biggest advantages of social media is that it can convert your leads. But the first major advantage is that it can build your awareness and giving your company an online personality. It can humanize your business and all the powerful factor when it comes to marketing and connecting with potential customers. So email marketing, social media is also a highly effective channel for sharing content and enhancing your brand because there was a time when brand was not being promoted on internet, but now, yes, the younger generation today and most people across are today looking at social media as a proper tool. It could be a LinkedIn, They could be Instagramming if you have a B2C. If you are a product which is targeting both customers, because it's not that the B2B customer doesn't go to Instagram, doesn't go to the Facebook. They do, but you have to also look at websites like LinkedIn, let's say blog. Blog is more serious. People understand, they follow it very examples very clearly. And of course, email marketing is a very good tool, and one should look at if your content in the email marketing is good, the effectiveness is also more. So I think it has given you a fair amount of idea how to build your B2B relationship marketing process. But the key element is practicing it. You must practice it, you must do a pilot, you must modify, you must improve, and then you can be very effective. Thank you very much.
I welcome you to this first session of Customer Relationship Management. My name is Dr. Meenakshi Sharma, and my doctorate is in consumer behavior. My expertise is marketing management, consumer behavior, marketing of services, business communication. I would be taking up your marketing management, CRM, aviation marketing, taking up principles of marketing, airport customer services. So these are the subjects which I would be covering. Now, today's session would be an introductory session on customer relationship management. Now, in today's session, we would be covering the definition of CRM. Then we'll be understanding the meaning of CRM. We'll be discussing the purpose of CRM. We'll be learning the types of CRM. We'll understand the importance of CRM. We'll learn the process of CRM. We'll talk about IT and CRM. Then we'll be having a discussion on customer life cycle and the benefits of CRM. Now, to start with the definition of the CRM, CRM is supposed to be a strategy. It is a business strategy directed to understand, anticipate, and respond to the needs of the enterprise's current and potential customers in order to grow the relationship value. See, today's era is the customer focused era where we say that the customer is the king because the customer has a choice in his hands. There's a variety of products available. Customer can purchase online around the globe from anywhere. Therefore, it becomes very difficult to, first of all, acquire the customers and then to retain these customers. So to retain these customers, the organizations, they understood there has to be something, some kind of a bonding by the help of which the customer will come back to you again. And this is called as building a relationship with the customers. And this is what we mean by growing the relationship value. And here, with the help of the technology, with the help of the IT support, we try to build this relationship with the customers. We'll try to retain the customers, and this is termed as customer relationship management or CRM. Now, when we talk about CRM, we need to understand the types of CRM as well. CRM are of various types, but the main used in the organizations are analytical CRM, collaborative CRM, operational CRM, geographic CRM, and sales intelligence CRM. Now, one by one, we will discuss all these types of CRMs. First is the analytical CRM. The analytical CRM is designed to analyze deeply the customer's information and data and unwrap or disclose the essential convention and intention of behavior of customers on which capitalization can be done by the organization. So, with the help of this analytical CRM, first of all, the information, the data is collected. Now this data is then analyzed by using various CRM tools. So, so what happens is that with the help of this analytical CRM, the organizations, they try to analyze the data. They try to find out that who are the potential customers. They try to choose the target markets. They try to do the segmentation, and then with the help of the database management and the data mining, they very well aware that at what point of time which customer has to requires a relationship. Then another kind of CRM is the collaborative CRM. The collaborative CRM deals with the synchronization and integration of the customer interaction and the channels of communications. For example, the phone, the email, the fax, the web, etc., with the intent of referencing the customers a consistent and systematic way. See, when we correspond with the customers, we see that there are customers who will interact with you through emails, they will interact with you through phones, they may interact you through the website. So it becomes very difficult. Sometimes what happens is the customers are left. So what happens is, with the help of the collaborative CRM, we do an integration of all the channels, communication channel. So through whatever channel the communication is happening from the customer side, it is being recorded, and accordingly the customer is being responded. And then next is the operational CRM. Operational CRM is mainly focused on automation, improvement and enhancement of the business processes, which are based on customer facing or customer supporting. So like all the automations, right, are examples of operation CRM, where we can interact with the customers. Then geographical CRM combines the geographic information system and the traditional CRM. Geographic data can be analyzed to provide a snapshot of potential customers in a region or to plan routes for certain visits. For example, like you are doing a business, let us say in India, and now you want to go around the globe. You want to target the, let us say, the Malaysia market. So with the help of the CRM, you from your database, you can choose the customers who are residing in Malaysia. You can track their addresses, you can track their contact details, and accordingly you can send the sales team. This is an example of geographical CRM. Then Sales Intelligence CRM is the most commonly used CRM. It's a top performing sales organizations are meeting the challenges of identifying the most likely buyers of their products and services through deployment of sales intelligence solutions that introduce a variety of data streams to their frontline staff by empowering their sellers with better information about their prospect companies, markets, and individuals. These firms are able to maximize their chances of hitting the quota and at the same time create efficiencies within the sales operations and environment. Now, this sales intelligence CRM is both beneficial for the sales manager as well as the sales team. The most commonly used CRM is the Salesforce CRM. Uh, Here what happens is it is very beneficial for the sales managers, as it can handle the team and it can track the team where the salesperson is right the moment, what is the point of sale happening, is it the deal is closing, is the person facing any difficulty, then he would call the person and tell him, guide him what has to be done. He may track where each salesperson is, how many sales has happened today, how many has to happen, and then he can ask for the reports also. Same happens from the sales team side also. The sales team, if needs a guidance at any point of time, can contact this sales manager being mobile can track his sales team. Then the sales members, they can communicate their daily sales report or weekly sales reports through this sales intelligence CRM as well. Now, next we move to the purpose of customer relationship management. The main focus of customer relationship management is customer satisfaction, customer retention, and customer loyalty. That means to acquire the customers, to enhance the customers, and to retain the customers. The focus of CRM is on creating the value for the customer and the company for a longer time. Build a relationship so that the customer is with you for a very long period of time. When the customers, they value the customer service that they receive from the suppliers, they are less likely to look to alternative suppliers for their needs. So with the help of this CRM, the customers can value these service which they are being offered, and by continuous interactions and relationships, what happens is there are less chances that the customers switches to the other supplier. The CRM enables the organizations to gain a competitive advantage over competitors that supply similar products or services. See, products and services every organization is giving, but CRM solutions there are only few organizations giving. For example, I'm an organization and I'm continuously interacting with my customers, asking them their needs, asking their feedbacks and reviews, welcoming their complaints, handling their complaints, taking their suggestions. So what is happening? I'm interacting, I'm building a relationship. So this is something extra which I'm giving them other than the products and the services. So I would obviously be at a competitive advantage, at a competitive edge. So this would lead to customer retention. Now, next slide says that why CRM is important. Today's businesses, they compete with multi-product offerings created and delivered by networks, alliances, and partnerships of many kinds. Both retaining the customers and building relationships with other value adding allies is critical to corporate performance, because today we have the world is large, a lot of competitors, multi product offerings are there, various networks through which the offerings are being made, various alliances and partnerships. So it becomes very difficult to retain the customers. So one of the method is by building the relationship with the customers. Second, the adoption of CRM is being fueled by a recognition that long-term relationship with customers are one of the most important assets of an organization. See, products everybody is giving, quality products everybody is giving, competitive price everybody is giving. What is it that the customer should retain with you? It is the relationship with the customer. It is the bonding with the customer. So in today's era, which is the customer focused era, the bonding, the relationship is very, very important, which drives the customers to purchase your product again and again. Next slide says the reasons of development of CRM. Now, CRM has been developed over years. CRM is not a very new concept. It is way back long. In the 1980s only the relationship had been started, when the retailers, they used to try to build relationship with the customers by interacting with them, by talking to them on their personal matters. So this was a long time back. The 1980s onwards saw rapid shifts in the businesses that changed the customer power, because before the 1980s it was the production era. Then came the selling and the marketing era, where customer satisfaction became important. So when customer satisfaction came into picture, the relationship building was one of the factors which was very important, which gave rise to the development of the CRM. Secondly, over the years, it was seen that the supply was exceeding the demands for most of the products. As the sellers were increasing, the number of sellers day by day were increasing, so there was a lot of competition. So the supply was exceeding the demand. So that was one of the reasons that there was, falling demand, which gave rise to the development of the CRM, that how to retain the existing customers by building the relationship. Third reason was that the seller had very little pricing power. Initially, what used to happen, it was in the production era, the customers had no choice. So the manufacturers were the king. So the pricing was also in their hands. They could price the products at whatever price they wanted, and the customer was bound to pay. But here now in the today's era, the customer is the king. He has the choice. If you have a high pricing, the customer may switch to some other brand. So the sellers have little pricing power. So when they have little pricing power, they need something extra with which they can retain or sustain their customers. So here the CRM came into picture. The only protection available to the suppliers of the goods and the services was in their relationships. Otherwise, everybody was competitive, right? Customer had the choice, had the power. So one thing was there, that build relationship, interact, try to make identify what the customer wants, give him what when he wants, listen to his problems, solve his problems, take suggestions. This way you can build relationship with the customers, and customer will remember you. And when the customer will remember you, the customer will come back to you. Now, talking about the history of customer relationship management. Customer relationship management started way back in the 1960s, where the mass production or the mass product era was there. Even at that time, the relationship building was there, because though the products were produced in mass and they were very easily sold, but they were being sold by the retailers or the kirana stores, who used to convince the customers so that they come to them by talking to them, building relationship to them. Then in the 1970s came the mass market, where the aim was to produce for the entire market. There also the CRM was into picture. Then in the 1980s was the total quality management, where the focus was on customer satisfaction, and customer satisfaction can be attained by providing quality products. So the concept of total quality management came into picture. 1990 started the CRM concept, where that was after the marketing concept. So here there was a requirement of building a relationship with the customers to sustain and retain the customers, so that the customers are with us for a longer period of time. 2000s was again the CRM concept, but 2010 started the eCRM management. Why? Because the data was large, the number of customers were large, they were regulations and policies like liberalization, privatization, and globalization, which as a result gave to a large market, and it was being difficult managing the relationship with such a large market around the globe. So then there was a need that there should be an IT support where the large data could be managed by the database management system, and here the ECRM came into picture. And in today's era, we are working on the ERMs only. The next slide says that what does CRM involve? So CRM involves the following. Firstly, that the organizations must become customer focused. That is very important. If you are not customer focused, you will not be able to build the relationship. Because see, why will the customer try to interact with you? Only if you are understanding the customer, understanding the needs of the customer, what he wants, when he wants, why he wants, where he wants, and how he wants. If you are able to give him that, first you have to understand and then provide, then deliver. So for that you need CRMs, where with the help of the data you will analyze the data and you will try to understand your customers. So CRM has to be customer focused. It should, if it is organization focused, it will not work. Secondly, the organizations must be prepared to adapt so that it can take the customer needs into account and deliver them. So the organizations should be very dynamic, that whatever they are producing, try to be customized, try to understand the needs, make a little bit changes in the product, and then deliver. So this way you will be customer focused, you will provide personal attention, and you will give customization, which would lead to Again, relationship building. The customer will understand that the seller or the organization is trying to modify the product according to my needs, which builds a bonding between the organization and the customer. Then next is the market research must be undertaken to access the customer needs and satisfaction. As we see that the needs of the customers, they keep on changing, and it is very important that to retain the customer satisfaction should be there. So time to time a market research is important where the needs of the customers could be analyzed. Since the data is very big and large, it becomes difficult to do a market research. So with the help of these ECRMs, we can do a market research through the IT support and try to analyze the data. Now next slide speaks about implementing the CRM. See, CRM is not a very easy task. It is, though it becomes convenient, but it is a very costly affair. The software is very costly. So the organizations should first of all understand that whether I require a CRM software or not. Is my organization require? Is there any implementation? If not, one should not go for it. But if yes, then one should understand, because once it is implemented, because once you purchase it, it is a very costly. It should not go waste. So there are certain issues which should be addressed upon. First of all, what is our core business and how will it evolve in future? What my business is, right, and what will be in future. If you feel that your business does not require a CRM, don't go for it. But if you feel that in future it will be required, you should go for it. What form of CRM is appropriate for our business now and in future? It is very essential that what kind of a CRM is required, whether it is collaborative CRM which is required in my system, whether it is the analytical CRM, or it is the operational CRM, sales intelligence, or any other CRM which is required, and accordingly the decision has to be taken. Third point is what IT infrastructure do we have and what do we need to support the future organization needs. See, because CRM is only possible through IT infrastructure. So we need to understand that what is the future need of the organization, what is the future need of the industry, and what kind of an IT infrastructure do I need to have. And of course it has to be trained, the employees, they have to be trained. Then you also need to understand that what vendors and partners do we need to choose, whether it is Amazon or Flipkart or any other, through which we will contact with the customers. Then since CRM is, we told, it's a strategy, it's a process. So let us understand that what are the steps in the CRM process. First is identifying. Identification of what? A CRM solution, right? Find out what kind of a business is yours, what kind of customers, what kind of a CRM solution is required, whether it is analytical, operational, sales intelligence, what. And then you have to design the solution, right, where you have to align the organization's goals with the customer's goals. A gap has to be filled, right, with the help of technical design. After you have designed the solution, then there has to be rapid implementation with the help of project management, end-to-end app setup, configurations, question and answers. You have to implement your relationships. Then a custom development is required where the custom reports, facilitation and custom add-ons are there. Then time to time you have to upgrade the versions of the CRM. Then you have to use user group training, walk through user procedures. You have to train your employees how to use the CRM, and you also need a support, that is the post-production support. This is something about the process to implement the CRM. Now, what is the importance? What does CRM do? The CRM firstly saves money. Why it saves money? Because it is a technical support. So you can tap large number of customers. So this way you save money and you can acquire more customers, and increase of the customer loyalty of 1% is equivalent to a 10% cost reduction. right? Then it increases the sales also. But when when you use the CRM, so relationship building is there, more customer satisfaction, which leads to increase in the sales. The probability of selling to a new prospect is only 5% to 20%, while the probability of selling to an existing customer is 60 to 70%. Therefore, when we are using the CRMs, we are increasing the sales towards our existing customers. And of course, obviously, it will grow the profitability. Why? Because the customer loyalty accounts for 38% of margin, 40% of the revenue growth, and 38% of the shareholder value. Therefore, the CRM is important. Now, as we talk about the customer, the product life cycle in case of product manufacturing. So in case of relationship building, we talk about the customer life cycle management, that what should be done so that the customer is with us for a long period of time. When we say in the product life cycle, there are 4 stages, that is introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. That means we come to know that what is the life of the product, and accordingly then we adopt the strategies so that we can sustain the product in the market for a long period of time. Similarly, in case of the CRM, in case of the relationship building, we understand that what is the life of the customer, for how long will the customer be. Then we try to analyze who are the customers who will be with us for a short period of time, for long, and for very long period of time. This is called as analyzing the customer life cycle, and managing this customer life cycle is called as customer life cycle management. If we look at this graph in this customer life cycle management, in the x-axis we have taken the life cycle of the customer. That means the duration the customer will be with us. For example, 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, 5 years, whatsoever. And in the y-axis we have taken the customer engagement, and it has been seen that the more the customer is, number of years the customer is with us, the more the engagement increases. Initial stages, the engagement is less, but as the relationship grows, the engagement with the customer or the engagement of the customer with the organization increases. Now, in this graph, we see there are stages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stages are there. Target, acquire, onboard, serve, grow, and retain. Now, let us understand these stages one by one. First is target. Target means to deliver the right message at the right time to the right customer. That is called as targeting the customer. That means recognize the customer, do content segmentation, customer segmentation, do brand management through email marketing, through site marketing, identify the customers, target the customers, right? Here the engagement is less. Then after you have targeted the customer, then you have to acquire the customer. That means persuade the customer that you will meet and exceed their needs. Recognize your target customers. Do a persuasive method. Communicate with the customers, right? Do instant messages, do behavioral targeting. And this way you can acquire the new customers. Once you acquire the customer, then you have to convert. Onboard means like we have the onboard in the airplane where we shift the passenger from the airport to the airplane. Similarly, in this, what are we doing? We are converting the prospects into customers. Then after that, the next stage is serve. So as we see, we move up in the graph. As the customer is with us for a long period of time, we see the engagement of the customer is increasing. Serve means allow customers to self-serve in a collaborative environment. Ask the customers to do many of the jobs themselves. For example, see, when we do the online shopping, so the customization is being done by the customers. The organizations, they involve the customers. Pick your product, choose your color, choose your size, put in the cart. So what are we doing this? We are engaging the customers by self-servicing. So then after that, the next stage is grow. Grow means grow what? Grow, not growing the number of customers, but growing the relationship with your existing customers. Deepen your relationship, right? Try to identify the needs, try to fulfill their needs, try to cross sell, try to, do various kinds of events with the help of which you are growing the relationship with the customers. And most important is retaining. That means retaining means reduce your customer churn. Churn means the number of customers leaving your organization who are not purchasing from you. So the aim of CRM is to reduce that churn. That means if a customer is with you for a long period of time, then the customer should not switch to some other brand. For this, you keep on interacting with the customers, give them information, do instant messages, call them, engage them. All these things are required. So this was something about the customer life cycle management. Now this slide is explaining you that what a satisfied customer looks like you see in these two pictures, that both the satisfied customers are happy customers. In both this we see that the customers are happy, but one thing more can be seen, that even the sellers are happy. So happiness is important. So these days the organizations are working on happiness, experience management, increasing the good experiences of the customers. It is a saying that the satisfied customers tell three friends, whereas the angry customers tell 3,000. So, the aim of CRM should be that the customer should not be angry. We should try to make a provision where the customers, if there is any complaint, they should be able to address that complaint, and that complaint or that grievance should be handled well in time so that the customers are happy. Now, let us discuss what is the importance of customer relationship management. Talking about the importance of customer relationship management, the first is you can foresee the customer needs. You can identify that what the customer wants. What are the details of the customer? You get an information. What is the name, contact, address? What are the likings and dislikings of the customer? The entire data can be recorded. Then on the basis of the data which you have recorded, you can group the customers into various segments, maybe on the basis of location, maybe on the basis of likings and dislikings, maybe on the basis of income, whatsoever. The grouping and the segmentation is very easy. Then when you contact these customers give you leads also. So this way you can acquire new customers by contacting them through emails, text messages, and other channels. Then another importance of CRM is it is cost effective. Why cost effective? It is a one-time cost affair, but once you start implementing this CRM, you can manage the large data, big data. So you need not do much of the activities. Marketing activities are reduced. Advertising activities are reduced. Most of the things are done by the CRM software only. So that way, a lot of activities are being reduced. So therefore, it is more cost effective. Then the details are handy whenever required. See, for example, if you're doing the manual collection of the data or manual relationship, and for example you have to tap a customer, you're going to a certain place, or customer is contacting you, the details of the customer, it's very difficult to gather and collect at that time. But with the help of these CRMs, you very well get the history of the customer. When did he purchase? What did he purchase? What was the history? Did he return? Was he satisfied? All these things you get the details of the customer whenever it is required. Then with the help of this CRM, the customer satisfaction is easier because you get to know what the customer wants, and then you customize and provide the customer what the customer wants. So satisfaction becomes easier. Then next is the customer loyalty. Uh, uh, the customer loyalty is also attained with the help of the CRM, because with the help of the CRM we do database management and data mining, and we keep on interacting with the customers. We keep on wishing them, offering them different kinds of discounts, loyalty programs, various kinds of privileges to the regular customers. So this way what happens is a bonding is being built with the customer, and the customer will not switch to some other organization or to some other brand, and the customer becomes loyal with the organization. So this was something about the importance of CRM. Now you see, not all customers are our target customers, because when we talk about CRM, our focus is on existing customers. We have to retain our existing customers. It is very seldom that we look for acquiring new customers. So existing customers also, we have to understand that who are the customers whom we need to retain. So these customers are termed as the strategically significant customers. The customer relationship management focuses on strategically significant markets. Not all the customers are equally important. Therefore, the relationships should be built with the customers that are likely to provide value for the services. Building the relationship with the customers that will provide little value could result in a loss of time, staff, and financial resources. So if the customers are not providing value, one should not waste time on that, right? Because you waste your time, you waste your staff, and you also waste your financial resources. So you have to focus on the strategically significant customers. Now, how to identify that who are the strategically significant customers? There are certain conditions for the strategically significant customers, and there are three significant conditions. If any one of the conditions is satisfied, we say that this customer is our strategically significant customer, and we need to focus on this customer, we need to retain on these customers. These three conditions are: firstly, the customers with high lifetime values. That means the customers who are with us for a long period of time are strategically significant customers. That means the customers that will repeatedly use our product or the services in the long term. First is this: if any of the customer is seen to have a long customer life cycle, then he is our strategic customer. Secondly, the customers who serve as benchmarks for other customers, right? Who are the opinion leaders for other, who are the reference groups for other customers, who set benchmarks for the other customers, are strategically, because by referencing those customers, we can acquire the new customers or the existing customers, right? Then third is the customers who inspire change in the supplier. There are certain loyal customers who become so loyal that they start, involving themselves. They become partners. Then they start giving suggestions to the suppliers that this modification should be done. This is how you should serve. These are some changes you can. So if you see there are certain customers who are, giving you suggestions, that you should understand that they are the customers who really have taken pains, who are concerned, bothered about our products and our organization. And these customers, that means there is a bonding and there is a relationship is being built. So we need to understand these customers, we need to build a more relationship with these customers, and these customers are also these strategically significant customers. So any customer who's for a long period of time, or who set a benchmark for the others, or who gives you suggestion, is said to be these strategically significant customers, and these are the customers we need to focus on while building the relationships. Then next topic is information technology and CRM. What is the role of information technology? See, without the information technology, CRM is not possible, because we talk about the globe, we talk about the large data, we talk about the large market. Without technology, it is very, very difficult. So, technology plays a pivotal role in CRM. Technological approaches involving the use of databases, data mining, and one-to-one marketing can assist organizations to increase customer value and their own profitability. This type of technology can be used to keep a record of the customer's names and contact details, in addition to their history of buying the products or using the services. This information can be used to target the customers in a personalized way and offer them the services to meet their specific needs. This personalized communication provides value for the customer and increases the customer loyalty to the provider. So with the help of the databases, what do? We do a data mining, and then we try to identify the strategically significant customers. Then we try to identify what are their needs, and we do a one-to-one marketing. By doing a one-to-one marketing, we try to provide the value to the customers, and this way what are we doing? We are earning the profitability. Now this if we use this kind of a technology, we what are we doing? We keep a record of the entire customer information. That means the names, the contact details, the history of buying the products, the using services, how many times do they complain, what kind of complaints are there, do they return the products, do they repurchase the products, what is the behavior, right? How do they make the payments? All these things are analyzed. So this way we can, categorize our customer, and this is used to target the customers in a personalized way. We understand that what are the different personalities of customers, right? Or what are the different psychological factors which we need to custom, and then we try to meet their specific needs. And this, when we try to meet this specific need, this personalized attention which we give to the customer, it increases the customer retention and the customer loyalty. So technology plays a very important part in building the relationship with the customers. Now technology, we have the eCRMs, then we have the loyalty cards. The primary role of a retailer loyalty card is to gather the data about the customer. This in turn leads to customer comprehension and cost insights. For example, the customer retention rates at different spending levels, response rates to offers, new customer conversion rates, and where money is being wasted on circulars, followed by appropriate marketing action and follow-up analysis. So there are various privilege cards, loyalty cards, which are being given to the customers who are the loyal customers. They avail these facilities, various highway discounts. This leads to long-term building relationship, right? Then, apart from the loyalty cards and the technology, we have the front office solutions also. Many call centers, many BPOs, they use the CRM software to store all of their customer details. When a customer calls, the system can be used to retrieve and store the information relevant to the customer. By serving the customer quickly and efficiently, and also keeping all the information on the customer in one place, a company aims cost savings and also encourage new customers. So what happens in the call centers, once you give a call, so from your contact detail, the entire history of the customer comes, that how many times did you call before, what type of a customer are you, how many times you have purchased, what is your behavior history, all your information comes, right? What is your complaint, how many, what are the different types of complaints you make, even you get with the help of these, call centers. What happens is, if, for example, you are a customer to, let us say, an electronic goods organization, so it will give an entire information that how many products do you have in your home appliances, do you have, how many are of, let us say, Philips. If Philips is the organization, what are the different products you have purchased, after what duration did you purchase, right? What were the different complaints, how many products, how many parts have been changed, how many times the parts have been changed, the entire history of the customer comes, and then accordingly they take a decision that what has to be done. Apart from the technology, the loyalty cards and the front office solutions, the face-to-face CRM, it has its own importance, because face-to-face, the human connect is there, which is not possible through technology, through machines. So CRM, the face-to-face CRM has its own importance, where we interact directly with the customers, we call them by their name, we give a personalized attention. There is a human expression which touches and which builds a bonding between the customer and the organization, right? The retailer shop is a very good example. CRM can also be carried out in the face-to-face interaction without the use of technology, but because when we have to manage the big data, we need to use the technology. Otherwise, the face-to-face CRM is much better than the CRM used with the help of IT support. The staff members, they often remember the names and the favorites of. You remember when you go to an air, you travel through an air flight. So the air hostesses, the way they talk to you, the way they greet you, the empathy, the care which they show builds a bonding between a relationship which you never forget. So face to face has its own importance. They'll remember your names, their favorite services, products of the regular customers, and use this information to create a personalized service for them. For example, in a hospital library, you will know the name of the nurses that come in often and probably remember the area they work in. However, face-to-face CRM could prove less useful when the organization have large number of customers, as it would be more difficult to remember details about each. So whenever it is big data, so we use the CRM through we use the eCRMs. Whenever it's a small data, the face-to-face has its own charm, own importance. Okay. The benefits of CRM includes, firstly, the costs are reduced because you manage the large data, because the things are done at the right time, and if it is more effective, more efficient, large data can be managed, so that way it reduces the cost. Secondly, there is increased customer satisfaction because they are getting exactly what they want. That means with the help of this CRM, what are we doing? We are meeting and exceeding the expectations of the customer, which leads to increased customer satisfaction. Thirdly, we ensure that the focus of the organization is external, not internal. That means it is customer focused, not organization focused. So whatever we are doing, it is for the benefit of the customer, not for the organization's benefit. Then benefits of CRM is that there is, we with the help of this CRM, we retain our existing customers, we try to increase the customer loyalty, and we also acquire new customers with our old database, who provide us leads if they are satisfied. Then there is maximization of opportunities, as there is increased services referrals. So more and more opportunities are there. The existing customers, they give us leads. For example, Procter and Gamble had offered a scheme that you will get 5 products free of cost, which would be delivered at your home, but that would only be possible if you give us 5 positive leads. So that way, with the help of CRM, there is maximization of opportunities. There is increased access to a source of market and competitor information. Yes, you get the information of the competitors, the market, you can compare, you can analyze. Highlighting the poor operational processes is also done whenever there is a complaint, so we understand where is the problem, and there is long term profitability and sustainability with the help of CRM. So CRM has its own importance, where big data is recorded, collected, database management is done, we have the handy details. Then the data mining is done, where whenever, what kind of information is required, we contact with the customers, we interact, we build relationship, we wish them, we give them promotional offers, we give them loyalty programs. This way we build a bonding. We also welcome their complaints, we address their complaints, we handle the complaints, and we make it sure that the complaints don't happen. We have the history of the customers, and accordingly we can deal with the customers. This way a long-term relationship is built, a customer life cycle is increased, enhanced customer satisfaction and increased customer loyalty. So this was something about the introduction to CRM. We end the session over here. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Goodbye. Hello everyone. I'm Dr. Meenakshi, and today we are going to discuss the topic portals and electronic CRM. With the emergence of the internet, enterprise portals took on a whole different meaning. They have now become the gateways to entire web-based communities and customer activity. Customer service and support applications are helping the organizations make a transition from cost centers to profit centers. These applications, when get fully integrated with the sales and the marketing applications, they are providing unique opportunities for the organizations to upsell and cross-sell additional products to their customer base, leading to increased customer value and profitability. As a portal is a gateway to an array of services to an optimal customer community. A portal is a central entry point, usually centered on a web server that links multiple information and interactivity sources and allows a personalized view of all of the services according to the requirements of the customer who is entering in the portal. The personalized access can be done through a user ID and a password. Each user has a different view of the information, the goods, as well as the services available to them. This is an easygoing concept which personalizes the view of each person using the portal. The collection of goods, services, and information is universal and available on multiple servers sitting behind the portal doors. This way, thousands of users can get what they need with all the universal links available to all people and with workflow and security built in. As a good CRM portal aggregates all the relevant customer information within a single application in a format that is customized and personalized for the individual or the department interacting with that data. An ideal portal doesn't just provide access to the customer data, but it becomes a knowledge base which is tailored to the needs of each different customer with web content, with third-party applications, with reference materials, and of course, a detailed customer information. So we can say portals contain anything and everything within or outside of the organization, which any customer facing group can utilize to enhance their understanding of a customer's experience and needs. There are several things which are important for a highly successful CRM portal strategy. The system should be woven around the customer instead of around specific job functions. Deploying a CRM portal solution only in one department of one business unit will not yield the same results as an enterprise-wide solution, which gives every front office employee access to the critical customer data and knowledge base. A thin client or web-based portal system saves millions of dollars in time, employee turnover, and other costs by greatly reducing the system implementation and management time. Different audiences require different views and different types of information, making it absolutely necessary to provide the right content and structure to each. The modules in CRM. The CRM applications comprise of functional components, advanced technologies, and channels. The functional components include sales applications, marketing automation, and customer service and support applications. The channels include the web, call centers, telephones, and mobile devices. Sales applications. The cornerstone of customer relationship management is Salesforce automation. The Salesforce automation software is focused in automating the fundamental activities of the salespeople, both within the organization and in the field. The common applications of Salesforce automation include calendar and scheduling, appointments with the customers, contact and account management, calculating the incentives, opportunity management, and pipeline management. I mean, the tasks which are in the pipeline and what are the opportunities available in the market, forecasting the sales, making the proposals and managing the proposals, pricing, negotiations, assigning the territories and territory management, and of course, reporting. All these functions can easily be done through the Salesforce automation software. The rules are programmed into the configuration applications and then are abstracted from the user. The configurations are suitable for web because the users need not have a technical background to assemble the products. The unassisted web sales capabilities enable the customers to select and purchase the products or services via the web. Then is the marketing applications. They form the newest breed of applications in the customer relationship management space. These applications they complement with the Salesforce automation application and then provide unique capabilities for marketing. The common applications in the marketing include web-based or the traditional marketing campaign planning, executing the plans and analysis, collateral generation, and managing the marketing materials, generating the lists of the marketing activities and management of these activities, making the budget for all the marketing activities and forecast, preparing the marketing encyclopedia, which includes a repository of product, pricing, and all the information related to the competitor, tracking the leads, distribution, and management of the distribution. The marketing applications primarily aim to empower the marketing professionals by providing a framework for the design, execution, and evaluation of marketing campaigns and other marketing related activities. For example, a successful marketing campaign typically generates a qualified sales lead that needs to be distributed to sales professionals who need to act on them. Thus, the marketing automation and Salesforce automation are complementary. It is essential to realize that the Salesforce automation and the marketing applications play different roles in the customer life cycle. And the third module is customer service and support applications. These applications have gained a major importance for effective customer retention, and in many cases, profitability depends on providing superior service. These applications are typically deployed through a call center environment or over the web for self-service and allow the organizations to support the unique requirements of their customers with a high speed, accuracy, and efficiency. The common applications of customer service and support include customer care, wherein they look after the various complaints of the customers and provide whatever information is required, incident, defect, and tracking the orders, providing field service wherever required, looking after the problem database, that is the complaints, and the solutions to the complaints, repair wherever the scheduling is required, and dispatching the products, service agreements and contracts, managing those contracts. Whenever the customer is requesting for a service, managing those requests, all these come under the customer service and support applications. These applications are helping the organizations to transit from a cost center organization to a profit center organization. Moreover, when these applications get fully integrated with the sales and the marketing application, they can provide unique opportunities for organizations to upsell and cross-sell additional products into their customer base. As a good CRM portal aggregates all the relevant customer information within a single application or desktop in a format that is customized and personalized for the department or individual interacting with the data. An ideal portal doesn't just provide access to the customer data, but becomes a knowledge base that is tailored to the needs of different audience with web content, third-party applications, reference materials, and detailed customer portals does contain anything within or outside of the organization that the customers or the customer facing groups can use to enhance their understanding of a customer's experience and needs of the customer. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Hello everyone. This is Dr. Minakshi, and today I'm going to take a session on portals and electronic CRM. In part A, we discussed the modules in CRM, that is sales applications, marketing applications, and customer service and support applications. Part B, we learn the basic requirements of electronic CRM, the dimensions of eCRM. The key features, we'll talk about ERP and CRM. And in the last, we'll talk about supply chain management and its relationship with CRM. Any company can approach electronic CRM from different evolutionary paths, but they all need to proceed toward the same objective of optimizing the value of the customer relationships. The ultimate aim of CRM is optimizing the customer value. The basic requirements of eCRM are electronic channels, enterprise, empowerment, economics, assessment, and outside information. Let us go a little in detail. Electronic channels. The new electronic channels, such as the web and personalized e-messaging, have become the medium for fast, interactive, and economic customer communications, challenging the companies to keep a pace with the increased velocity. So keeping the pace is very important. Enterprise. Through the eCRM, a company gains the means to touch and shape customers' experiences across the entire organization, reaching beyond the bound of marketing to sales, services, and corner offices. By corner offices, I mean customer care, whose occupants need to understand and assess the customer behavior. An eCRM strategy relies heavily on the construction and maintenance of the data, which provides a consolidated and a detailed view of the individual consumer's behavior and the communication history of the customer. Third is empowerment. In this new age, the digital era, eCRM strategies must be structured to accommodate the consumers who now have the power to decide when and how to communicate with the company, and of course, through which channel, which ability to opt in or which ability to opt out. It is the consumers who decide which firms earn the privilege to talk with them. So the empowerment, the power is in the hands of the consumer. I call the new consumer. An eCRM structure includes timely delivery and valuable information which a consumer accepts in exchange for his or her attention. economics. Too many companies execute the communication strategies with little effort or ability to understand the economics of customer relationships and channel delivery choices. The customer economics drives smart asset allocation decisions, directing the resources and efforts of individuals, which shall provide the greatest return on the customer communication initiatives. Assessment. Understanding the customer economics relies on a company's ability to attribute the customer behavior to the marketing programs. An organization should evaluate the customer interactions along with various customer touchpoint channels. I mean, the channels from which the communication is being done. May it be social media, may it be a website, or the emails, and then compare the anticipated return on investment against the actual returns through customer analytical report. The evaluation of this reporting allows the companies to continuously refine and improve the efforts to optimize relationships between companies and their customers. The last feature, the last requirement, outside information. The use of consumer external information can be employed to further understand the customer needs. This information can be gained from sources such as third-party information networks and web page applications, under the condition that the companies adhere to strict consumer opt-in rules and privacy concerns. Conscious of each requirement that will shape its future business, a company builds an eCRM solution in order to optimize the relationships between itself and its customers. Now, for each company, the optimization may have different and multiple objectives, like increasing the number of customers by customer acquisition, increasing the customer profitability by increasing the valuable customers, growing the revenue, driving the customers through cost-effective channels, and cross-selling additional products for customer retention. Now let us talk on the three dimensions in electronic CRM. The three dimensions are acquisition, means getting the increasing number of new customers, acquiring new customers. Expansion, meaning increasing the profitability by encouraging the customers to purchase more and more products and services. Growth and expansion in the business. Retention, meaning increasing the amount of time of customers stay. For example, I am your regular customer for 6 months. You apply relationship building with me, which increases the retention, and I retain with you. That means I purchase regularly from you for another 2 years. This is what I mean by increasing the amount of time of the customer stay. While the acquisition and the retention are well understood, the expansion by customer profitability requires some kind of a scrutiny. Since the expansion presents enormous untapped value, an eCRM strategy must be able to identify the expansion potential for each customer. You should be able to find out that what is the potential in each customer to give me profits. For example, Over the past, the grocery retailers have struggled to understand the value in communicating directly with the customer beyond the basic promotions. The average margin in a food retail store is only 2 to 3%. On the surface, these small margins appear to leave little or no room to warrant the sophisticated customer optimization techniques. As a result, the supermarkets have spent most of their energy on acquiring more customers. Now, what many food retailers fail to grasp is the marginal economics of customer behavior. While the profit margins may float around 3%, the incremental margin obtained from getting a shopper to add just to increase the incremental margins hold potential. Uncovering that potential requires companies not only to understand how the customers behave with them, but what interactions they have with their competitors. Now let's talk about the key ECRM features. Regardless of the organization's objectives, an ECRM solution must possess certain key characteristics. It should focus on the process. A CRM process brings you the appropriate technology and it will reduce the technology gap as well as refining your business process. It should be data warehouse driven. In an ECRM solution, the data warehouse or the customer data mart contains a consolidated and comprehensive view of the customer. The warehouse provides the broadest possible profile of the customer. This is needed to determine an appropriate course of action, the most effective offer to make, and the best channel to deliver the pertinent message. A multi-channel view. Organizations today have different methods of interacting with the customers. Let's say, for example, a bank might use one application to support its website, another application to support its call center, yet another to support the emails, another to support sales, another application to support the ATMs, and another to support the direct mail and the telemarketing. These applications rarely connect to each other, thus precluding the sharing of information between channels and preventing meaningful cross-channel connections for a customer. For example, a call center agent may be careless to a complaint that a customer registered that day through email, nor would the agent be aware of the customer behavior on the website. So this is something about the multi-channel view. Now, what do we mean by measurement driven? Today, many companies spend millions of dollars communicating with the customers, but they spend very little time and effort in determining the effectiveness of these campaigns. Now here, what the ECRM does, the ECRM provides the means to measure the communication efforts. So this was all about the features. Now let's come to the ERP and CRM. ERP means Enterprise Resource Planning. It is an expensive and long drawn affair that requires the best efforts of the most competent team drawn from the middle and the senior management of the company. The typical team size is 60 to 70 from within the company and equal number, that is 60 to 70, from the implementation partner. Substantial time of the top management is also a prerequisite to ensure that quick decisions are given from any bottleneck that may arise. The typical time period for implementation is 24 to 30 months, and this can be crashed to some extent, but not beyond. The cost of the software and the implementation partners feed together and can be in the region of rupees 50 to 70 crores. This excludes the cost of the other resources such as new hardware, additional office space, etc. etc. Now, why are we talking of ERP on a seminar on CRM? Because we feel that CRM cannot be effective in a company that does not have a back office information setup. The modern day ERP offerings have many features that closely resemble the best of the CRM software. The ERP attempts to bridge the gap between the supply chain management and the CRM packages by providing a unified software program divided into software modules that roughly approximate the old standalone systems. I personally think that the main focus of the ERP systems is data sharing, data distribution, and quality data in order to avoid duplicate and redundant. The main goals for an organization to undertake the ERP include: it helps in integrating the financial information, it integrates the customer order information, it helps in standardizing and speeding up the manufacturing processes, you can reduce the inventory, and it helps in standardizing the HR information. Now let's talk something on supply chain management and customer relationship management. Supply chain management allows the organizations to efficiently manage their entire supply chain from purchasing to distribution and logistics. I think that the main focus of supply chain management is on purchasing or transactional data or on the internal data. The supply chain management and the ERP are often the different systems in many organizations, which make it difficult to connect the demand with the supply. This difficulty will play an important role for technology managers as the two systems can have contrasting objectives. We can understand this by an example given by Serge. He says, there's no question that you can optimize the efficiency of a supply chain at the cost of being less responsive to customers. For example, I might save my firm 25% of hard dollar costs if I eliminate some distribution centers and carry fewer inventories. That decision would probably make my company less responsive to customers, since they might then experience more stockouts. But that trade-off may be worth it. What I pay for that extra inventory may cost more than what I lose in sales from the customers who don't find the stock they want. Now the question is, what's the better business investment? Supply chain management, when connected via the business intelligence tools with CRM, can throw light on many unknown aspects of a company's business processes. For any business to extract maximum benefit from its CRM deployment, it is important that it should be linked to the back-end processes. The insight offered by the CRM into consumer behavior and the demand patterns can be made use of to streamline the manufacturing and the distribution of the products as managed by the supply chain function. An important feature to understand when deploying a CRM is that it can only provide information that has to be used both at the front end and the back end to improve the process. The segmentation, the customer segmentation information can be used to structure the purchase of the raw materials, scheduling the manufacturing activities, managing the inventory, and overall running the supply chain. Any business can obtain major cost savings by acting upon the information from the CRM systems. Then next, a streamlined supply chain is the key to reaching out to the right consumer at the right time, and CRM offers the inputs on providing the customers with the right product mix and targeting them with the appropriate marketing. A backward integration of the processes, taking into account the information obtained from CRM, can help a business better allocate its resources, be they in manufacturing, processing, marketing, sales, distribution, anything. Apportioning of the raw materials to the machines and the machines to a given product can be done more accurately if the demands are known. It also leads to a reduction of inventory stocks, just-in-time production, and a lean supply chain which responds to the demands quickly. Now, all this not only helps in the cost cutting, but also acquires a competitive advantage for a business that can take the lead in offering a better buying experience and service level, which your competitors may not be able to offer. An efficient and responsive supply chain can have a huge positive impact on store product segmentation and effective customer targeting. Integration between the CRM and SCM improves communication between the store and the manufacturing. For retail businesses, such integration can imply a lot of benefits, such as better distribution to retail outlets over various geographic locations, feedback to suppliers, distributors, transporters, and many more. The businesses can ensure the availability of quick moving items and reduce the likelihood of losing the customers. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Hi all, this is Dr. Meenakshi, and I'm going to take a session on Salesforce automation. Any sales team in a company today has to deal with various constraints. They need to be continuously in touch with the customers, the office, the updates on the availability, the prices of the various products, the schemes for the various products they sell. Sometimes the information obtained related to all these may not be accurate. Here, the Salesforce automation softwares, they enable a highly mobile sales force to increase the productivity on the field, react faster to the customer requirements, and assess and update the sales related information anytime, anywhere. Often people get confused and use the two terms CRM and Salesforce automation interchangeably, though CRM does not necessarily imply automation of sales tasks. Let us understand the concept of Salesforce automation. Salesforce automation refers to automating all the tasks and the actions related to sales of an organization. It is the coordination of the tasks, applications, which center on scheduling of the tasks and contact management. Salesforce automation actions are usually incorporated with other systems which supply the status of orders, inventory and products, and many other related information which can be used as a bigger program of CRM. Salesforce automation is a technique of using the software on how to automate the business tasks of sales, which includes order processing, contact management, information sharing, inventory monitoring, inventory control, order tracking, customer management, sales forecast analysis. You can forecast the sales, you can predict the behavior, and evaluating the performance of Salesforce. When we talk about managing the big data with the help of the CRM softwares, the Salesforce automation software helps by making all the business actions related to sales automatic. In short, we can say that the Salesforce automation can help you control your entire sales process from the head to the toe, starting from keeping track of the orders, where and at what place your order is right now, meeting out the orders on time, contact management, sharing all the data and the information related to the sales and statistics of it, screening the inventory, controlling the inventory, and using the software to predict the sales, to analyze the future sales, to predict the pattern, the purchase pattern, the behavior, the purchase behavior of the customer. With the help of the data which you collect, you can very easily, using the analytical tools, you can forecast the sales as well as the these purchase patterns and the purchase behaviors of the customer. So, for example, how many times the customer visits the website, how many times the customer puts the product in the cart, what type of the products are put in the cart, how many times the customer in a month or in a year places the orders, what is the types of the products which are put in the cart and the orders which are placed, what is the mode of payment the customer selects, what is the mode of delivery the customer selects, what is the total value of purchase done by a particular customer, how and what are the different types of complaints the customer raises, what is the number of the complaints a customer is raising, uh, how many times the customer makes an attempt to return the products which have been sold. So all these different behaviors of the customers can be analyzed and a behavior can be predicted to find out that who are your valuable customers, what is the customer retention rate, who are your loyal customers, and how you can increase the customer lifetime. We can also evaluate the performance of the sales force using this software. How many hours are you working? You can track from the software. How many sales? What is the quantity of the sales you do in a day? What is the sales in the net amount you do in a day? How many times you are stuck up? How smoothly you are able to handle a customer query? In how many days you convert a prospect into a customer? All these parameters help us to evaluate the performance of the employees in sales. Salesforce automation software is a type of a program that automates all the business tasks related to sales, like inventory control, sales processing, tracking of the customer interactions, as well as analyzing sales forecasts and performance. Now, let us talk about the benefits of Salesforce. It has its own advantages. First of all, it is a personalized software. You can get the Salesforce automation solutions which are customized according to the business's specific needs. These solutions are completely configurable to meet your individual business and sales automation needs. Salesforce automation is a complete sales solution for the executives and employees. This software can help executives to define and set the individual sales goals, share the sales and the advertising information with your sales manager, analyze the results, prepare the reports, communicate the report to the manager, and also predict the future courses. The sales employees can benefit as the solutions make it easy for them to obtain the new leads, supervise the data, set the reminders for the sales, schedule the appointments with the customers, and also save various notes, orders, and applications. This software has a swift launch and incorporation. It can be easily incorporated into your unique sales programs, and it can be configured according to the organization's specific and special needs. As a consequence of this, your sales force can be fully functional in weeks, which otherwise takes months and years. Salesforce automation provides control. By using the Salesforce automation software, the managers can find out how their sales team is doing in the field at any given point of time. They can also take care of any possible problems they are facing. Suppose if a sales executive is stuck up dealing with the customer, he can communicate with the sales manager, and the sales manager can guide how to get out of the problem, how to convert the prospect into a customer, how to finalize the deal. Sales representatives can quickly be brought up to date by providing all the necessary sales information in one common place with the help of the software. And above all, the Salesforce automation systems, they safeguard the data. They have the built-in security tools that help safeguard your data, your statistics, and the solutions. The advanced technology in this software enables complete protection of the customer as well as the company data. Along with this, these systems have data encryption and user authentication facilities, which help to back up the saved data and also prevent unauthorized use of your sales solutions. So, we can say that Salesforce automation is a speedy and hassle-free launching of sales teams in the most organized and efficient manner. Thank you so much. Now we'll be meeting in the next session of Salesforce automation. Hi all, this is Dr. Meenakshi, and today I'm going to take a session on Salesforce automation. In Salesforce automation part A, we talked about the concept of Salesforce automation and the benefits of this software. Salesforce automation has various advantages. It benefits the salespeople, the sales manager, the marketing manager, and there are numerous strategic advantages. Let us discuss advantages to the salespeople. It is claimed that Salesforce automation systems can improve the productivity of the salesperson. Here are some examples. Rather than writing the sales orders, the reports, the activity reports, or the call sheets on paper, the salespeople can fill in the prepared e-forms. This saves time, money, and paper. Second, rather than printing out reports and then taking him to the sales manager, the sales executives can use the company intranet to transmit the information. This again saves time, cost, and paper. Another advantage to the salesperson, rather than waiting for paper-based product inventory data, the sales prospect lists, the sales support information can easily be assessed through the software. And this could be useful in the field while answering the questions of the customers and handling the queries. The additional tools in the software could help improve the sales staff morale if they reduce the amount of record keeping or the rate of closing increases. Another advantage could be that the Salesforce systems can be used as an effective and efficient training device as well. How? They provide the sales staff with the product information and the sales technique training without having them to waste time on seminars. With the help of this software, there is a better and transparent communication and cooperation between the sales personnel and the sales managers. Much better and qualified sales leads can be automatically generated with the help of the software. And last but not the least, this technology increases the salesperson's ratio of selling time to non-selling time. So more of the time you spend on selling and you reduce the non-selling time, which includes the activities like report writing, travel time, internal meetings, training, seminars. All this time is reduced, which can be utilized in field selling. Now let us discuss some of the advantages to sales managers. Of course, the sales automation systems, they affect the sales managers as well. Here are some examples. The sales manager, rather than gathering all the call sheets from various salespeople and then tabulating the results, can automatically present the results in an easy way and an understandable way with the help of tables, charts, and graphs. This saves a lot of time to the manager. The activity reports, the information requests, the orders booked, and the other sales information can be very easily sent to the sales managers more frequently, allowing the sales manager to respond promptly, directly with the advices to the sales team. He can do the product in stock verifications and also can do the price discount authorizations. This gives the management more hands-on control of the sales process if they wish to use it. In addition to this, the sales manager can configure the system in order to automatically analyze the information using the sophisticated statistical techniques and then present the results in a very user-friendly manner. This gives the sales manager information that is more useful in, first of all, providing the current and useful sales support materials to the sales staff, providing marketing research related data like the demographic data, wherein the age, income, marital status, gender, etc. of the customers, psychographic data, the behavioral data of the customers, the product acceptance, the product problems, the customers, what kind of problems they're facing, and also detecting and predicting the trends. We can also provide the market research data like the industry dynamics, who are the new competitors, what are the new products from the competitors, what are the new promotional campaigns which the competitors are coming up with, the microenvironmental scanning, and of course, detecting the competitors' strengths. With the help of this software, other parts of the other functions of the firm can also be coordinated, particularly the marketing, production, and finance. You can identify your most profitable customers, most valuable customers, and also your most problematic customers with the help of. You can track the productivity of the sales force by combining a number of performance measures like what is the revenue a particular salesperson is giving, the revenue per territory, margin per segment, margin by customer, number of calls per day which are made, how much time is spent per contact per customer, how much revenue is generated per call, what is the cost incurred per call, what is the entertainment cost per call, what is the ratio of the orders which you get to the calls which you go for. Then you can also measure the revenue as a percentage of sales quota. You can also find out the number of lost customers per period. You can find out the number of customers acquired in a given period. You can find out the cost of customer acquisition. You can find out the expected, lifetime of the customer. You can find out the valuable customers. You can find out the percentage of the products which are returned in a particular given time. You can find out the number and the type of customer complaints. And you can also find out the number of overdue accounts. So with the help of the information which you have, this particular software can give you a lot of information, analyzing the information, and can help in decision making. Not just as an advantage to the sales team and the sales manager, this software has advantages to the marketing managers as well. It gives the marketing managers various kinds of informations which could be useful in understanding the structure, the economic structure of the industry, in identifying the various segments within a particular market, identifying the target market among the segments. It is useful in identifying your prospective customers, your best customers in a particular location. We can also do a marketing research to develop the profiles. That is, profiles means the demographic, the geographic, and the behavioral profiles of your core customers. We can also understand the competitors, the products they sell, and the behavior and the patterns of the competitors. It is also useful in developing new products, establishing environmental scanning mechanisms to detect the opportunities and threats in the market, understanding your company's strengths as well as weaknesses, and also auditing your customers' experience of a particular brand in full. Salesforce automation is useful to the marketing manager in developing marketing strategies for each of your products using a mix of variables, that is product, price, place, promotion. It is useful in coordinating all the sales related activities with other parts of the promotion mix. That means coordinating the sales function with advertising, coordinating the sales function with sales promotion, public relations, publicity, and creating a sustainable competitive advantage. Understanding where you want your brands to be in future and providing an empirical basis for writing the marketing plans on a regular basis to help you get there. It also provides the feedback systems to help these marketing managers monitor and adjust the various marketing processes. Salesforce automation also has strategic advantages. It can create competitive advantages. For example, it can increase the productivity. Sales staff will use their time more efficiently and more effectively. The sales manager will also become more efficient and more effective. And this increased productivity can create a competitive advantage in reducing the costs, increasing the sales revenue, and increasing the market share. The field sales staff can send their information more frequently. Rather, the information can be sent to the management after every sales call. This provides the management current and the complete information which can be used in a valuable way. And the management's response time can also be greatly reduced. As a result, the organization will become more alert and more agile. These systems can also increase the customer satisfaction if they're used wisely. If the information which is obtained from the system is used to create a product which matches or exceeds the customer expectations, then the sales staff uses the system to use the service customers more expertly and diligently. As a result, we have more satisfied customers with the company. And this will provide a competitive advantage because customer satisfaction leads to increased customer retention, customer loyalty, reduced customer acquisition cost, reduced price elasticity of demand, and increased profit. With all these advantages, Salesforce automation system has certain disadvantages as well. Firstly, it is difficult to work with. You need a training. You require additional work in putting the data. When we talk about big data, large data, so it's a difficult task to record the data, to input the data. Once the data is inputted, then things are easier. The system dehumanizes a process which should actually be personal, and now it's accessible by anybody in the organization. Then it requires, since it's a tool, it's a technology, it's a software, it requires continuous maintenance, updating, and system update. Implementation is costly, and it is difficult to integrate with other management systems. The Salesforce automation application gives businesses an upper hand with the sales data. With the Salesforce automation, the representatives spend more time selling and less time on administration. The applications may include point and click customization for sales automation. Real-time analytics empower your business to make better decisions, and instant global deployment for offline and online use. The representatives, they need solutions which can make the jobs easier. Salesforce automation gives them fast access to data, whether it is online or offline, via mobile devices and other links. Managers, they need visibility into the activities of their representatives and an insight into where their sales representatives stand. This solution provides powerful opportunity in management, forecasting, reporting, and customization. As a result, the sales managers are more confident in handling their teams and producing the results in their full capacity. The system is trusted by the executives because they get accurate information, and the sales manager can accurately evaluate the information while looking ahead to the future. With the powerful analytics and customizable dashboards, the Salesforce automation provides the executives with the real-time information whenever they need, and effectively then they can utilize this. This was something about the advantages of the software and the applications where it can be applied. Now talking about the features. Features include sales management. In sales management, managing the leads, opportunity management, managing the accounts and contact management, managing the activities, workflow management, and managing the various kinds of approvals which have to be done, territory management, and partner management. The next feature is analytics and forecasting, which includes making the reports, handling the dashboards, customizable forecasting, quality data management. Third feature includes sales information. Sales information, sales related information, that is the product log, managing documents, contract management, managing the emails, how well emails can be written, the email templates, asset management. Then another feature could be desktop and mobile, which includes the mobile CRM solutions, the Microsoft Outlook edition, which helps in email and all, Word for word processing, and Excel for the worksheets, and Word and Excel integration. Then customization, one-to-one, personalization and integration, and app exchange applications. Apart from this, there are other features of the Salesforce automation, which include alerts, means the messaging facility, which allows the sales representatives to receive as well as send the alerts to the central server. Then personal information management. These are the sets of applications which allow the sales representatives to manage the information related to leaves, travels, expenses, and the salary from their personal devices like mobile phones. The Salesforce automation gives the sales team the ability to assess and manage the critical sales information using various devices like the PDA device. Salesforce automation refers, in a nutshell, automation of all the actions related to selling in an organization. The Salesforce automation actions are usually incorporated with other systems like supply and status of orders, inventory of the products, the CRM program, and other related information.
We talked about the customer loyalty and customer retention. Now, as a part of the business activity, the customer loyalty and customer retention are the utmost important thing. The simple reason behind is that every single customer that uh, we lose 5 times the amount to attract a new customer, right? That's what a thumb rule says, that every single customer is lost. We need to target 5 times more than what we lose the customer. So it is always better to retain the customer than targeting the new customer or hunting for the new customer. So the company, even though need to spend a little amount of money out of their profits to retain the customer, give them a value, give them a benefits, it's always better to make our customer profitable, customer loyal to for themselves. But still, uh, retention is difficult because there are different sets of people, of the segments of the people, and one of the segment of the people is the innovator. They always try to find out what is new happening in the market. They always try to capture the first day first show kind of a thing, where the people keep on waiting what is going to launch in the market, whereas they do not look forward for the brand, but they always wanted to experience the product and by acquiring it, and therefore these customers are also known as hoppers, and the company loses them over a period of time. They don't become loyal customers. But uh, fact is that even we have gotten hoppers, we try to uh, strategize to make them loyal. Even in case if we make 5% of the hoppers loyal to us, our job is done. This is what we talked about in the last session, and we also talked about transiting from retention towards the relationship marketing that we talked about. So we talked about over a period of time, it's what does it matter is the relationship with the customer. If a company can be able to build a relationship, better relationship with the customer, then the company is going to have a positive or advocates for themselves, for their brands. And uh, you know that the word of mouth is the uh, best thing to have a publicity, uh, to publicize and build a brand in the market, right? Taking the discussion forward, today what we are going to talk about is the Salesforce automation. Now, this is again an important area of a business that generates revenue for any of the business. And since we were talking about the marketing, there is always a thin line between the marketing and the sales. And we always say, in case if you are able to market properly, the sales has to occur. But then sales do occur. Then we talked about the retention. We also need to retain the customers, and also we need to keep on identifying the changing requirements, changing needs of the people, so that we should be able to deliver those change need in form of a product or the value addition in the product, inside the product, and can be able to retain the customer for the next cycle of the business. Not only that, we also need to look from the perspective of business. The automation is important to understand, uh, to minimize the operating costs. Not only that, but also minimize the time for delivery of the product, and keep a watch where we are heading strategically. So Salesforce automation today we are going to talk about, which is a part of gives you a mobility in terms of the devices that we use it, whether it's a laptop, palm top, or the mobile phone. We have the functionality of the cloud, where now people are talking about to save the data on the cloud. Okay, so whenever you are going to buy a laptop, you won't find the memory is more than 512 GB, and the people used to say that you can store the rest of your data either on the cloud or your separate disk that you have. We also talk about the CRM integration. This is a one part of CRM integration, where Salesforce automation is one of the module of the CRM, right? Where this gives you the flexibility to analyze the stocks, the sales, it is all we talk about the CRM integration, and Salesforce automation is one of the module that we are talking about for integrating in our business. There are other modules as well. In case of a CRM, we have the operational module. We have an HR module as well, which integrates the entire HR functions, as we are going to talk about in terms of the Salesforce automation. The Salesforce automation also helps into the social media integration into the social media as well. Whatsoever we do today, we all see that social media is playing a very important role in enhancing the business or in managing the sales of the business. So they want their convenience to interact, even so talk to each other, share their ideas, share their views regarding the product, regarding the brand they use it. So social media integration is also there with Salesforce automation to modulate that what we need to showcase and what we need to avoid over the social media as per the objective of the business that we are talking about. And then we have an automated marketing where in case of an automated marketing, we talk about from the strategic planning to designing an ad campaign and showcasing those ad campaigns over various multiple media. May it be a newspaper, that is what we call as a print media. May it be an electronic media, what we call as television, and the social media we have already talked about. The social media is now growing up, taking over various other mediums um, in the society. So we are going ahead of Salesforce automation. Now let us define Salesforce automation. What exactly the Salesforce automation means? The Salesforce automation refers to automating all the actions related to sales of an organization or a business. Okay, so this particular module or this particular integration of the CRM software, like we have got a SAP, where SAP has got a very prominent module of sales into it. So if you are any company is using SAP, they will very well be able to appreciate that it is all about the automating all the actions related to sales in an organization, because sales is a bread and butter for an organization. Any deviation into it shall hamper the entire business plan, and definitely the business will suffer. So it is related to a sales organization or a business or even a small business, where even on a grocery shop, you must have seen the people are having a laptop or a computer, and they have got entire stock in front of them. And when you go for a billing, they just need to punch in few numbers out there, and they can be able to generate the bill. And at the back end, the stock will get reduced automatically. And during the evening time, they shall be able to get the stock what remains with them into their warehouses, right? Abbreviated SAF or the Salesforce automation, a technique of using software to automate the business task of sales, including order processing, right? Contact management, information sharing, inventory monitoring and control, order tracking, customer management, and sales forecast analysis and employee performance evaluation. Right. So this much this module do. When we talk about the Salesforce automation, it is not just a simple thing. Though it looks on a dashboard that you can get the output on your laptop or a computers, and you can be able to interpret the numbers that you get it. But from a back end, if you look at, it is a complicated system. It is a complicated system that processes all these information for you and project it onto your screen. Uh, Now, one of the example I would like to give it to you in case of a Salesforce automation, since contact management or information sharing is there. So whenever you go to the Big Bazaar or Geo Mart, they always process your sales through your phone number, a mobile number, right? So they put it a mobile number which is unique to a person, and they get the entire history of yours, at how much you buy it, what you buy it, how often you buy it, and what usually you buy when you come. So at the back end, the data can be sliced and diced, and therefore, with an individual customer, I can be able to understand what kind of a customer he or she is, and what kind of an offering I should make to that particular customer. Maybe it can be customized as well sometime, right? So this is how the contact management process worked under a Salesforce automation module. Then, since we have a contact, we can get the entire information about the person, and this information can be read across the other businesses as well of the same company, right? So this is what is an importance is. And then the another important aspect of Salesforce automation is all about order transition, order tracking, basically. So another example we can have it over here is when you book a courier, they give you an tracking number, one tracking number, which you can put on the website, and possibly you can be able to track where your parcel is. Similarly, in case if I need to give an example from a business, one of the best example that comes to my mind is in Amazon. Amazon. When you book any product from Amazon, you get an SMS that your product is booked, and when it starts shipping, you can be able to track it out through the code that you have it. So you can see where your product reached and how much time it is going to take to reach to your doorstep. That is what is an order tracking. This is what we call as a forward order tracking, where the company is selling to its customer. But in the same way, we have got a backward order tracking as well, right? Where the uh, company act as a vendor, and uh, company act as a vendor, and other people act as a buyer to them, where they can be able to uh, track the uh, track the information about the inventories and other things. So order tracking is also important aspect, where in real time you can be able to understand where your order is sometimes, right? So Salesforce automation also plays a very important role in sales forecast analysis. As I said, you have got a data, and that data can best be able to practice uh, in terms of the Salesforce and sales forecast analysis, where you can again slice and dice the data with respect to the demographics, psychographics, or uh, on the behavioral aspects, right? And you can be able to understand in which month what category of the people buy what kind of a product, and they expect that once you do this forecasting, they take on the order to their company and try to make the product. So this is what is an importance of sales forecast analysis. And the last but not the least is the performance evaluation of a people. At the end of the day, uh, what exactly, how exactly you are performing against your targets laid down to you by the company matters a lot. So, Salesforce Force automation also helps in employee performance evaluation. Now, these are some of the key functions of Salesforce automation. Though I have already talked to you in terms of the key function, but still to recapitulate it, let us go through one by after another. Is keeping a track of orders. How many are going to come? Right. Meeting out of orders, right? So you can fix up the meeting, you can order a meeting, you can set the priority of the meeting, with your vendors, with your client. Contact management, as I said, the people are managing the contact. They can use these contacts into various forms in terms of promoting the brand value and the brand image, and therefore contact management is very, very important. Sharing sales information and statistics. uh, yes, this sharing sales information and statistics is important. Simple reason is there are certain perishable products. Say for example, if I take a perishable product which has got a limited shelf life, and if I'm not able to forecast the sales properly, maybe there are chances where a lot of stock might go to an unproductive area or unproductive region, whereas there is a limited stock remains where the region is where the sales is there, where the sales occurs more in that particular region. This is what I was talking to you in terms of sharing sales information and statistics. I'll give you a live example. I would like to share a live example to you over here. And we were doing a kind of a project onto this live example. We all know the magazines, right? There are various kind of magazines that we go through while we are traveling or while we are at home, like you've got a Time magazine or Cosmopolitan, or the lifestyle magazines are there, a lot auto magazines are there. There are certain magazines which has got a very small shelf life, a month's shelf life, and every month they come, like a Time magazine is there, or Business Today is there, Business World is there, right? So in case if I do not have this sales information, then there is a possibility that I might underprint or overprint my magazine, right? And in case if I'm able to forecast it well, then I can be able to print exactly the number what I am required. Now, what happens? Say I have got an X number to print. I got this information. I have this in forecasted, and X number, say 100. I take a number of 100 to print, right? So the 100 magazines got printed, but uh, there is an election schedule in one of the state, or something going on in one of the state, uh, and I have got a limited number of magazines printed, and that particular magazines do carry some certain information related to the activity or the event that is happening or that has happened into that particular state. Now what will happen? I have the earlier numbers. I will ship those numbers, divide that 100 into XYZ, and ship those number into various states or the various towns. But all of a sudden what can happen is that people of that state where the event has happened, the demand will be high, right? And on the other town or other cities, the demand possibly is low. Now if the sales happen, the counter will get empty, and I will lose my customer, I will lose that sales. But in case if I can be able to track in real time where how many magazines are being sold, and what is the frequency of the sales, and where the magazine is underselling, I can shift that load from an underselling town, underselling city, to a overselling town, right? So this is a real time, this can happen on a real time basis, where I can track my sales with the Salesforce automation module, right? So this is how I can be able to stop the redundancy. Number one, I can be able to optimize the number of print, and then in case if the next print comes next month, the redundant prints of the previous month will not be taken back to the company, because I've already optimized the numbers on the go that I had it. So this is what is the beauty of Salesforce automation is there. Uh, People maybe possibly in the group, they might share their experience on the Salesforce automation. Basically, it also happens in petro retail, where the company like Reliance keep on say monitoring how much sales is happening, and accordingly in case if it goes below the limit, they raise the PO order and ship the containers to the retail petrol retail stations, right? So that is what is sharing sales information is statistics that happen. And screening and control of inventory, I talked about that magazine example I have already given to you. Analyzing the future sales pattern and behavior is also talked about, that what kind of a pattern that I can be able to analyze. So we can see the pattern, and according to the pattern we can be able to work out. And last but not the least, evaluating performance of the employees in the sales will happen, right? So overall, if I need to put together, when we talk about the Salesforce automation, it's all about summing up. If I need to sum up, is contact management, opportunity management, account management, order management, customer management. Overall sales forecast and analysis is done, and team performance evaluation is done. Uh, who is doing what, and what is the contribution in terms of the sales they are doing or any event they are doing. And then inventory management. If you put all these parameters, all these aspects together, don't you think you will be able to better manage the sales and marketing activities for your uh, organization, right? So moving ahead, we talk about these functions which are related to the uh, again, they are being slices down to the functions that we talked about. So we have got a marketing profile, profiling we can do, or profiling of the customers, where we can be able to not only segment those customers, we can be able to identify what uh, actually need to be promoted to which kind of a segment of the people, right? uh, and then we have a prospecting. This will help us in prospecting the customers. We will have an opportunity management, where I can be able to see where the new opportunities for an expansion of my activities or my business. We can have a sales activity management, which is one of the important aspect, because activities or the events has got a lot of cost, right? So we need to manage those activities. The activities which are profitable can be carried forward into the next year, but and the activities which are not fruitful for our business may be dropped. This is also when we talk about marketing, we talk about activity based costing, ABC, right? And against the ABC, activity based costing, we can be able to analyze that how much cost that I have incurred into a particular activity, and what are the benefits that I reaped. Asset management, annual sales planning, contracts. We can SAF can manage the contracts. Where what we do with the vendors or the clients, we do it, and then SAF can also help in email management. Email management, in the sense, as I said, that it happens when the stock goes down, it automatically initiates the email to the company to transfer the stock from the company to the vendors warehouses, right? Also, in case if they receive the payment, the acknowledgement also goes to the vendor for the payment receipt, in terms of a payment receipt from the company. So email management is also there. But in terms of the customers, in case if I talk about as a Salesforce automation, the sales happen, and always it is there that the welcome email goes to the customers, right? And once the welcome email goes to the customer, again, after some time, the email might be there related to the use of the product, right? This is how we do the proactive marketing. This is how we also focus on building a relationship with the customer, and uh, and try to be close to the customer by email management, in terms of the SFA we talk about, right? Expense management, yes, of course, if I'm able to manage all the activities, I can be able to manage the expenditure that I do incur over managing the customers, managing my vendors, managing all the activities and the events that we have. Support staff, yes, the support staff required is having a cost. And in case if I am able to identify the peak and the lean period of my services, in case if I'm into the service industry, say for example, in case if I talk about an air conditioners, right, which is one of the product which only works for a couple of months, 3 months or 4 months, right, at home, but then it requires the servicing as well. So during the summer seasons, the requirement of the people to support staff will be high. But during the winter seasons, the requirement of the support staff will be low. But in case if I am able to manage properly the demand of my service, then I can be able to optimize the support staff as well. This can be of great help from SFA, Salesforce automation, that I do it and I can plan, I can switch the demand from a lean, from a peak to a lean period as well, and optimize. Then we have a measuring key matrices, maybe a performance, maybe a sales force, maybe depending upon the activities and events and the festivals that we have in India, where the people mostly buy the product. And then we have already talked about the event management. Now, a mobile phone is playing an important role in our lives. This is the only one device which is always there in our hand throughout 24 by 7 or almost, right? So, mobile Salesforce automation plays a very important role. Mobile Salesforce automation is all about, it is the modern day mantra for enterprise looking for a smart business, increased productivity, improved revenue, and augmented sales uh, within organizations today are thriving to imbibe mobile Salesforce automation solutions and are successfully be able to achieve most organizational goals. The pandemic has also shown us the way of digitization. The most of the things are now digital. Maybe it's a payment, maybe it's ordering a food or anything that we talk about, and it becomes very handy when it comes onto the mobile. Therefore, if you go back and look at the data, the download of various mobile application during last 2 years, maybe if you talk about Zomato or Swiggy, has tremendously been high, right? Even sitting at home, we do the banking through a mobile phone. You can open your account sitting at home. You need not to go to the bank physically. You can open your account, you can manage your account, you can do whatsoever you wish to do through your mobile phone. And that is where the mobile sales force automation is plays a very important role. This is a scalable, comprehensive, and adaptable field force automation software focusing on trending. Bring your own device. This is what is now companies are looking at. So people, uh, uh, companies do not promote that they will give you the device. They might not give you the laptops or the palm tops. They might look forward that you are going to use your own device. The only thing that can be done is the installation of an application, that is a Salesforce automation application, which can link the company and the field staff through that application. Implementation of SFA system has proven to be quite fruitful in terms of achieving and maximizing return on investment. Yes, the return on investments are there, and people can be able to achieve a maximum return on investment because through SFA, you are able to track the people's activity, and you are able to get in touch with your own people in the field uh, very fast, very soon, and you can be able to track what they are doing, right? And this mobile phone has given that flexibility that you can also be able to identify the actual real-time location of a people, of your person, and you can intervene in case anything is happening wrong, or the sales force or the people are not doing good to the organization. This is what it looks like, mobile Salesforce automation. To sum up, it is helpful in order processing. It is helpful in sales activity reports. It is helpful in opportunity management. You can be able to track the opportunities. It can be helpful for merchandising. You can showcase the e-catalogs to your customers over a mobile phone. You don't require a laptop, a bulky laptop to carry in a bag. Only what you require through a mobile phone. Even you can do some certain projections by sharing the mobile phone screen on a television, smart TVs, right? So that is where you can very well do the merchandising over the mobile phone. And then inventory management is there. You can see that what inventory you have in a real time. And of course, the account management. You manage the accounts. Account over here are your clients. So you can be able to prioritize your clients, and you can be able to prioritize to deliver a service to them by this account management, a subset of Salesforce automation module that we are talking about. These are 10 reality checks prior to implementing your SFA. And these reality checks, let us look into these 10 reality checks before I take a decision to go for SFA. Have you defined your business case? Basically, strategically, we talk about uh, one of the question is what business you are in. People talk about aviation business. Is that an aviation business, or is it a transportation business where people are transported from A destination to B destination, or is it an hospitality business? What exactly it is? So I need to find out the basic case of my business. What, because I need to relate my query, relate my question to the basic case of my business to find out the answer. In case it doesn't have happen good, then my answer will be wrong. I'll be strategically, I'll be a failure. So I need to define the business case. Are you going in for whole hog implementation or partial implementation of SFA? You need to decide on that whether you want full-fledged implementation or you wanted to go with part by part implementation of the modules that you have it, because it has got an implication over the cost and also the integration of various modules, sub-modules under the main module that you wish to take. But then in case if you are not sure, it is always recommended that you go on a partial basis. So and then do you have a top management support, because it is important, because it has got a cost implication. This is one thing where the cost is involved, humongous cost is involved when you are implementing it, and you will not find fruits immediately, whereas the top management always look forward that if you are investing one single penny, they look forward for return on investment the next day. So the support of the top management is very important when you are implementing the SFA or any module of SFA into your organization. Are you expecting IT to execute the project? Every company is having the information technology department. IT department, classically we say an IT department, who manages the basic infrastructure of an organization, information technology infrastructure of an organization. So we also need to think, we also need to identify whether my internal support project team can do this, or I need to hire the people from outside to meet my objectives. Have you understood the salesperson's requirement in depth? We need to interview our salespeople, because these are the people who are dispersed geographically, and they are having the different requirements, different needs, because they are dispersed geographically, and we need to integrate them through information technology, through our SFA module. So as we talk about in terms of a product, that every customer is having a different need, so our sales force will also have a different need. They also wanted to have a kind of a flexibility into the system. So we need to land a ear to our salespeople and need to identify that requirement in depth, so that once the module is designed, developed by developing team, those suggestions can be integrated into it, so as to facilitate our sales team. Do your technology overrule your business execution? Technology should not overrule any business executions. Rather, technology should facilitate business executions, right? So we need to evaluate that before we take a decision. Have you worked out your data conversion or validation technique? The data which is going to come to your system from the field, from the Salesforce automation, when you do, how you are going to validate it. Maybe there might be a situation where your sales team might punch in a wrong data. How you are going to validate? The sales might not happen, but they might have punched in the wrong data. They might have punched in the sales for the day. So you need to have that technique to validate that data. Maybe you can cross check from the warehouse whether the inventories has lowered or the sales receipt has been generated or not. You can directly check back from the client customers whom the the product has been billed by your sales team by initiating an SMS or email asking the feedback from them, right? So there are various techniques, so you need to look into those techniques prior when you are when you are thinking about SFA for your organization, for your business. Have you worked out your training orientation schedule? The most important thing when you want to implement, one thing is very prominent in every organization: resistance to change. To overcome, we need to provide the training, we need to showcase the value inside the SFA, value to our sales team, so that they can easily be able to adopt, not only adopt, but they're easily able to use the SFA modules for their routine. Is the customization required, and if so, to what extent? In case there are certain modules which are readily available, as I told you, there is this SAP module for sales automation. But then every business house has got its own requirement, whether that module can be customized or I need to adapt the same module which are available. And if the customization is there, to what extent that the modules can be customized to meet our requirements, that also need to see, because when you look forward for the customization, it is again an added cost when you talk about the implementation of this SAF module into your business. Are you well versed with particulars of third party integration? There are various softwares which need to be integrated. Third party software, maybe a payment gateway, right? That is also part of an SFA module, right? Where you facilitate the customers paying digitally to you. And digital payment gateways are the third party. Whether your softwares, whether your system is able to integrate the third party modules easily or not, right? So these are the 10 reality checks that anybody has to look into prior implementation of Salesforce automation. Now, these are benefits of Salesforce automation. All the more, I was talking time and again during this session to you, uh, even practically, what I did. I tried to find out in terms of the magazine example that I gave it to you, which we did it for India Today magazine. Okay, so these are benefits of Salesforce automation. There are personalized software, complete sales solution for executives and employee are there. Swift launch and incorporation has to be there. Provide controls, safeguards data. It also safeguards data, right? So data cannot be divulged. It remains into the safe and uh, on your systems, right? So these are the benefits that comes as a part of your Salesforce automation. Advantage to the sales people are there. They can be able to identify uh, the inventories in the warehouses, so that they should not come have a false commitment to the client. Advantage to sales manager is also there. They can be able to track what is happening on ground. And advantage to marketing managers are also there, because accordingly they can be able to plan the activities or the events around, uh, so that they can be able to implement the strategies that the corporate has laid down for them to meet their objectives for that particular year in terms of the sales. Now, these are certain strategic advantages that we have also talked about earlier with relating to the Salesforce automation. So I'll repeat for you, like marketing profiling, prospecting, opportunity management, sales activity management, forecast sales analysis, asset management, annual sales planning, contract management, and email management. Then we have an expense management, support to our client, measuring key metrics. We can be able to have the key matrices for the performance at various levels, and this SFA can do that. And then we have an event management. So these are the strategic advantages as well, because around these various facets, as a manager marketing or a manager sales or a vice president sales, you are going to take a call on it, take a decision on it, assign the financials or other resources to your salespeople. As a part of the strategic advantage, productivity shall increase. It has to. Field sales staff will send information more frequently, more easily. These systems could increase customer satisfaction if they are used with wisdom. Yes, of course. Because as I said, email module is there. So once the sales happen, the email goes, the welcome letter goes to the client. Once the service is required, it can give a reminder to the customer as a part of the SMS to get his or her uh, product service from the authorized service station. As a part of the feedback, then the call can be given to a customers, and therefore this is going to definitely sure this is going to raise the satisfaction level of a customer, taking him towards the level of delight without any human intervention. The disadvantages are there because every coin has the two faces. The disadvantages are difficult to work and requires the training. Another cost need to be incurred. Whenever you are going to add a new feature onto your module, you need to get your people trained onto that feature so that they can be able to use it properly for their benefits. So need for training is there, require additional work inputting data. So initially, you need to collate the entire data of the company, and you need to uh, put in that data inside the system. Dehumanize a process that should be personal. People think that they might lose a job, right? Require continuous maintenance, information updating, and system upgrading. That is again a disadvantage. It's a costly affair, not only for getting it designed, but also for maintaining it, right? So it's a costly affair, difficult to integrate with other management information system. It is very difficult to manage information, uh, uh, to integrate with other management information system. So in case if there are different type of MIS running onto your laptop, it will be difficult to get aligned towards the running modules, running softwares, or the information system softwares in an organization. In terms of SFA is actionable goals that we talk about. But in terms of CRM, we talk about the data. May it be a purchase history or a behavioral data of a customer or a demographic data, so that I can be able to correlate that data and to achieve my ultimate goal of an organization, optimization of profits. In case of an SFA, we have recording cold calls and lead generation activities, right? So uh, through the cold calls, and then we try to identify that who can be my prospective customers. Whereas in case of a CRM, it is more about customer communication tracking, the way we communicate to the customer and the reaction of that customer with respect to that communication that we make it. In terms of SFA, it's in storing contact information. Uh, so storing contact information, whereas in case of a CRM, we have a storing account data and e-commerce transactions basically. In terms of SFA, we have a scheduling and tracking of appointments with the client, whereas in case of a CRM, tracking responses to sales and marketing campaigns are there, so as to better plan our resources and expenses with respect to the cost that we are incurring on all those activities. Mapping pipelines, opportunities, and workflows. In case of an SFA, we do it so that we can be able to manage and optimize our resources, available resources that we have it. Whereas in case of a CRM, we generally monitor service and support interaction. So what kind of in terms of feedback, let me put it in a straightforward. In terms of feedback, we have that interaction with the service and the support team, so that we can plan it accordingly, we can deliver it accordingly to our clients. So CRM in B2B and B2C market is there. So CRM is not only in terms of B2C. For us, B2B is also important, because there are companies, there are businesses who are catering the requirements of the business. A tire manufacturing company, they are catering to B2C as well and B2B as well, as an OEM suppliers to the automobiles. So where when we talk about SFA or when we talk about CRM, it is not with respect to the client, but it is also respect to the business that we talk about. So CRM is for manufacturing units are there, which can maintain the relationship with business to business and business to client. So let us see uh, how they are differentiated, though the main objective of them is to manage the clients. In case of a B2B CRM, there are smaller databases, because possibly you might be catering to uh, the few of your clients, but they are your HNI clients. They are a big accounts, but database will remain thin in terms of B2B when compared to B2C. The large databases there. In case of B2B, it's a longer buying cycle, because the stocks which are transferred are huge, lots are huge. Until they got exhausted, the company will not order a fresh lot. Whereas in case of a B2C, the lots are smaller. So smaller buying cycles are there. In case of B2B, higher budgets are there, but in case of B2C, lower budget are there. More than one decision makers are there in B2B, so we need to integrate the decision makers who in our system, who are able to whom to target basically. Whereas in case of B2C, one-on-one marketing activities can be done. So, and multiple points, touch points are there. So while we were talking about SMS service, or we talk about uh, the email services, maybe I need to initiate those emails to multiple people in an organization who are responsible for making the decision, putting together. And the difficult task management is there, because though the bulks are there, there are different formalities when you uh, shift the load in terms of B2B uh, clients, because you need to meet the specific specifications of each of the product that you sell to B2B clients. And the quality management is there, and other aspects are also there. So the difficult is the task management is difficult in terms of B2B, whereas in compared to B2C. So when the task management is difficult, you need to have the CRM modules in place. This is how in terms of lead generation is there in case of B2B or B2C, where in case B2B, we have a lead generation through Google Cloud, Microsoft, Amazon web services are there, and ServiceNow is there. We have a Ceph, NetSuite. These are the various softwares that gives you the service for the CRM. Where in case we have a Twitter, Facebook, and other social media platforms to generate a lead in terms of a B2C clients. So overall, what we are talking about is CRM as a process. CRM as a process. The process can be summarized to include 4 stages of the buyer-seller relationship. And these 4 stages are identification of relationship partners, So I need to identify the partners. I need to identify uh, whom to talk, decision makers, to build, develop relationship with them. And then we have maintenance of relationship. We need to maintain the relationship with the client. So time to time, I need to keep in touch with the client so that uh, the cycle of my business keeps on going on. And also, I need to reevaluate the relationship or its termination. In case if the termination of relationship is there, I need to reevaluate that why it has happened, what went wrong. So that requires again a process. So overall, if you see what we talked about in case of a CRM, integration of the process, integration of business process. So we have the CRM provides you the technical support, social media support, strategic support, customer services, marketing, and the sales overall. Right. So this is what is all about CRM that we were talking about into this particular semester to you.
Welcome to today's lecture, which will be a case study on SpiceJet Airlines and how marketing research in particular helped SpiceJet Airlines to come out of very troubled times and start recording profits and uh, become one of the leading airlines in India. Before we begin the case study in particular and the situation that we are going to discuss today, let me give you a brief context on the Indian domestic aviation sector. India happens to be one of the fastest growing aviation markets in the world. There was a time when most citizens in India would use public transport, would use railways or public buses to commute long distances. But that time is long gone, and more people are now opting for airline services for their long commutes. To give you some statistics, in the month of September 2021, which is the latest data which is available as of when this case study was recorded, nearly 24,000 aircraft movements took place in India in that month, which ferried uh, more than 15 million passengers and carried 274,000 tons of freight. While the numbers are impressive, it should be noted that in the pre-pandemic period, in February 2020, the number of passengers ferrying across India in a given month was nearly 30 million. So nearly 3 crore passengers traveled. However, as you can imagine, given these numbers, there is a lot more scope for the aviation industry to grow in India. And it is expected to be the largest in the world in terms of passenger over the next 1 decade. So in this dynamic and exciting industry, we are going to study the situation of SpiceJet. So where does SpiceJet find itself in the industry? SpiceJet happens to be one of the leading domestic airlines in the country. It leads in the passenger across different metrics. It leads. It is a leader in the industry. Specifically, when we talk about the passenger load factor, which is a metric or a measure of capacity utilization, it happens to be very much at the top. For example, in the year 2019, which is the year before the pandemic, if you look at the passenger load factors across months, across airlines, you'd find that for SpiceJet, the ratio was above 90% for all 12 months, round the year. And compared to its competitors such as GoAir, Indigo, Air India, Vistara, it leads the pack. All these other airlines such as GoAir, Indigo, Vistara, their passenger load factor sometimes went below 85, but never for SpiceJet. And as I mentioned, passenger load factor happens to be the measure of how well or how much the airline is utilizing its capacity. But this was not always the case. In fact, as it happens, not too long back, SpiceJet was actually running huge losses and was in very difficult situations. So in 2014, for example, 2014, SpiceJet was running losses of 7,484 million. If you look at other metrics such as operational ratio, which is the ratio of operational expenses and revenue, the operational ratio was 90%. What that implies is that of the revenue that SpiceJet was able to collect, 90%, more than 90% of it was being allocated to only run the business, only cover the operational cost, whereas the remaining was being occupied or consumed by interest rate payments, depreciation, amortization, and other fixed pre-held costs. In fact, the situation was so bad that many considered that SpiceJet will not be able to resume its or continue its operations for too long, and would even exit the market. However, we know that is not the case right now. In fact, as it happens, by 2019, the operational ratio reduced to 66%. So for every 100 rupees that SpiceJet earned, only 66 rupees was being used for operational expenses, whereas the remaining was available to cover pre-held costs and to use for profits. And in that 5-year period, revenue also doubled. It increased by 100%. So the natural question now is, what really happened in that after 2014? And specifically, how can marketing management, or how did tools of marketing management help SpiceJet? So in this case study, we are going to study the ingredients, or we're going to read about the ingredients of a turnaround. What does it take to launch a good turnaround, using the example of SpiceJet? So we will be able to answer questions such as, how did SpiceJet come back from such dire straits? The lessons that we will learn will be mostly about the marketing tools and concepts that SpiceJet leadership used to chart its turnaround. So this will be a lesson for the unit 1, where we have already discussed some of these marketing tools. We have discussed the theoretical definitions of these marketing tools and concepts. And how do they appear in practice? That is what we will study now. And of course, given this case study, which was not from too far back, we will try to infer or try to elicit what are the lessons for future. So to answer the first question, what truly happened and how did SpiceJet chart its turnaround? So a lot of credit for SpiceJet's turnaround or SpiceJet's current situation can be attributed to Ajay Singh, who was one of the co-founders of SpiceJet airline in 2007. However, he was not alone in this turnaround episode, and he happened to have led a very resourceful and efficient research team which investigated the reasons for SpiceJet's condition, and after doing its marketing research was able to provide the right solution. So in the next few slides, we will go through what this research team did, what was the research it conducted, and how was that valuable for business decisions. So the first thing that this research team did was it did a thorough and a comprehensive customer research. So how did Ajay Singh and his team do it? The first thing that the team led by Ajay Singh did was they did a comprehensive customer research or consumer research. They sifted through the data that they had available, and they were able to identify and observe some patterns that their customers and their consumers were exhibiting, patterns of behavior that their consumers and customers were exhibiting while interacting with SpiceJet. As we have already learned in the units prior to this, how customer research is important. This is the slide that tells you how it actually occurs in practice. So what were the different patterns that the marketing research team led by Ajay Singh found? First, they observed that there were frequent cancellation by customers. This obviously led to high costs because frequent cancellation also meant not just revenue loss from that customer, but it also implied that there was not enough time left for them to resell the cancelled seats. If we try to connect it with previous units, we may conclude from this that somehow consumers were not able to obtain utility, form utility from SpiceJet, and therefore they were canceling their tickets. Second, they also observed that they did not have return flights on the same day for various destinations. This obviously led to several customers, especially business customers or who were visiting some places for official purposes, and gave them very low satisfaction. So again, trying to connect it with previous units, what we can conclude is that perhaps the time and place utility that consumers obtain from from a particular product or service was missing from SpiceJet. SpiceJet, the research team and SpiceJet also found that their network was very lopsided or skewed. They were concentrated in a few selected airports, such as major metros, but they were missing out on some smaller cities, and the network was not widely spread out. So, how did having identified these problems through their customer research, what kind of solutions did the research team arrive at? So, the first thing or the major shift that SpiceJet and introduced after identifying these problems was they started to develop a low-cost carrier model for their operations. What is this low-cost carrier model in aviation? It's actually very common across many countries, many aviation markets. And the idea behind this model is that you minimize operational cost as much as possible in order to provide the ticket at the lowest possible price, in order to offer the ticket at the lowest possible price. The underlying principle, economic principle, is that as you lower the prices, because of low operational cost, you will be able to generate higher revenue as people with higher elasticity will start opting for airline services. The features include, so this is not simply reducing the prices of airlines, prices of tickets, but it also included certain features such as point-to-point transit model. Instead of offering long routed layovers, there would be point-to-point transit between two smaller cities. SpiceJet, another feature of this model is that they were also going to service cheaper airports. This requires a bit of knowledge of aviation industry. Whenever an airline lands at an airport, it has to provide a parking fees to the airport. By servicing cheaper airports in smaller towns, they were able to reduce those costs. And importantly, there was not going to be any segregation of business class versus economy class in the airline, in the aircraft. There was only going to be one single service class. These are the features of low-cost carrier model, which SpiceJet also adopted. And to consider the specific outcomes. So how do you observe, or what are the symptoms of that low-cost carrier model? First was that there was a change in priorities for SpiceJet. As mentioned before, uh, many of the uh, many of the operations of the airline were concentrated in these major cities. Having identified that the the network is skewed, they reconsidered or reoriented this 70% of their aviation network. They started serving at more airports and smaller cities. And importantly, some of the major domestic and international airports were dropped from the network. So while this may appear counterintuitive as they were going away from a lucrative market, they were able to compensate more than enough from those smaller markets. And this was possible by understanding the need of the customer. The other thing they did was they ensured that the customer was guaranteed timely operations. If they were going to service working class professionals who wanted to visit a particular city for one day, they had to provide an assurance that there will not be any delays. So this was case. We'll continue that right after this. But what are the marketing concepts that we can relate with this case? What do we learn? Uh, Specifically, what we can observe is that this low-cost carrier model of SpiceJet, the changes introduced by SpiceJet, provided certain utilities to consumers. Through their research, they were able to understand what utilities were missing out for their consumers and what kind of utilities they need to provide. First, the low-cost model provided form utility for consumers. As described in the very first chapter of this course, form utility can be the utility or the benefit that consumers receive because of certain features of a product. For example, in the previous model, SpiceJet was offering business class tickets, but perhaps consumers did not obtain enough utility to pay extra for business class. Instead, uh, just the form utility from a lower priced economy class or single service class was enough for consumers. A wider network and return flights provided time and space utility. So specifically, time and space utility is the benefit that consumers receive for having obtained a certain product or service at the right time at the right place, as described in chapter 1. And we see that SpiceJet started operating in more areas and started operating return flights from those areas, which gave the consumer the benefit of timing his business travel and time and location of the business travel more accurately. However, there were other research that SpiceJet also conducted. I'll go through this very briefly. First, there were research on expenses. SpiceJet also noticed that a large amount of their expenses were being allocated to salaries of senior executives. Though difficult, the team decided to rationalize or somehow curtail these expenses. There were also research on operations. Expenses of the pending dues of sellers and suppliers were addressed immediately. So for airline, the sellers and suppliers are usually the aircraft maintenance organization, the oil suppliers, etc. The important thing here was that having done so, having cleared the pending dues of these suppliers, SpiceJet was able to incorporate trust with its partners again. They were able to establish that they mean business and they are going to be around for a long time and can be reliable companions in this operation. So what was the result of the research? What was the results of these changes? In 2 years, the changes became apparent. If you recall correctly, we are talking about a period of the year 2014, when SpiceJet was running losses. And by 2016-17, they started operating at highest ever annual profits. and they saw profits for 9 consecutive quarters. Not only that, there were high performance measures as well. This table shows the number of complaints received by SpiceJet per 10,000 passengers carried, and compared to for SpiceJet, there were 144 complaints, which translates into 0.7 complaints per 10,000 passengers. And compared to many other airlines, that number may appear higher, but in terms of relative scale, it was actually much lower, especially if you compare it with Air India domestic or Go Air. However, the challenges do not remain here, do not stop for SpiceJet at this moment. The aviation industry in India, as I mentioned before, is bound to grow by leaps and bounds for the next 10 years. And as the industry evolves, the challenges will evolve along with it. Specifically, there is going to be more competition in the industry. Competition will evolve and new low-cost carriers will enter the market. We already know that there is privatization of Air India, and now Air India is going to be operated by a much more efficient airline operator, which already have stakes in 2 different airlines. So Tata already has stakes in SpiceJet, SpiceJet, but already has stakes in Vistara and AirAsia. And with Air India acquisition, they are going to be a much bigger player and will be able to offer more variety of services. Not only that, newer airports are getting established in cities and towns which previously remained unconnected. So the network is going to expand as well, which means more opportunities for SpiceJet, and therefore they need to remain vigilant, or any other airline needs to remain vigilant for these new opportunities that will come up. Given that the Indian aviation market is going to be the biggest in the world, it is no surprise that more and more foreign investors will also enter the market. The government is also doing its part by relaxing the norms for foreign investment. And with foreign investment, there's going to be more opportunities, but also the threat that other airlines or other competitors may take away these foreign investments. Not mentioned here, but mentioned in the case study is also the UDAN scheme conducted by the government of India, which provides viability gap funding, which provides some kind of support for airlines to operate in regional airports and tier 3, tier 2 airports. So as the situation evolves, the challenges will evolve along with it.
It's important to know which organization is customer focused. Obviously, every organization has to be customer focused, but not all organizations are. A lot of organizations focus more on selling their products. They're in a monopoly position, and they may tend to be slightly less, and that's the danger. What is important here is to understand why it is important to be a customer focused organization. Because of the fact, if you're not a customer focused organization, you will have some genuine issues cropping up at some point of time. And in today's time of competition, wherein a customer has a lot of choice today, a customer can afford to buy any product or services. What will matter finally is how good is the customer service of the company. And if the company is not customer focused, short term they may get away, they may move ahead in terms of volumes of sales and business, which may be misleading. One of the best examples I can give you right now is of Jet Airways, best airline brands in the company, highly profitable, doing extremely well, had a huge customer base. What happened? What really happened? The customers lost focus, and in fact the organization totally moved away because they were so sure that the customer will come after them because they are very good. This used to be happening more in the sellers market. I remember I have worked for a brand called Amul, and even at that point of time, I remember we as an organization had a focus towards customer. Although we never had a problem selling the product, but we never compromised on the customer service part. We tried our level best to ensure everybody got the product, everybody got the proper service, whether it's in a distributor or it's a customer. And wherever there is a complaint of any type from the customer, we never took it lightly. We made it a point to settle those complaints very much on time. And that's how a culture of the organization is created. That's how the organization becomes strong in the long run. Otherwise, what will happen is that the organization will become very, very weak. Because let's not forget one thing. A customer-focused business is one that operates completely around their relationship with clients and client satisfaction. Decisions are made based more around the needs and wants of the customer rather than technical or sales operations. So the focus has to be on the customer satisfaction. What is a customer-focused organization is something we will discuss as we move forward into the next slide. And please understand one thing. There are very few companies in the world today who could not be customer-focused, because if they are, I don't think they will survive, especially post-pandemic, because the customer has become very demanding, has become very, very choosy and very selective. And therefore, it's important, as we are discussing CRM today, to understand that focus has to be on customer. Steve Jobs was another excellent entrepreneur who created the products purely based on what the customer needs are. He never made a product which was something he thought was good for him. He made it because it was good for the customer. That is the reason why he made the product. And that's the reason why he succeeded. The reason for his success is basically because he was a customer-focused organization. So we'll move to the next slide and we'll discuss the balance part of what exactly is a customer and probably the major points moving forward. The earlier introduction which I gave you on what exactly is a customer-focused organization, I would like to elaborate on this and say that the business is facing a lot of competition, changing marketplace, facing problems in differentiating the products and servicing the highly competitive environment. Many companies have lost focus for the reason for the existence in this turbulent environment. The fundamental purpose of any business is to survive and earn profit, which is not possible until the entire organization has a customer focus. So, let us keep one thing in mind here, is the culture of the organization makes a big difference. So, a customer focused business is one that operates completely around their relationship with clients and client satisfaction. Decisions are made more around the needs of the wants of the customers rather than technical or sales operations. Building a customer-focused organization can be true key to running a successful and profitable business. There are 10 things a company should do if they want to become a good customer-focused organization. What are the 10 things? First, you know your customer. To fully serve your customers and your business, you need to know who they are and what they want and how to get it to them. Market research is a great way to determine your overall strategy. Running data to find out demographics, locations and spending habits of your customer is good, but getting it straight from the source will be the key to your success. There was a time when we would launch a product based on gut feel. That time is over now. It's not possible today to take the risk, because now take the case of pandemic. Today the entire consumer behavior has changed post-pandemic. So would you follow the same strategy which you followed pre-pandemic? It will be suicidal if you do that, and therefore it's important to know your customer. Gaining personal insights right from the customer will give you something research never can. Ask them questions, send out surveys, read their reviews and questions. One of the important things today is a lot of negative feedback will come on social media. Take it. Maybe that's a genuine feedback from a loyal customer. Only loyal customers give you genuine feedback. Develop a customer profile that you can divvy up
into more specific segments to target more granularly those customers. You must figure out their problem, the point number 2, and solve it. A lot of time we don't get to know the real problem the customer faces. And in that situation, what happens? We are not giving the right solution. Figuring out the shared problem your target customer has and solving it is what can build a good business model. A niche problem can help focus how you deliver a solution to your customer. For example, dealerships have problems maintaining high volume, inbound calls, appointment scheduling, and service follow-up. The niche allows us to focus on customer's problem and solve it. Having too many issues and too many problems makes it difficult to get a good at one thing. So understand that very clear. Figure out the key problem, the major issue, and sort it out. Don't delay it. Solve it on time, that's more important. And if you have few problems, you will solve it on time also, very easily. Build trust with your customer. We have done this in the past. We've discussed this aspect in the past also. How to build trust with the customers. Trust is the most important. Your brand equity is built on trust. Your customer equity is built on trust. So start building your trust on the customer. Customers should never feel that what you are saying is not complete. What you are saying is not enough. If your customer don't trust you, they won't stick to you, and they may even prevent others from coming to you with their problems. Some ways to build trust among your customers are solving the problem before they become more frustrated. Gaining immediate feedback from customers and making them feel like you care and they are part of the process. And being present when they leave comments and reviews make it right. When they see that the problems are not only being solved, but any issues they have voiced have been used to better the business as a whole, they're going to feel nurtured and cared for. This gains their trust and hopefully long-term quality. Anticipate the problems. I remember I was working in an organization, a very big organization dealing with FMCG product. And I used to have a constant argument with my production people. What they would tell me is that, you have not received any complaints, so what are you worried about? And my question would be, why should we wait for the complaint? You see, you have to be a proactive company. Why would you like to wait? Well, if you know today that this can happen, because a dissatisfied customer will immediately react. He or she will influence others also in the same process. So don't let it happen. Keep up to date with your industry. Another very good, useful point to keep in mind for a customer-focused organization. Industries like tech, healthcare, and the auto sector are ever changing. They're on the next year, and next big thing before you can blink an eye sometimes. Keeping up to date with industry trends and changes is crucial into getting ahead of the curve when it comes to solving your customers' future problems. Knowing what to expect down the line with industry changes and problems is going to be beneficial to you and your client. This applies to both B2B and B2C. So your client is looking up to you. So you have to have the solution before they tell you the problem. So they will be shocked to know how you have solved the problem before they have asked for the fix. And that is the delight you will bring on the faces. So, if you see today, these are not major points to not do at all. These are points which, if the organization focuses towards customer, these things will come automatically in the mind. Another point which is to be kept in mind is utilize customer feedback. I always feel today that customer complaint is a gift. It's not something bad. Feedbacks are given by customers who are interested in the company. They're concerned about your quality. They will not give you a feedback because they are not bothered about the company. So listen to them. The company have to listen to the feedback patiently, not justify the faults. Try to understand what exactly is possible that there could be a mistake. We are all learning every new day. And learning is the way we improve every day. So, customer reviews and feedback are a good thing. You should actually want and crave their feedback. I'm sure all of you remember, if you travel by airlines, you would get the steward will come to you every time, knowing very well that they are one of the best airlines. Why do they ask you for a feedback? They know they are good. Why do they have to ask? They ask you for a feedback because They don't want to take that iota of chance in case there's something you didn't like. Something is possible, but you're a customer. Something you may not have liked. Maybe the way the steward spoke to you, the food, the delay, could be anything, any small thing. That's how you differentiate yourself to be a customer-focused organization. And if any feedback does come, the company will act on the feedback. So what happens here, in a customer-focused organization, seeking good numbers on your sales report doesn't matter as much as your customers are feeling how satisfied they are. When you interact with the customer personally, ask them to give their feedback, and if they would like, it's the best way you're going to know exactly how to improve your business. We are learning every day. We don't know everything. And the customer needs may change, expectation may change, and there's nothing wrong in knowing their expectations. If you can't do it, fair enough. You can tell them it may not be possible, but at least you must hear them out. Check reviews on Google and other review sites like Facebook and social media, and have a very strong social media team to actively respond to both positive and negative news. Never discourage negative news. Like we tell our students in the class, never be scared of mistake. Ask questions. Same is the case here. People want to know if they are being heard, and if other customers see that you are responding to the other customers, they may feel more inclined to leave feedback as well. It will encourage others. If you go on social media and if you are hearing feedback from others, it will obviously encourage other customers to also give you the feedback, which is again going to be very beneficial to the organization. Take the bad ones and see them as opportunities, not failures. Take the negative feedback or the bad ones as a great opportunity. If somebody has been honest with you and sharing with you something which will help the organization at large, do it and follow it. Your customers turn into your brand. Your brand should represent your customer, and one way to do this is to gain brand advocates. Customers who love your services or have had a great experience with you may be willing to advocate for you to others. Most shoppers say they would trust a recommendation from a family member or a friend over any other. I will obviously believe my friend more than an ad. No company says I'm bad. Everybody says I'm the best. So what is the solution? Solution is, please make everybody happy in the company, not a few people. And it is very important to understand that if you are unutilizing this opportunity, you are missing out some free marketing publicity yourself. Some ways to use customers in your branding is through social media. You can utilize tags, hashtags to find people that are talking about you and share the posts. People love to see their posts shared on the brand they love. Some companies have even compiled videos of real customer reviews or social posts into marketing videos for their business. Your customer feel like they are part of the team as a partner, and what they say really matters to the organization. Imagine what a feeling it brings to the customer. Point is, customer is the key. From the beginning to the end of your customer interaction, they should feel cared for, happy with the service, and having a good time. Putting personality into customer experience is a huge difference between a customer who will come back and one who won't. Send funny email campaigns, post fun, interactive social media posts. When you are on the phone with them, be cheerful, helpful, and personable. Going above beyond your customer service can increase customer satisfaction. Make sure your employees and customer service team know how to remain poised and calm in a possible negative interaction with the customer. The customer who is irate may be able to turn around if they are treated with respect, care, and there are so many customers I have seen in my own experience in marketing that the most dissatisfied customers start smiling if you are able to solve the problems on time or before time. They feel important, they feel recognized, they feel noticed, they feel very proud that the organization has heard my issue or my problem, has taken my feedback seriously. Continue to improve your products and processes. This doesn't really work for your customer-focused business. That's what I was telling you some time back. If there is no complaint, why should we worry about it? No. We have to anticipate. That is the key part. And we have to be ready internally that what can happen, and therefore be ready with it. So It doesn't really work for your customer, for the business. You should always be striving to improve your processes, no matter what. The process is very important here. If you feel the process can help making the experience better for a customer, do it. Don't wait for it, for a complaint or a need or an inquiry to make you change the process. The goal should be to achieve 100% customer satisfaction. There is always room for growth when it comes to customer service. You can try new tactics. Switch up your conversations with customers. Maybe even try some new ways internally to motivate and encourage employees. Never settle, even when things are good. A highly successful company is always looking for and trying to. That's an issue you should keep in mind very clearly. Be proactive and invest in your employees. Don't forget, employees are your internal customers. So it's important to look at them also. Be proactive in everything you do, whether it is communicating company changes, industry updates, or any new improvements. You should always be proactive with your customers, sending follow-up emails, SMS, phone calls will keep your relationship with your customer solid. Be proactive in solving their problems and knowing what they want before they even ask. Invest in your employees, another very important thing to keep in mind. Invest quality as an organization culture. There are companies like Mercedes-Benz, wonderful plant there. Everything they do is quality, whether it's their office setup, their flooring, whether it's the wall, interior decoration. Quality is a buzzword in the organization. Everything is quality. Now when we talk quality, the organization culture becomes quality. Nothing is substandard. Everything is at high quality. That's the key part again. And therefore, invest in your employees. Heart and soul of your customer focused organization is your customer service team. That's your employee. Making your employees feel wanted, needed, and cared for is the highest motivator and encourage them to give the best customer service they can. You feel good, you perform better. It's so simple. You have to ensure that quality is the buzzword. If somebody is doing high quality work, applaud them, recognize them. Don't delay their recognition. They will improve the service and that will improve your focus towards customer, and bottom line is the organization grows and does very well. Six Sigma, if you notice today, is the newest quality management program which helps companies increase both customer satisfaction and financial benefits. This quality program seeks to eliminate causes of defects or mistakes in business processes by focusing on outputs that are important for customers. What is Six Sigma? Six Sigma is a defined, organized and systematic method for strategic process improvement and new product and service development that relies on the statistical methods and the scientific method to make dramatic reductions in customer defined defect rates. The Six Sigma success is major companies. There are a lot of good companies like GE, Honeywell, Sony, Caterpillar, Johnson and Controls. Six Sigma implementation is a complicated process which requires substantial change in the way the company operates, involve any problematic issues. Organization culture has been recognized as one of the major factor or challenge to the Six Sigma implementation. So if organization culture is quality, then it will be very easy to follow the quality practices in Six Sigma. That's the important part to be noted here. But what we have to keep in mind here is that the role it plays in influencing an organization level of quality management practices are received has received much attention in the various literatures which have been written on various case studies. There have been a number of studies and attempted to identify the cultural characteristics conducive to quality management and implementation. However, a majority of prior studies treated quality management as a unidimensional construct. The studies examined by Parogo and McDermott examine quality management as a single construct usually focused on the cultural characteristics related to people and flexibility, and overlook the potential effect of cultural characteristics about control and standardization. I think what we're trying to say here is the culture and the quality practice in Six Sigma go very together. So what is Six Sigma? Six Sigma is a quality management program that can be characterized by its principles, practices and techniques. The key principles of Six Sigma are key practices of top management support. You need to get top management support to ensure that Six Sigma is taken forward, and companies often encounter instability, confusion and resistance in the process. Managers' consistent involvement in Six Sigma enables a restructuring of the business process and facilitates changing employees' attitude towards continuous improvement through the unstable transformation period. Some companies leave managers compensation to their efforts and performance in Six Sigma implementation, which helps to reduce the risk of managers having a temporary but quickly fading zeal for quality improvement, and to ensure a consistent and a high level of top management support for Six Sigma. Customer relationship, another very important area to be kept in mind. Supplier relationship, treat the customer and supplier on the same level. Supplier's involvement in Six Sigma helps to provide high quality of products and services to the ultimate. So what it says, your raw material, your products, a supplier selection system is set up based on quality considerations and whether suppliers are willing to cooperate, which helps to establish a long-term working relationship between the company and a small number of suppliers. In addition, Six Sigma encourages companies to engage the support suppliers at the early stage of improvement projects. So early supplier involvement allows parallel development of product and service design in an iterative interaction with the employers. Workforce management, a lot of data on quality information to be shared and collecting links employee performance to Six Sigma projects. Make them aware. It is important that companies manage the workforce in conjunction with the Six Sigma green and black belt system, which is a role structure unique to Six Sigma in the areas of employee deployment and training. Quality information, Six Sigma relies on using extensive data and information to detect and solve problems. So, effective use of quality information in Six Sigma is also another important area. It is connected with the matrix used in Six Sigma. Six Sigma emphasizes linking quality improvement and with bottom line benefits. Metrics incorporate bottom line performance measures with the measure of quality defects. To provide appropriate data for evaluating those metrics, the content of quality information must include both operational and financial data. Another aspect where Six Sigma focuses on are product and service design. And finally, on process management. The potential bottom line benefits of the project are identified during the project planning period, and the project is continually reviewed throughout the process to evaluate whether the expected benefits are fulfilled. So these are the key practices of Six Sigma which need to be followed by an organization. The key practices of Six Sigma are top management support, customer relationship, supplier relationship, workforce management, quality information, product service design, and process management. All these aspects make the organization a highly quality conscious organization, and the quality has to be the buzzword in the organization. The customer looks at quality, the quality of interaction, quality of supplier raw material, workforce culture in the organization. You'll love the product which are coming out from an organization which is focused on Six Sigma, because every aspect of designing, packaging is looked at very minutely. Process. How is the process being followed? What kind of process they follow to ensure the product is of top quality? There is no compromise on quality at all. What is important again? How do you get growth? You have done this, now what is the growth will come? The growth will come from employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction. Don't forget that your internal employee is also is the internal customer. And are you taking care of the internal customer? Because you are depending on the internal customer here. Your internal customer is very critical to your success. And if you don't look after your internal customer, there are chances that you will not get the greatest customer service delivered to the customer. Because if the internal customer is not satisfied, obviously you will have an issue with the service aspect. I think I've tried to give you a detailed idea on what exactly strong customer focus is the glue that holds successful organizations together. It is the fuel for an improved bottom line. Customer focus is a process that requires commitment and dedication of every employee in the organization. And businesses that neglect creating a true customer focus will feel unnecessary high cost of poor service through the active word of mouth and of dissatisfied customers, and increasingly expensive advertising and marketing to attract new customers. Short-term savings of poorly conceived ideas such as outsourcing without considering the customer impact will evaporate along with the customer base. Customers are the life blood that allows your organization to realize its main goal: make profit, prosper, and survive. So this has to be kept in mind, not to be forgotten at all. And I'm sure if the organization keeps these focus factors in mind, and it will obviously go a far way. Thank you very much. What we're going to discuss now is how do you get growth through customer satisfaction. It may sound very easy that if you're able to make a good product, if you're able to market it and sell all the quantities, you make growth. But that is not the way you make growth. You make growth through employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction. So we'll discuss these two aspects today right now. So productivity of corporate resources, including people, money and machinery in all aspects of business operations, ranging from research and development, manufacturing, ad operations, to sales and service, depend on how employees and customers feel about the business. Employees are your internal customers. And how the employee feels about the organization and the product, the practices, the culture basically makes a world of difference. Why do we say that in India, Tatas have a big different culture altogether? Now of course a lot of Maruti has a great culture, or all the multinationals have a great culture. Why do we say a government sector doesn't have a good culture? Because of the way the internal employees are managed. In government, regardless of performance, the employees don't get how they get whatever they have to get. Whereas in private sector, obviously the organization get promoted, get rewarded based on performance. And this is a big difference. So employee satisfaction comes by various factors. As an organization, I make a great product doesn't mean that my organization will do well or my customer will be satisfied. Because if my employee is not satisfied, the service may get very, very badly affected. And all the aspects we have touched earlier in terms of feedback, being proactive will get totally affected. So selecting the right employee, motivating them correctly, and also rewarding them handsomely for their hard work becomes extremely important in the early part of the company, of an employee's life cycle and in the company's life cycle. Very, very important. In the process, the company begins to be driven by its employees and internal operations and forgets that you also need satisfied customers to succeed in their business. Furthermore, as business grows, so does the bureaucratic structure, which further isolates the company from its customers. Indeed, it is not uncommon for the company's employees and procedures to feel that the company is a bloody nuisance who refuses to go along with the sales forecast, who has the audacity to criticize and complain, who wants to change them to suit their requirements. Thus, when a business grows, the company reaches the maturity stage of its life cycle. It is common to find satisfied employees but dissatisfied customers. Smart management therefore must focus on external world. Don't just have internal employees satisfied and not have the outside. They're same. They're part of the same book. And there needs addition to the internal world employee and their operations. It must realize that company now depends much more on its customers and not the other way around, that the customers have other choice, and the customers are more technically sophisticated and financially capable to produce products and services rather than buy them from anyone in the marketplace. Unless the company is willing to reorient its people and reorganize the operation to be customer driven, excellence in R&D, manufacturing, marketing are unable to stop decline in the market share, corporate growth and business profitability. It is not a question of doing it right. It is a question of doing the right thing. Furthermore, it doesn't matter whether you are a big company or a small company, a market leader or a niche player. Nor does it matter whether you are in agriculture, chemical, consumer, electronics, automobile, financial, healthcare or telecommunications. Lack of customer focus, especially at the maturity stage of life cycle, creates a significant negative impact on the company's profits and growth performance. At the maturity stage, you should be growing faster. You've got satisfied customers, but this can decline very fast, and one can reach a decline stage and then of course exit the business. So once you start losing profits, growth and market share, you also lose employee confidence. So a company starts doing badly, employee starts leaving. What happens then? The company starts crumbling. And so lose employee confidence, morale and productivity. Ultimately, excellent employees start to leave the company, resulting in employee dissatisfaction. In other words, employee satisfaction also depends on customer satisfaction. So let's not do it in isolation. You cannot satisfy a customer without satisfying your employee. And you cannot only satisfy your employee and not satisfy your customer. There's a very close relation between the two. And you have to keep that in mind. 6 major competitive advantages in a company gained through customer satisfaction. All of them contribute positively towards the dual financial objective of profits and growth. What are those? Repeat buying, higher prices, loyalty in crisis, word of mouth, one-stop shopping, and new product innovation. All this happens when in an organization where you're looking, the focus is on customer satisfaction. This is the advantage of looking at it from that angle. Economy is sailed through lower cost of doing repeat business, higher prices commanded through differentiation, protection from satisfied customers in a crisis situation. A lot of businesses have survived or survive during the crisis. Why? Because they have loyal customers who keep buying. E-commerce business started growing because they were satisfied, they were giving good service to customers during the pandemic. The e-commerce companies had geared up their operations and their systems to combat the huge demand, which was phenomenal. A company's growth objectives are attained by the other 3 advantages which I have highlighted are product diversification, growth through one-stop shopping. You are able to provide to the customer a lot many varieties than you were offering earlier, and the customer doesn't need to go to any other place. They will just come back to you because you are taking care of the entire demand or need. The product diversification happens because you are an innovative company. You have become very innovative and you are looking at new products and opportunities. Product diversification also happens because you are financially healthy. You can diversify into other category very easily. You don't need to invest because your business is doing well, your cash flow is healthy, and you are able to invest in this area without any difficulty. New market growth by word of mouth. So your customer creates a word of mouth through social media. Your customer becomes your ambassador. Your customer shares the good part of what is there to others, and obviously you are able to gain a lot of new businesses opportunities which you never had earlier. Word of mouth is a very important tool, and with the advent of social media, this is something which every company wants the customer to do. Let's not forget one aspect, that customer acquisition is a very, very costly affair, and word of mouth can give a huge advantage in reducing marketing cost. At the same time, building credibility in the customer's mind, as we have seen earlier, that a customer will believe the friend more than the advertising. And therefore, word of mouth is an important, very important tool to make customers widen the base. So companies should strive to reach this stage where the customer becomes your marketer, kind of an ambassador who generates new customers for you rather than advertising of the product or communication. Finally is new product development through lead users. So you're able to develop new product, and you've taken the feedback, innovation is happening more, you're getting feedback on time, you're encouraging feedback from customers, and you are launching new products at a very rapid rate, and your growth is happening. This is a very healthy scenario, and therefore a customer focused organization will grow very fast, will be profitable, will have a healthy bottom line, but it will have to focus on the aspect of quality and of course both employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction. You achieve the economies of scale in this, and you are able to get a lower cost due to repeated business, and not many businesses get that advantage. Higher prices charged due to product differentiation. What is the product differentiation? Product differentiation here it means is you are able to differentiate your product. Why is it superior? During the lockdown or during a crisis, I have seen two brands which have grown very fast. There are two launches happened in the automobile industry in the recent 2 years. The auto industry has gone through a tough time. What has happened? What has happened here is we have two brands, MG Motors and Kia Motors. Both have done phenomenally well. And what has happened to the other competitor, that is your Ford Motors? They are leaving India. Earlier, General Motors left India. Now, Ford Motors is leaving India. Now, what is the difference? Innovation and looking at the customer, creating a competitive advantage. Prices are higher, much higher than the Ford products which were there in the marketplace. But in spite of the higher prices, customers have bought those products regularly. There's been regular purchase, and therefore these two brands have become the newest brands in the premium automobile market. And they kept launching one by one. They had a great advertising. When they launched the first product, that did well. Customers were happy. They took feedback. They improved on the next one. They did not go for volume sale. They went for very, very smart strategy. Mercedes-Benz has a very smart strategy. I don't know how many of you are aware. They have this golf tournament. It is an all India tournament. It is only for customers of Mercedes-Benz. The golf tournament is held across India, and the customers play golf. There is an all India tournament initially. People are selected on the basis of performance, and then there is a final at Pune, their head office. After that, they select the best from India and they go to Germany, and there they compete with the world's best golfers. Why should Mercedes-Benz do this? This is how you develop your customer relationship. Their own customers, when people see, and they come back from Frankfurt, or when they come back from these tournaments they play in India, and when they attend the major big tournament in India at Pune, and they attend that, there's a fashion show, and they attend all the events, and they come back satisfied. They are the ones who create more customers, the word of mouth. And they protect the customer. Today, Mercedes-Benz sales have gone up. This strategy is not at all being dropped. It is carrying on every year. Now, this is the advantage of being highly protected by satisfied customers at time of crisis. that you must keep this aspect of satisfied customer. Crisis is for organizations which are not prepared. But organizations which are prepared for the crisis, they don't have any drop in volumes and sales. In fact, they grow when others dwindle in the sales. Because, see, there is a demand for products anyway. Customers need to buy the product anyway. So it's not that the customer doesn't want the product. But maybe they don't want all the product. They only want one product. And therefore, the satisfaction is a differentiator there. As there is product differentiator, there is also a satisfied customer who is a differentiator. So that is one important aspect to be kept in mind. Look at Maruti today. Maruti has got product differentiation. Why is it still today the market leader? It is a market leader because it's able to diversify into different categories, and the customer feels why at all go somewhere else. If I need to buy a product for my son, I'll buy from Maruti Alto. If I need to buy a slightly more premium car, I can buy Swift. Slightly more premium, I can buy a Brezza. There's a whole range available. So you become a one-stop shop. And this is what every company should strive towards, is to become a one-stop shop for the customer. There are so many examples we have in front of us. You see today, if you go to a brand called Reliance Jio today. Jio initially came with retail shops, followed by other different types of products in retail, the jewelry, the shoe. Initially came with food. Then they had JioMart. So what has happened now? Now they're getting into online. They're going to mobile services. They're going into broadband. So it's become a one-stop shop. And they're growing. They are one of the few companies which is making huge profits. They also made profit during the time of pandemic. They did not lose. They grew. Employees are very happy. They're working hard. They're being recognized. Growth in product diversification is taking place. And while it is happening, a one-stop shop is also creating word of mouth. It is creating word of mouth. Because while it is growing, people are talking about it. And they are talking regularly on social media. They're sharing their experience in social media. I have not seen much of advertising from Jio for the telecom services. It's very limited compared to others have spent. Another great example is of Google. Google got into diversification. It came into search, mail, now Android. They are now the biggest players in the field. Every other company wanted to promote the mail service as the main product, the Yahoo and Hotmail, everybody. But Google didn't at all promote it. It went through word of mouth. The main focus was on search, an excellent search company. They also had a great employee culture, don't forget. Every year it gets the award for a great place to work. They were the first company to introduce work from home. The bottom line was quality. The work should be of top quality, regardless of where you work from. As I have told you, they are launching new products. Today they are going to launch a new mobile in collaboration with Jio, which is going to totally, I think, revolutionize the mobile market in India. Because Google and Jio get together, they will totally change the marketplace. They will make it affordable. They'll work on economies of scale very, very smartly, and they'll work on quality. That is given. And this new product development will lead to more users. More users will come to the company because of the new product. So, to summarize, is a strong customer focus is glue that holds successful organizations together. Customers work like a glue. They stick to you, they start contributing to you, and the organization starts growing. That is the key aspect behind a customer focused organization. It is for the fuel for an improved bottom line. Customer focus is a process that will require the commitment and dedication of every employee in the organization. Businesses that neglect creating a true customer focus will feel the unnecessary high cost of poor service. Moment you neglect customer focus, what will happen? Your costs will start going up because your sales will start going down, and every aspect of business will get affected. That's the important part to be kept in mind. A lot of Indian companies, they don't look at a customer in the same manner. They are very proud about the product, and therefore most of them are not there today. They were there for some time and then they have vanished, disappeared totally. So businesses that neglect creating a customer true focus on the customer will feel the unnecessary high cost of poor service through active word of mouth of dissatisfied customers and increasingly expensive advertising and marketing to attract new customers. So what will happen here? You will not have word of mouth. You will have to start advertising more. And when you advertise more, your costs will go up. And there is no guarantee that the customer will actually come to you. Whereas, if you have a satisfied customer, he or she will ensure that you are very much being promoted by them to others so that they buy your product and services. Short-term savings or poorly conceived ideas such as outsourcing without considering the customer impact will evaporate along with the customer. A lot of times we don't look at this creating your own core strengths. We start looking at outsourcing our business to. We feel that it is best to save your cost, but that doesn't work like that. The short-term savings or poorly conceived ideas such as outsourcing without considering the customer impact will evaporate along with the customer base. Customers are the lifeblood that allows your organization to realize its main goal: make a profit and survive. That's the critical part again to be kept in mind. With the help of internet, collect more information and pictures on Six Sigma and its quality practices. Make a collage for your display board from the information collected. Six Sigma is something which today, if any organization ignores, obviously it will lose focus on quality. As a key area when you want to learn something seriously, such as knowing how to create a customer focused organization, it is important to keep one thing in mind, is that if you make quality as your buzzword in the organization, there is no reason why your organization will not grow and prosper, and customers will be happy end of the day. I just want to repeat 4 important aspects here to be kept in mind. First is customer focus. It involves continually listening to the voice of your customer, obtaining their input and feedback, and using this information to make changes which add value to your products and services. Six Sigma. It is defined as an organized and systematic method for strategic process improvement and new product and service development. You must follow statistics and scientific method to make dramatic reductions in customer defined defect rates. Organization culture. It is viewed as a pattern of values and beliefs. You must have value and assumptions shared by members in an organization, which are perceived by the organization as a valid, correct way to perceive and solve problems. Next, process management. It means ongoing improvement to manufacturing, transactional, and or service processes to satisfy customer needs and expectations by using preventive maintenance, workplace organization, and use of line stop capability. I think if you follow these 4 keywords, it will certainly make the organization a highly customer focused one. No organization in the world today can survive in today's scenario if the organization is not a customer focused one. I hope you enjoyed the session. Have a good day. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Meenakshi, and today I'm going to talk about the future of CRM. The future of CRM is bright. CRM will continue to report key data and give insight for future action. However, leading experts see CRM evolving to measure and inform the sales enablement and customer engagement while playing a tremendous role in the success of future business. Relationships play a vital role here in achieving the goals. They are the key to success in every aspect of life. Let's say, for example, a representative has to enter certain data that would increase productivity. Now, what they would do? They would only enter the data if some incentives are given to them or some relationship has been built. Otherwise, they may not enter or may lose the data if they are told that the purpose or if they are told its importance. What does the CRM do? CRM unifies the sales, marketing, and operations around common goals and definitions. The evolution of CRM over the years will facilitate the aligning of sales and marketing even more closely. Gone are the days when sales and marketing can expand effort on internal conflicts. In order to thrive in the future landscape of sales, organizations must seek to unify the sales, marketing, and operations around common goals and definitions. Sales enablement, fusion of the sales, marketing, and operations will share the goals and have common messaging and materials to the point where marketing may even have revenue targets. Marketing, sales, and customer service will need to more closely align. Sales will need to become the subject matter experts. Customer service will provide communities that capture information and bring people together. The overarching theme for the future of CRM is that customer demands are changing fast and companies need to keep it up. Internet and Internet of Things are growing. Artificial intelligence has come its way. Vendors and CRM practitioners will definitely make interesting moves. So, what is the need? We need to focus on customer retention through customer oriented processes. A common question comes in mind: what are the things that I can do to keep my customers in the fold? And how do we see the vendor customer relationship through the customer's eyes? Definitely, the evolution of CRM will help us answer these questions in a 360-degree view. With all the data available today, organizations have unprecedented opportunity to see the customers in more detail than ever. In future, the mindset of keeping the customer in the fold will be more important as the cost of changing from one provider to another becomes very low. Traditional forced loyalty programs, such as the frequent flyer, may not be enough to keep the customer in the fold. What will keep the customer is to develop customer oriented processes. When the customers know what the business is all about, they have the high potential to be partners for your brand, developing engaging experiences and being a guide to help the customers meet their goals will aid in customer retention in future. Then there'll be a lot of use of mass personalization through the relevant data in the coming years. The ability to have each customer interaction defined by the customer themselves will make mass personalization possible. Mass personalization will be a possibility through extensive ambient data mining of the collection of data by sales enablement. We are somewhat limited by the technology today, but in the near future, it could very well be possible to enter a grocery store and have an app that auto-generates a shopping list based on the past buying habits and consumption rates. This would be, things would be very easily possible. The same app might also guide customers through the store in the most efficient manner to get those items, making your shopping experience personal, quick, and efficient. There may also be no need to check out, as the cart may scan everything you put it in and charge your account accordingly. While the technology might not be quite there for everything we would like to do today, mass personalization has the ability to significantly impact the way things are done in the future. Not least is what data we gather and how we gather it to improve customer engagement. Wang says trust will become one of the bigger barriers to mass personalization. In a business environment where disruptive technologies are allowing non-traditional competitors to get a foothold in many markets, it becomes a priority to review and perhaps redefine your business model. A very good example of disruptive technology is Uber. They have been completely disruptive to the taxi industry, which has forced to review their business model. The impact of the disruption on the taxi industry has been devastating. Companies need to be better at surveying the landscape, understanding what is important, and placing the KPIs around them to make sure we remain focused on those things. A regular review cycle to make sure that the current business model is still the right business model will lead to continued success. Building customer-oriented processes and establishing the CRM KPIs around those processes will help the business focus on what is important. In future, it will be essential for the CRM KPIs to measure customer-oriented processes. Ray Wang says, we are basically trying to deliver campaign to commerce around the customer. In other words, businesses need to understand that the customer cares about what's important to them. The campaign is the start of customer engagement, while commerce is the sale. Wang says, two CRM KPIs will stand above the rest as the evolution of CRM continues. Conversion rate optimization, or the rate at which the passive viewers become active users, measures how effectively an organization has delivered the message. Conversion rate is a CRM KPI that will depend largely on the sales enablement measures. Click-through rates can be used to measure how successful online campaigns are, and it measures the effectiveness of the message. In addition to this, the organizations need to become more methodical as they take in data. In the future of CRM, companies need to become better at management by exception. Definitely the KPIs matter, but more important are the outliers. careful scrutiny of the exceptions and outliers in the data will give companies predictors of possible changes in the business landscape and customer traits. And yes, it becomes very important to understand the profitable customers and customer referral value. CRM's future is to understand the customer lifetime value. Dr. V. Kumar, author of Profitable Customer Engagement, he broadens the discussion of CRM's future and how to understand the customer lifetime value. In his study of 15,000 people, Kumar asked the customers if they would recommend a brand to someone they knew. 67% of the customers they said they would. He also asked if they did recommend the brand to someone they knew, and 34% said yes, they did it. What came out of this study is the concept of customer referral value, which is the indirect financial impact that a customer has on the company. Now, according to Greenberg, Dr. Kumar's study has broadened the conversation about indirect customer value, which includes loyalty program reference, brand value, customer influence value, and knowledge value into a discussion of common customer value. The profitable customers and customer referral value. Referral value means how many customers you refer will become increasingly important. The businesses need to give customers reasons to become customer partners for the brand. Customers will become a company's best sales representatives through superior products and services as well as customer-oriented messages. Reviews are a very good example of this. The future of CRM is more than just the future of CRM software. It is really the future of business. Organizations that unify the sales and marketing constantly assess the business landscape, focus on and measure customer-oriented processes, and understand the value of customer referrals, which is going to thrive in the future business environment. Greenberg gives a comment about the future of CRM. He says, I quote, "It is becoming the operational core of a much larger market around the customer engagement. There is yet more to talk about the future of CRM. The future of CRM is bright. CRM will continue to report key data and give future action. We all know that the customer relationship management systems, they function as the heart of customer engagement. And if CRMs aren't already a core part of the customer lifecycle, now is the right time to switch. It's important to reconsider your tech stack when the markets shift. And now CRMs are the top priority for customer engagement. The future of CRM is in advanced intelligence and mobility, especially with recent pushes toward remote communication. 2020 forced the B2B organizations away from tech-focused goals and towards customer-focused initiatives. Experts in the B2B fields predict that the coming years will allow more room for digital strategies. CRM systems wear many hats, including channel management, customer insights, communications, engagement, and many more. They help improve customer experiences and boost customer retention with ever-progressing data analytics features. They have always been crucial for valuable customer insights for sales and marketing teams to act on with the shared goal of closing more deals. According to 92% of topic leaders in Deloitte survey, CRMs will be a key priority for enabling the business strategies. So heading into the new years, consider for future sales enablement and customer engagement. Now what to do? Share some goals and tools between the sales and marketing teams. The best way to meet department and organization-wide goals is to meet customers' goals. If your 5 years old client needs to close on 2 enterprise accounts this quarter, that's now going to be your sales and marketing team's goal too. To be successful, they need to align, set similar KPIs, and implement a CRM system that satisfies the needs of the entire digital strategy. Marketing teams are ultimately responsible for gaining attention from target audiences. From there, these leads are gradually pushed further down the funnel for sales teams to pick them up and close the deal. So, when both sales and the marketers use the same CRM strategy, the touch points are centralized into a single system for better customer success. The sales funnel becomes the escalator instead of a roller coaster. So it's important to align the sales and marketing strategies. Then next, what needs to do is bring in more fit leads with personalization. If your personalization isn't data driven using the CRMs, it's time to rethink your content strategy. And the fact is, 56% of B2B organizations use CRM to assist with content marketing. CRM systems help gain insights by gathering and analyzing the behavioral data, which can come from various sources like the tickets raised by the customer to the customer support, registrations of various events, various meetings which are attended by the customers, the product demos which are received, the email open rates, and the number of contents which are downloaded by the customers. Very easily you can get that data. After these insights have been taken, you get a full 360-degree view of the current, prospecting, and available customers. Creating these profile views gives the marketeers a concrete image of who is in the market to purchase their organization's product or service. So just, in a number of seconds, you can analyze and get the entire data. And for sales professionals, this data is very important. 360-degree customer views outline exactly who is fit to sign that contract. Artificial intelligence is growing. It's time to embrace artificial intelligence. It is appearing in automation, business intelligence, APIs, and more in the form of tools like conversational user interfaces. For the B2B world, artificial intelligence is being used more in marketing processes for communications and building data-driven business models used in CRM systems. Artificial intelligence systems like chatbots and business model predictors deliver the leads and lead data directly to sales and marketing professionals who have traditionally done it manually. Now, what does the automation do? It cuts down time spent on the manual tasks, and artificial intelligence makes it more smarter and faster. Another part of this shift into artificial intelligence includes self-servicing. Self-servicing leads to customer engagement, such as the CRM chatbots. These self-service systems can give current and prospecting customers their answers quicker and with a better understanding of their needs. With a CRM in place, self-servicing systems can predict customer requests and needs. This gives B2B professionals the option to automate communications further or engage with these customers with better insights. Artificial intelligence enhances customer-facing contact management, saves time, and optimizes the resources for more valuable engagement. It's time to think on investing in mobile CRM. Mobility is nothing new to us, but 2020 has intensified the need for mobile-friendly technology. Let's talk about mobile CRMs. The B2B professionals need remote access to CRM resources for unexpected business moments. The office desk isn't the only place to find selling opportunities, and the COVID-19 has proved this. They're everywhere a customer can find and engage with the brand. This could range from a virtual event, lunch meeting, social media mention, and many more. The mobile CRM flexibility allows the sales and marketing professionals to be more productive and meet the goals without being tied to their desktop. There is a need to embrace your social CRMs with social media channels. Allowing your prospects and customers to own the conversation in business relationships goes against the tradition, but it is necessary in the digital focused markets. The tech industry has recognized this and they have created a social CRM. Social media has allowed audiences to form new kinds of conversations with organizations. It's not about all the emojis and the viral videos. It's an important opportunity to find and engage with a wider array of prospective leads. Deloitte's survey points out that 97% of the visitors of an average website are anonymous and they're not part of company's CRM. Now, how to tap these customers? So, by integrating the social media and other digital channels with the CRMs, social CRM systems gather new insights for lead generation and brand awareness. So, the organizations need to look for certain features in your future CRM. The future CRMs will be of all shapes and sizes. So, there is a need to make sure you choose one that's right for your business, one that's right for your sales and marketing teams. Talking about the features to look for in CRM, first is automation, very important for multiple purposes. It saves time, cost, interaction tracking from calls to emails, customizable alerts. These days we have customizable alerts and reminders which integrate with your calendar and other applications. Advanced analytics and reporting helps in decision making. Mobility and synchronization with mobile devices. This is also very, very important. And this pandemic has brought an environment where we understand that now this is the need of the hour. Anytime anything can happen and we should be prepared. What are the next steps in utilizing the CRMs in the coming future? 2020 has forced us to adapt to remote communication in a customer-centric environment. And even then, we face each other in person. Communications with CRM systems are going to be crucial. So, it is expected that 50% of the marketing budgets to be spent on digital marketing in the coming future. Thank you so much. Now we'll be meeting in part B. In part A, we talked about the AI artificial intelligence, and its importance in the coming future. Today's session, we'll be talking about the shortcomings in the implementation of CRM, and we'll talk about the CRM interaction avenues. The future of CRM demands the answers to some important questions. Is your CRM serving your customers, or is it just serving your sales management? Does it make a difference? From a long and a medium range perspective, it does matter. And it's going to matter a whole lot as we enter into the world of the next generation of buyers. CRM has truly changed the way sales is managed. The first digitization of sales account information and pipeline occurred in the 1980s. In the 1990s, the promise was the customer 360-degree view, and the cloud-based CRM started in the early 2000s. But this was no more than taking the same empty promises of the 90s and moving them to the cloud. The so-called modern CRM is really just a place for managers to go to try and pull together a forecast and bring new representatives up to the speed when they replace the current representative who fails to hit their quota. And we wonder, adoption is a problem. Adoption isn't the only problem with the CRM. The other problem is that the current CRM doesn't actually help you sell more either. There are certain shortcomings. Uncertainty is one. Pandemic is an example. Anytime, anything can happen. We need to be prepared. Cost. Implementing the CRM software is a costly affair. It's time taking. You need to train the employees. The employees take the time to accept and adopt the changes, and implementation itself needs time. A commitment is required. Commitment at the side of the organization, commitment at the side of the employees to work efficiently and update themselves whenever the changes are required. Customization and quick interactions is also one of the challenges. And the biggest shortcoming in implementing a CRM is technology advancements. You implement a CRM, and within a couple of years, maybe 2 years or 2.5 years, you will find that your CRM is obsolete. Technology has advanced. In addition to this, I would also like to say that the problem is that the CRM industry has lost touch with the reality. The reality today is that we need to do, or we need to experience in 3 simple steps. 1, 2, 3. Amazon is a very good example of 1, 2, 3. 1 means you search. 2 means you add to the cart. And 3 means you pay. What are we doing to get back to reality? We have launched the 4th generation CRM. It's a part of a new sales cloud, which is the modern daylight deck sales. People need to run sale campaigns and inform and help the buyers. At the heart of the sales cloud is the customer, their history with your company across both the front office and the back office. To truly deliver a complete view of the customer, you need to bring the back office to the front office, and only SAP can deliver this. 77% of the world's transactions touch the SAP. Today, in the heart of the sales crowd is the customer, but the brain is machine learning and artificial intelligence that is constantly analyzing the data and highlighting the concerns and suggesting actions to better serve the customer and advance their decision. We believe that great customer experience is seeing live as the order is being configured and how the options affect the delivery times. A great customer experience is seeing how the delivery is progressing and proactively suggesting ways to accelerate. A great customer experience is being treated like a person, not an opportunity. When it comes to the future of CRM, price, product, and presence are no longer enough. We need to understand many more. What should we expect to see in the future of CRM? What challenges do we expect? What is the reality? Managing your customer relations effectively may seem like an easy thing from outside, but in reality, it is far more complex than we all think. The world has entered the era of technology, of superficial integrated CRM, and while the future of it seems bright, so the future of CRM is bright, but we need to keep an eye on the CRM trends. If we talk about the customer interaction avenues wherein we can interact with the CRM, with the customer, and integrate both the CRM software and the customers is through social media, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, mobile devices, integrating the various channels, feedback loops through the CRM software itself, which is website driven, and of course, the efficiency factor. What direction is the CRM software currently heading? And what CRM trends should your company be aware of so you can be at the forefront of innovation rather than a step behind? No doubt, CRM is a competitive growing space. Everyone talks about providing best in class customer experiences, about CRM strategies and solutions, and about the vital role the CRM plays in the vital role the CRM plays in catapulting the companies forward as marketplace demands intensify. So, how can your organization know which shiny new objects are worth pursuing? If we talk about the key CRM trends in the coming future, first is customer experience. Artificial intelligence is growing. Mobility. Pandemic is a very good example. Reliance on big data, the digital age, usability, integration of the channels, self-service through the CRM, and very soon we'll be talking about the channel-less CRM. Let's see where the CRM is headed in the coming future. The customer experience is a top 5 priority for 65% of the executives. The number of marketeers using artificial intelligence grew by 190% from 2018 to 2020. Analytics will play a much larger role in decision making by 2022, according to 85% of the marketing executives. Online mediums are expected to account for 60% of the customer interactions in the coming years. 2/3 of the customers prefer self-service options for solving simple problems. Let's talk a bit of the top trends. Customer experience. Businesses revolve around the customer today more than ever, making customer experience a vital brand differentiator. What's more, customer experience is on the top 5 list of priorities for 65% of the executives in the next coming years. This is the finding from the joint research from Forbes and the Salesforce. It's not just emphasizing on the customer experience. The Salesforce survey agreed that 80% of the respondents, they ranked experience as important as products or services. Today, people go where best experience takes them. And researchers show that majority are always willing to try out new products and brands. Furthermore, acquiring a new customer is 500% more costly than retaining an existing one. On the flip side, a poor experience leads customers to spend less or stop spending at all. So, your organization's goal should be to deliver a better experience than competitors, not only to draw new prospects, but more importantly, to boost customer loyalty and avoid the revenue loss. Today's CRM platforms are much more robust than the previous interactions. With the CRM implemented, sales, marketing, and customer service teams have a lot of tools at their disposal which can empower the customer experience initiatives. Personalization is another CRM trend worth noting, not because it's new to the game, but because it's becoming more hyper focused and individualized, particularly in response to the pandemic. Creating relevant, personalized content, though, is an old hat. The difference is that the CRM platforms built with intelligent real-time capabilities allow the companies to take next step forward towards a more customer-centric approach. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. It's experiencing a major growth over the years. The 2020 State of Marketing report indicated that marketers using artificial intelligence jumped from 29% in 2018 to 84% in 2020. The possibilities are nearly endless when it comes to applying artificial intelligence in CRM, and the market is huge. Artificial intelligence integration with CRM is the most prominent advancement to influence the industry. The integration of artificial intelligence and CRM come together to help us better understand our customers, better understand what they buy, how often they buy, how much they buy, and what are their needs. Now, this will create us a better and a more personalized understanding and experience for our customers. Automation is also in the trend. Analytics. Artificial intelligence brings predictive analytics capabilities and data intelligence to the table. Artificial intelligence enhances the forecast and makes sense of the reams of data stored in the CRM to drive improved business outcomes. Artificial intelligence powered by analytics helps the sales representatives respond to the market dynamics by providing them with real-time insights into customer preferences, sentiments, and host of other buying triggers. What's the artificial intelligence reality? Like any trend, artificial intelligence has certain shortcomings also. Artificial intelligence can negatively impact customer experience. Companies are becoming empowered with technology. As a result, they get excited about it and think it's the answer. What actually ends up happening is that the technology puts distance between the customer and the company as far as the connection that would cause a customer to want to come back again. It's said that artificial intelligence will help make the employees smarter. Integration with our CRM solution will help us answer our customers' questions better, make better recommendations, proactively answer the questions they haven't even thought of. The ability to support our customers and personalize their experience will be better and more powerful than ever. A lot of vendors have started to talk about them and use the acronyms as buzzwords in marketing materials. Right now, there aren't very many solutions that are using either to use their full potential, but will absolutely change in the near future. While a lot of hype surrounds the artificial intelligence, The companies need to temper their enthusiasm over new technology with an understanding of its impact internally as well as externally, as well as the realistic expectations of what software is capable of. Mobility is also in the trend. Mobility has a long been a central component of sales executives. The COVID pandemic also emphasized the increased need to adopt mobility as the workforces became disturbed and remote almost overnight. Many companies struggled to get people access to the basic systems they needed to effectively work. This wake up call is going to be a huge driver of CRM systems as we head into the future. Businesses will be looking towards CRM to fill the gaps that were uncovered in 2020. This means that accessibility from anywhere, any place, and any time is going to be very important. Mobile CRM solutions have a lot to offer. Let's say, for example, strong security features, secure enough, intuitive interfaces, apps that work across the platforms, the ability for the sales professionals to transit between online and offline environments. As you evaluate your current CRM with the new trend, don't underplay the value mobility can bring to your operations, especially in the post-pandemic world where remote work and disturbed teams are more common than ever before. There has also been a lot reliance on the data because the data is big, and this is another outcome of pandemic. Companies today have a deeper reliance on the CRM and business systems, capturing everything that is happening to provide one source of truth. When you can't get up from your workstation and go ask someone in purchasing if they have a copy of the purchase order on their desk, everything being in the system becomes much more critical. Today, the data pours in from various sources and comes in different forms than ever before. And analytics is the key in making most of this data. Gartner found that 85% of the marketing executives said that significantly more marketing decisions will be analytics based by 2022. Furthermore, data management, integration, and formatting are the top priority among marketing teams. The digital age. As the customer experience raises to new heights, social media has become a focal point. The question arises, why? The most immediate and obvious response is the impact of COVID-19. With people locked down and in-person experiences grinding to a halt in 2020, digital channels became everything from grocery shopping to ordering the food. The digital platforms have a lot to offer: safety, speed, convenience. Consumer interactions with companies are projected to be 60% online in 2021 and 40% in person, whereas the Salesforce 2018 study said that the interactions were 42% online and 58% in person. Look at this change. On the social media side, companies are able to connect with their audience in a real time and build brand equity where prospects and the customers are already spending time. This also enables one-to-one marketing and the personal attention the customers crave for. From lead generation and customer acquisition to customer retention and customer loyalty, social media is among the highest channels for return on investment across the customer journey. It's no surprise that 3 in 4 marketers globally are investing in social media marketing. This finding is a result of the HubSpot report 2020. These findings point out the importance of incorporating the social channels into the CRM platforms and strategies. Social CRM also provides better customer service. To illustrate, say a customer needs a problem solved. They can hop onto their preferred social media site and connect with the company via messaging or by tagging a handle dedicated to customer service issues. The traditional channels like emails, telephone are, however, far from dead. They're only used for taking advices. In the world where empowering the customers and elevating the experience is need of the hour, digital innovation and transformation will play a significant role. The CRM systems have grown and evolved so much over the last decade that in some cases they now mimic the ERP systems in some areas. The change in the business system and the CRM industry is less about applications and more about effective utilization of those applications. Artificial intelligence is one example of the CRMs catering more to end users. Usability is expected to play a critical role. Everyone has access to same basic capabilities. Therefore, the vendors must enable more application customization to address this value add requirement. From a vendor standpoint, this means never underestimate the power of a superior user experience. And from the buyer standpoint, it means to seek out the solutions, setting themselves apart by offering the next level experience. Another important shift is the integration, which is at the top trend. Most current generation CRM systems do a good job of tracking the internal sales activity, but there's still a huge amount of external interactions that happen outside of the CRM system. There's a wealth of information available outside the walls of the CRM application, and it will be up to the manufacturers of these apps to leverage that data so that businesses can tap into that and better serve existing customers while expanding their reach to new customers. The Internet of Things also presents substantial integration possibilities. The number of Internet of Things connected devices is projected to climb to more than 41 billion by 2027. Internet of Things will be a significant advancement in the CRM market as it will improve the system performance, enhance the customer service, and increase the sales. For example, there are hospital refrigeration units that store medications. If a detection device determines the coolant is low or the temperature is problematic, the refrigeration until will send out a critical message to the refrigerator manufacturer via the Internet of Things platform. Afterward, the manufacturer will receive the message and relay it to the hospital CRM system. The CRM system will then issue a case to notify the hospital staff of this problem. As a CRM buyer or a user, it's important for the organizations to consider which integrations will best support your operations. Self-service CRM is also in the trend. From a business perspective, CRM is starting to evolve, and that means less about just capturing the interaction and customer touches or logging the support calls. More and more customers want to be able to find the things they need without the assistance of an actual person. This means that the companies are investing more in self-service customer portals and systems, which give clients the tools they need to do things like look up and pay outstanding invoices, find documentation about the products, and log support the issues. The Salesforce report says that 65% of the customers would rather use self-service to solve the simple issues. Right now, there are so many different ways you can communicate with a company. You can use phone, email, text, messaging apps, or social media. Although this omni-channel approach makes it easy for people to reach a company, it creates an environment where the average full-time service representative is switching the screens up to 1100 times a day. The solution is to build a technology that enables a customer experience that is channelless, where omni-channel refers to multiple communication lines between a customer and a company. A channelless approach doesn't care about the specific channel used. Interaction can happen on any channel. Such a channelless technology will centralize all the communications for service agents to view and act on. The industry growth has brought changes at the vendor level as companies seek to strengthen their offerings, such as Salesforce acquisition of business intelligence. To conclude, I would say the CRM trends are like ocean breezes. The companies that stay aware of which way the wind is blowing can maneuver so they're better positioned to sail towards success. That doesn't mean putting so much stock in each trend that your business ends up choosing different end goals to accommodate every wave of new development. The destination should always be the same, but tracking effectively will get you there in a faster and more efficient manner. Thank you so much and have a good day.